Chapter 1101 Unsettling. It seemed that every time Ves visited Bentheim, he inevitably got shot at, had his ride hijacked, got hunted by a mech, or faced some other threat to his life. Ves didn't treat his safety lightly this time. Now that someone put a substantial bounty on my head, the best way for killers to go after me is by pulling something off in Bentheim. Meow! Lucky bumped his paw against Ves in protest. Yes, I know that you've become quite deadly after all the meals you've enjoyed, but you're just a single cat. What if someone drops an artificial meteorite over my head? Can you claim to single-handedly intercept such a huge mass as it crashes down to the surface? Meow meow. I know that it's far too ludicrous that someone can pull something like that off in a star system as heavily guarded as the Bentheim system. It's just an extreme example. That doesn't detract from the danger I'll face from determined assassins. Ves was so worried about his safety that he ordered Melker to arrange the avatars of Myth to accompany him as his security detail. It will be difficult to muster enough mechs and mech pilots for your security detail. Melker frowned. A third of our avatars are still deployed in various missions. The remainder are exempted from off-world missions at this time, or have to guard the mech nursery. Tell it to me straight. How many mechs can you afford to send? Only 4. The good news is that they'll consist of 2 black beaks and 2 crystal lords. Ves nodded. That will do. He had absolute faith in his own designs. While traveling on Bentheim with land-bound mech escorts was a rather slow affair compared to flying high in the skies, they at least formed a very powerful form of deterrence. Unless the assassins employed their own mechs, they could forget about harming the armored shuttle he rode on. For 50 million credits, it didn't make any sense to employ mechs in the assassination attempt. Cheap bargain bin mechs didn't stand a chance against the Black Beaks and the Crystal Lords, but to employ an even greater force than that assuredly meant that the Planetary Guard would stomp on them even if the assassination attempt succeeded. In effect, it simply wasn't cost-effective to kill Ves while he was surrounded by such a strong mech guard detail. Unfortunately, Ves still had to rely on a real security company to round out his other security arrangements. So far, the avatars of Myth didn't employ a shuttle or infantry-based guard force, which was a glaring hole in its ability to provide all-round protection to their owner. Ves placed a call to the local branch office of SAS and informed them to make the appropriate preparations at Bentheim. While Ves would still be traveling comfortably aboard the Barracuda, the luxurious corvette would not travel alone this time. One of the 2 light carriers he commissioned previously would be joining them to transport the 4 mechs that made up his mech guard detail. The Green Feather will be accompanying the Barracuda to Bentheim and back, Melker informed him half a day later. Before you ask, the Green Feather is the name I've settled upon for one of your light carriers. Ves frowned at that. What did you call the other carrier then? The Red Feather. What charming names. Obviously, Melker did not excel in this aspect. His creativity must be sorely lacking. Since Ves owned the 2 light carriers, he could name them however he wanted. If he wanted to change their names, it was as simple as snapping his fingers. Melker and his subordinates would take care of the actual paperwork involved with officially changing the name of a starship. Ves just couldn't be bothered to do so. While Melker did a poor job in naming his light carriers, the avatars already got used to them. Ves would be undermining Melker's authority unnecessarily if he insisted on a name change. With his security matters taken care of, Ves felt relieved that no one would be able to spoil his latest visit to Bentheim. Yep. Absolutely nothing will happen to me this time. I'm sure. Totally. Before he left, he took stock of his company. At this time, Phase 2 had run its course. The Living Mech Corporation completed its transformation into a more cohesive corporation. While the company couldn't claim to understand his design philosophy entirely, it took on enough traits to understand the general direction where he wanted to take his mech designs. Even if the company stopped holding company events so frequently, VS made sure they held enough activities to keep the employees engaged. It was important to refresh the indoctrination they previously went through from time to time lest the company's influence stop taking hold. The changing mood affected the company from top to bottom. Not only did every employee gain a clearer awareness of the LMC's mission, they also revered VS even more. In fact, it disturbed him quite a bit to be seen as a figurative god among his workers. No matter where he went, he always aroused some sort of fanfare as worshipful employees gathered to gawk at him, or bow respectfully in his presence. While such attention did wonders to his ego, VS was careful not to get swept by the sensation. "I should finish the Aurora Titan design first before I bask in my own glory." Without publishing a new mech design, the LMC would never be able to regain its previous growth trend. This was why his current joint project played such a pivotal role. After finishing his brief inspection of the company, he found everything to be in order. The LMC ran a tight ship in the mech nursery, and VS was glad to see that nobody tried to pull a fast one on the company. The next day, VS boarded the Barracuda, which had landed directly in the mech nursery's landing zone. The corvette picked up VS, Keddies, Lucky and their luggage before lifting off into space. Accompanied by the Green Feather, the two ships leisurely traveled to the nearest Lagrange point and transitioned into FTL. Several days later, the two ships arrived in the Bentheim system. With the privileges VS received, the security patrols quickly cleared the Barracuda and the Green Feather for entry into the inner system. After arriving close to Bentheim, it took a bit more time to ship the mechs of the avatars of myth to the surface. Ever since the peace treaty took effect, the BLM had remained completely silent. The Bright Republic didn't hold any illusions that the BLM quietly faded away into the background. Those crazy separatists might be preparing an even more desperate attack with the forces they accumulated all this time. With or without the Visions, the Bentheim Liberation Movement was determined to wrest Bentheim from the grasp of the Republic. The threat that the BLM hung over Bentheim continued to put a dampener on the recovering economy. Nobody expected the BLM to let Bentheim off. It was in this depressing atmosphere that VS finally landed at the spaceport in Durham and boarded an armored shuttle prepared by SAS. The shuttle lifted upwards, but only a little bit, and traveled slowly in order to keep up with the pace of the four imposing mechs guarding it from each direct. The sight of the black beaks and the crystal lords instantly caught the attention of bystanders in the vicinity. Even though they were merely silver label mechs, their auras were so remarkable that they never failed to stand out from the crowd. The black beaks and crystal lords weren't the only mechs deployed by a private force in Bentheim. Durham was the capital of Bentheim and so hosted a high number of businessmen, government officials, and other important dignitaries that needed guarding. Fortunately, the main streets of Durham were wide enough to accommodate entire ranks of mechs. There was more than enough space for guard details to pass each other by without bumping into each other. When VS activated a projection that showed him an outside view of the shuttle, he studied the mechs that made up the other guard forces. In general, they employed more mechs but of lesser quality. Seeing 12 budget mechs surround a couple of shuttles was not an unusual sight in Durham. In his estimation, those budget 12 mechs cost as much as his 4 mech guard detail. VS saw the merits in relying quantity. It would be very hard for 4 mechs to repel a massed attack. At least with cheaper mechs they could cover more ground. VS turned to Keddies. "Did you visit Bentheim before?" "No." Keddies shook her head while stroking Lucky, who was treating her lap as a bed. "Really? I would have thought you couldn't resist the urge. This is the most exciting planet in the Bright Republic, and it's right next door to Cloudy Curtain. From what I've learned, Bentheim is a pretty great place, but I wouldn't know where to go without you. It's kind of scary to visit such a busy planet by myself, you know. I'll make sure you'll see some of the sights, Ves promised. They eventually reached a classy hotel fit for people like Ves. Even though he wanted to visit Nora Consolidated's headquarters straight away, Professor Ventag held many obligations. As a professor of the dorm's Center of Technology and Innovation, he needed to spend a significant portion of his time on his teaching duties. Right now, Professor Ventag was at the DCTI conducting some sort of exams to prospective mech designers. As someone who studied mech design himself, he knew how serious those exams could be. Ves was not surprised that Professor Ventag needed to be present in person. What do you think about Bentheim so far, Keddies? A lot of people live here. It's kind of intimidating if you think about it, she said. The frontier is mostly empty. What settlements exist only house thousands of people at most. A settlement that holds more than 100,000 people is a major city in our eyes. Yet here? A settlement of that size wouldn't even register to this planet. Ves noted that Keddies wasn't saying this out of the blue. She truly felt a bit apprehensive at the thought of walking among so many people. It was a completely different experience from the places she visited in the frontier. Sparsely populated settlements and scrappy space stations simply didn't host that many people. Perhaps more people lived on Bentheim alone than the entire human population of the Ferris Star region. Ves leaned over and patted her back. It's okay, Keddies. You'll get used to it. Bentheim is not even the most populated planet in the Komodo star sector. Perhaps someday I'll bring you to the Friday Coalition. Some of the planets there are covered with so many structures that there isn't any free space left. Even though Keddies hadn't lost her apprehensiveness towards the unknown, she at least got a grip on it. To a daughter of the frontier like Keddies, unknown people signified threats. The more people gathered at a single place, the greater the chance of trouble. There was no way to predict whether a pirate in the frontier would burst out into violence. Such stupid incidents almost never took place in Bentheim. Civilized space was governed by law and order, though not always to the same extent. Still, with all of the forces stationed on Bentheim right now, the chance of trouble popping up was very low. Ves already noticed various mech patrols from the Mech Corps and the Planetary Guard passing by their guard detail. Even with the recent peace, the local forces maintained a high level of alertness against any shenanigans the BLM might pull off. In fact, both the Mech Corps and the Planetary Guard appeared to be standing on a hair trigger. Did they suspect that a threat might be imminent? Did I come at a bad time? Chapter 1102 Agency Problem. Bentheim. This pivotal planet served as a hotbed of activity for the Bright Republic, for both good and ill. It attracted a fair amount of money as the goods that flowed through the Bentheim system shipped to almost every star system in the surrounding regions. The Bright Republic took advantage of the Bentheim system's propensity to attract trade by setting up numerous industries in and around the star system. The overall idea around their trade policy was simple. Rather than let various raw materials used in the production of mechs, starships, or structures flow through its star system after taking a small cut or a minor tax, why not work with it to transform them into mechs or starships themselves? This is the main reason why Bentheim is as prosperous and highly populated as today, Ves explained to Keddies. Bentheim is in itself a planet-sized manufacturing complex that takes in raw materials shipped from neighboring star systems or the frontier and converts them into finished goods which can be twice as valuable. For such a wealthy planet, I don't think the people are all that happy. Ves shrugged. You have a point. People here lead busy lives. While Bentheim is not as tranquil as Cloudy Curtain, the quality of life is still fantastic compared to the conditions in the frontier. Whatever you may think of the Bright Republic, Bentheim is an intricate part of its identity. It is also a hotbed for trouble. As someone who lived on the edge of danger many times, Kedis couldn't help but notice the pervasive fear and uncertainty on the streets. Even though the average citizens tried their best to celebrate the recent peace and return to their old routines, the complete lack of response from the BLM was an ominous sign. However, Ves did not wish to believe the BLM would be so irrational as to launch a wildly suicidal attack just so it could vent its fury. Having seen the way the Vision rebels operated, Ves knew that a rebel movement thrived on local support. A heavy-handed attack that would very likely inflict massive casualties and disrupt many people's jobs and livelihoods would serve no purpose except to turn the population against them. There was no rational reason to launch an attack that no one on the planet supported. At least, if the commanders of the BLM abided by logic. Ves could not completely rule out the idea that they would do something stupid that wasted a lot of their men and mechs just so they could have their temper tantrum. If the streets aren't so unsafe, I would have wanted to bring you out for a tour, Ves said. Oh well. I can see the sights later. It doesn't have to be now. She shrugged. Besides, we didn't come here for a vacation, right? We're about to build the first prototype of your new design. Both of them looked forward to the moment the first copy of the Aurora Titan design rolled off the production line. Although the design and mech required a lot of testing before Ves would even think of publishing it, the mech would certainly be a good representation of the final product. Ves worked on the Aurora Titan for months. The amount of work and effort he put into it exceeded that of his prior projects. Although the work on the Black Beak and the Crystal Lord designs came close, the Aurora Titan encompassed many of his latest techniques. The Aurora Titan served as the precursor of his future designs. As long as the innovations he employed resulted in substantial gains, Ves would be able to incorporate them in his core design style. 2 days passed quietly as Ves and Kedis continued to remain in the safe confines of their hotel. After that, Ves finally gained an opportunity to visit the headquarters of Nora Consolidated at Mech Designers Row. Ves visited this famed street once before. A lot of important mech companies station their headquarters right next to each other here, each building exuding a more exotic architecture than others. Nora Consolidated, on the other hand, maintained a plain facade. Ves had already noticed that Chorus Ventag's design philosophy emphasized function over form. The shape and form of Ventag's mech design always tended to lean towards simplicity and utility. This was the charm of Nora Consolidated's mechs. They didn't offer the flashiest mechs, but their mechs were very functional, quite cost-effective and dependable machines even during the most arduous battles. The reputation the company acquired over the years won a lot of fans in the Bright Republic and did wonders for its sales. The company definitely deserved to station their headquarters on Mech Designers Row. After going through numerous security checks, Ves and Kedis met the professor in his main office. Ves, it's good to see you again. And this lady here is Kedis, right? Yup. I helped design the sword for the Aurora Titan, Kedis stated proudly. Although her contribution to the project was not as large as she thought, both Ves and the professor couldn't be bothered to burst her bubble. They moved on to business. My company has a lot of production sites for you to produce your prototype. The production lines and fabrication equipment are all incredibly capable. What kind of environment do you wish to produce the first test version of the Aurora Titan? Ves had already noticed from his time at the KNG that large mech companies maintained certain production sites for mass production and other sites for more meticulous production. You wouldn't have a small and preferably quiet site that is geared towards artisanal production? I do. I have already expected you to make such a request. My company currently maintains a high-class workshop on the outskirts of Durham. It is where I develop most of my custom mechs. The fabrication equipment at the workshop is some of the best I have, but they can be difficult to work with compared to an average 3D printer. Make sure to study their specifications and explore their options before you work with them. Their enhanced precision comes at the expense of a lower tolerance for errors. Understood. I will make sure to keep the waste to a minimum. Most of the costs associated with the testing phase would be borne by Nora Consolidated. The seniors company took a 75% cut of the profits, so it stood to reason that they would also be bearing at least 75% of the costs. By the way, Professor, can you tell me if there are any threats on Bentheim I need to be worried about? When we passed through the streets, we noticed a lot of discomforting expressions. The professor smiled. The masses are too haunted by the BLM. They fear ghosts where there are none and assume that the presence of smoke always signifies the presence of fire. The so-called threat posed by the BLM is much less dire than you think. The Mech Corps has mostly maintained their wartime garrison of Bentheim, so even if the BLM wants to act out, they'll quickly be suppressed by the military or the planetary guard. That is quite the confident outlook you have there, Professor. Are you really sure the BLM won't pull something off anyway? I know what you are thinking. The BLM have always been crazy. Who's to say they won't launch an attack despite knowing that they wouldn't have the cover of a Vesian invasion as a distraction? However, the actions of some isolated cells led by dimwits and incompetents doesn't change the fact that the heads of the BLM bear a great responsibility. They would never sacrifice the lives of so many rebels just for the satisfaction of giving the Bright Republic a bloody nose. The BLM has surprised us before. The rebels have existed for centuries. They didn't make it this far by chasing after short-term gains at the expense of their long-term viability. In fact, some of us in the Bright Republic don't entirely believe the BLM even want to liberate Bentheim. That threw Ves into confusion. How could they not attempt to fulfill their greatest mission? It's because the BLM is an organization that enjoys a lot of grassroots support. Through the generosity of sympathizers, the BLM is able to obtain manpower, resources, mechs and other goods far below market price. Think about it for a moment, Ves. If you are a rebel leader who directly commands all of these assets, would you want to give it up for the vain hope of liberating Bentheim from the Bright Republic? Agency problem. Ves summed up the concept that Ventag alluded to. If I was in their position, I would probably try to ensure that I can continue to enrich myself. The people at the head of an organization generally tended to pursue their own benefits over the interests of the organization. In the case of the BLM, the status quo afforded them a lot of wealth but very little oversight. A rebel movement wasn't the most accountable organization, after all. It wouldn't take too much trouble for the leaders to abuse their position of authority. As long as they managed to mislead the rank and file, they could essentially run the rebel movement like a criminal gang and reap the benefits from their shadowy chambers. In that light, Ves had to admit that the professor's argument made a lot more sense. The BLM prepared a lot of assets in preparation for a coordinated attack with a possible invasion force. Just because the Vesians pulled out of the plan didn't mean the leaders of the BLM couldn't employ their considerable amount of war material in other ways. Over the course of his career, Ves learned two important lessons. First, people tended to make decisions that satisfied their greed. Second, people were irrational and did not always follow the best course of action. If Ves applied these two statements to the BLM, then a contradiction occurred. Logically speaking, the leaders of the BLM should indeed do what Professor Ventag described and hold back in order to maintain their assets. Yet since when did the BLM shy away from making sacrifices? Even if the leaders of the BLM were more interested in lining their own pockets than fighting the good fight, the middle and lower ranks of the rebel movement might not think the same. Those fanatics might just try to pull off something on their own even if their leadership tried to rein them in. The indoctrination they went through to make them loyal fighters of the BLM could definitely backfire in this fashion. Therefore, even as Ves and Kedis left Professor Ventag's office after a short discussion, a cloud continued to hang over their heads. Having experienced a lot of the depravities that went on in the frontier, either Ves or Kedis held much faith towards the idea that the BLM would show restraint. The ordinary folk who lived in Bentheim all smelled trouble. Even though Professor Ventag regarded the masses as mindless sheep, Ves would rather put his faith in the judgment of the people who lived on the streets than in an ivory tower alongside many other towers on Mech Designers Row. Ves even contemplated cutting this visit short and returning to Cloudy Curtain immediately. Just because trouble might break out during his stay on Bentheim didn't mean he had to suffer through it personally. Now that he was out of the Mech Corps, he wasn't obligated to take part in the coming fight. Unfortunately, Ves didn't think he could fabricate the best prototype of the Aurora Titan at the Mech Nursery. Although the Dortmund production line was quite good for artisanal production, the Aurora Titan deserved better. Even though Ves was only thinking of making a single prototype, it needed to be as perfect as possible in order to prove its design concept in its future trials. Kedis? Yes? When we return to the hotel, make sure to bring out your sword and take it along wherever you go. Although I don't think something will happen during our visit, I can't rule out trouble. I didn't bring along any combat armor. Where do you think we are? Ves grinned. This is Bentheim. Even though this planet is famed for producing mechs, there is a lot more to it than that. Let's go visit an outfitter along the way. Since he was already here, Ves might as well do something about his deficiency in gear. With Lucky devouring his extremely capable CFA-issued Squalin, Ves lacked a quality suit of armor. With all the billions of credits in his bank account, Ves could afford to splurge for a bit. Chapter 1103 Rennie's Outfitters. Due to his elevated status and his inordinate amount of wealth, Ves did not frequent any casual store. Bentheim featured a large amount of stores that sold weapons and armor, but most of these products were aimed towards the average consumer. Ves was anything but an average consumer. Whereas someone might struggle over the decision whether to fork over 1,000 credits for a basic laser pistol, Ves could easily purchase 1,000,000 pistols in bulk. No, as a more refined customer who was willing to spend big money, he instead decided to visit a more upscale outfitter store. Bentheim hosted a decent amount of stores geared towards millionaires or billionaires. Those with more discerning taste expected much greater service. After sending a message to Professor Ventag, he received a short message in return that recommended him to a particular business in downtown Durham. The armored shuttle touched down on a landing pad next to a range of exclusive shops catered to the rich and wealthy. The Black Beaks and Crystal Lords escorting the shuttle could no longer proceed forward from this point. Security within this shopping street was very high, and the guests who frequented it would not feel comfortable being around mechs controlled by other people. You are only allowed 4 guards for a party of this size, a planetary guard lieutenant stated at the entrance to the shopping district. Your SAS security guards are already vetted, so they are free to accompany the 2 of you. Please have a nice day, sir. Retaining the services of Sanyal Eblin proved to be quite a boon in this instance. The security company maintained a significant presence in Bentheim. Whereas unknown security guards would have been blocked from entering the high-class shopping street due to the risks they posed to everyone's security, SAS did not have to deal with this problem due to the reputation they built up over the years. With 4 armored guards in tow, Ves entered the shopping district and passed by various wealthy visitors or locals on his way to his intended destination. Due to the exclusive nature of the shopping street, only a modest amount of people were about. All of them inevitably brought along their own guard escorts, ruining the tranquil nature of their visits. Eventually, Ves and Kedis walked up to an understated but very classy store called Rennie's Outfitters. Lucky also came along, of course. The gluttonous cat was comfortably nuzzling in Kedis' arms. Mr. Ves Larkinson! A store attendant called inside the foyer of the upscale, multi-leveled store. Welcome to Rennie's Outfitters. Professor Ventag has sent us word that you might be stopping by. It is an honor for us to meet the needs of an esteemed war hero and mech designer such as yourself. You can call me Diaz. I have been assigned to personally tend to your needs, so if you have any requests, feel free to voice them. Here at Rennie's Outfitters, we offer a wide range of personal gear, and if we don't have something that you need, our extensive network of suppliers will be able to ship them personally to your doorstep. Ves brushed past the marketing spiel and went straight to the point. Well, Diaz, I would like to outfit myself and Keddies here with some personal gear. To be more specific, we want to acquire high-quality weapons, armor, and various handheld tools. Diaz presented him with a gleaming smile. We offer some of the finest weapons, armor, and tools in our extensive product catalog. In order to offer you the most suitable selection of products, it would help if you list out some criteria. What is your budget? Do you wish to buy locally produced gear, or would you rather take a fancy for some of our imported products from the Friday Coalition? I'm looking for products that esteemed craftsmen have made by hand, Ves stated immediately. While he did not expect to obtain something as fantastic as the original Amastendera, he wanted to obtain something better than mass-produced gear. Preferably, I'd like to obtain custom products, but I'm kind of in need of gear right now. It is indeed difficult to obtain customized gear on short notice. Diaz frowned. Many craftsmen that produce the best weapons and armor have waiting lists that stretch for months or even years. Those that are more immediately available won't offer the quality that a discerning customer such as yourself will be satisfied with. However, we offer a wide range of high-quality ready-made products that are just as good as custom pieces. Please follow me while I guide you to a showroom. They moved up a few levels and entered a largely empty showroom. Diaz activated a command on his comm which caused a table to arise from the floor. A projection appeared in front of the table which gave the user access to the product catalog of the store. Diaz then began to manipulate the interface, causing a few weapons to appear on the table from below. We know that each piece of craftsmanship is a unique work that differs from every other product even by the same maker. Looking at a finely crafted product through a projection is as senseless as admiring jewelry from afar. Here at Rennie's Outfitters, we offer you the opportunity to touch and study all of our readily available products up close. Ves and Keddies approached the table and studied the wide range of pistols on display. They encompass most of the types and subtypes of pistols in use in the Bright Republic. Keddies, you need a new sidearm, right? Do you prefer a laser weapon or a ballistic weapon? Laser. It's easier to work with when paired with a good targeting system, she replied. Diaz immediately latched on to that. While a fair number of our laser pistols are geared towards expert marksmen who distrust targeting systems, we offer hundreds of laser pistol models that are highly compatible with all of the targeting systems integrated into our other products. Even if you pair a pistol imported from the Friday Coalition with a suit of combat armor from the Renault Republic, our software engineers have already made sure that they will be able to work together without any of the usual incompatibility issues. Ves nodded in satisfaction. This was indeed a legitimate concern to most people who source their gear from different sources, but an all-service store like Rennie's Outfitters saved their customers a lot of effort. With a few commands, the other types of pistols disappeared from the table. Instead, more laser pistols emerged in their places. Like a kid visiting a candy store, Keddies immediately leaned forward and grabbed the shiniest pistols on offer. She weighed them in her hands and admired their exquisite craftsmanship. As a mech designer, she possessed enough awareness to know that these were genuine expressions of craftsmanship. They were literally individual pieces of art, with a useful function thrown in for good measure. These pistols were the kind of weapons that Ves could hang up on the wall of his penthouse office to impress the visitors. Ves only found it regretful that he hadn't spotted any Mastercraft products. Even a store as renowned as Rennie's Outfitters wouldn't easily display any Mastercraft gear. Such products usually came about by chance. The craftsmen who were lucky enough to produce a work of Mastercraft quality would almost certainly sell them to their friends or favored customers. If someone like VS wanted to obtain a genuine mastercraft piece of gear, he would have to either make friends with a craftsman or obtain one at a sky-high price in an auction. VS did not have the time to wait for either of those possibilities. Besides, his expectations may be high, but they were not excessive. VS was not willing to fork out billions of credits just for a single piece of exquisite gear. VS! Come take a look. I think this laser pistol is the right one for me. I have a good feel for this gun. To his surprise, Kedis favored a large, masculine-looking laser pistol. Its visual design incorporated a brutal element that looked very macho when used by tough guys. In the hands of Kedis, however, all of her dormant pirate traits began to rouse themselves. It was as if a sleeping dragon started to wake. After holding out his hand, Kedis passed over the hefty weapon. The weapon bore its name on its side. The Uter is not an elegant pistol, but what it lacks in grace, it more than makes up for it with its punch, Diaz explained. The Uter is a large laser pistol with a high capacity and offers a wide variety of firing modes. Whether you want to burn through a hatch or stop a mob of hundreds of madmen, the Uter is capable of saving you from a variety of threats with the right configuration. Kedis practically fell in love with the Uter already. She bobbed her head so vigorously that her poofy beret threatened to fall off. All of the capabilities mentioned by Diaz sounded somewhat similar to what the Amastendra offered, though not as powerful. Perhaps that was part of the reason why she opted to go for a large pistol rather than a smaller and more concealable sidearm. VS recognized the Uter as a true piece of craftsmanship. Not that Rennie's outfitters would ever stoop to passing off mass-produced goods as artisanal pieces, but it helped that VS could feel the care and attention its maker put into the gun. A weak but very present form of spirituality suffused the weapon. There must be a story behind the Uter. Perhaps something related to pirates for its maker to incorporate so many visual motifs related to frontier pirates into the design. Price? 39 million credits. This price encompasses both the product and the services we offer. The Uter requires periodic maintenance in order to retain its peak condition, and we have many experts on hand if you desire some adjustments. VS already made his own evaluation of the weapon. The Uter, despite its brutish appearance, was a very high-quality pistol that incorporated a lot of expensive exotics in a very tiny package. We'll take it. Please inspect the Uter thoroughly. Diaz understood V's concerns. We work with various independent appraisers and inspectors to make sure that the hardware and software of our products are free from defects and malicious elements. It will take a few hours for them to inspect the Uter, but you will eventually be able to receive it in a sealed state along with certificates that verify its integrity upon the moment of delivery. With the Uter sinking back down the floor to be sent for inspections, VS moved on to picking his own sidearm. Since he already possessed the Amastendra, VS sought out a weapon that inflicted physical damage. He didn't wish to buy a gun as big and excessive as the Uter. Instead, he wanted something that was much less ostentatious, yet still exuded a lot of class. When VS presented his criteria to Diaz, the man manipulated the interface and caused every laser pistol to sink away. Moments later, dozens of ballistic pistols and a few more unusual weapon types rose up. Each of them called for his attention. I want a pistol with a high magazine capacity, VS added. It should be capable of firing rounds with decent armor-piercing capability, but I don't want the gun to run empty after firing only 6 or 7 rounds. If VS ever lacked aim assist, he would probably need more chances than that to actually hit a target at a distance. Diaz wordlessly retracted over half of the pistols, only to cause new ones to take their place. Most of the pistols still consisted of regular ballistic pistols, but a few looked decidedly odder. VS lacked the training to use these more advanced weapons proficiently, so he didn't study them for long. Let's see what I can use. Chapter 1104 Art in Death. Sometimes, the simplicity of a ballistic weapon trumped more advanced ones such as plasma weapons or gravitic weapons. High-tech weaponry often implied more firepower or more damage-dealing capabilities, but they also imposed higher demands. To Ves, he already possessed a copy of one of the pinnacle personal weapons in human space. While his Amistendra saved his life time and time again, there would come a point where even its prodigious firepower might fail or be pushed to the limits of its heat capacity. In those times, a second weapon might come in handy. If his opponents ever learned about his Amistendra and made a lot of preparations to negate energy damage, then possessing a weapon that dealt a surprising amount of physical damage would be able to throw them off a loop. What Ves requested earlier shouldn't be so easy to fulfill. He wanted to pick out a ballistic pistol that possessed both a high capacity but also packed a lot of punch. Cheaper ballistic pistols could only fulfill one or the other. In contrast, some of the products offered by Rennie's outfitters did their best to accommodate both demands. A ballistic weapon in this day and age could be quite simple and cheap. Some were barely distinguishable from their more ancient counterparts that humanity used when they were still stuck on a single planet. However, the use of more sophisticated materials, more potent propellants, more advanced rounds, more capable integrated software, and most importantly the use of inertial dampeners to mitigate the enormous recoil of the powerful rounds allowed them to remain relevant even in an age of laser and plasma weapons. Therefore, none of the ballistic pistols on display were negligible. Some could outright even punch through a suit medium combat armor with a single shot. Unfortunately, those powerful weapons usually consisted of massive hand cannons or revolvers that carried only 6 rounds at most. After discounting the pistols with way too much power and not enough capacity, Ves studied the various weapons that met his criteria. He eventually noticed one ballistic pistol that exuded a bit more spirituality than the other handmade products. "Ah, that is one of young Matto King's most recent works," Diaz said appreciatively. "Matto King is a relatively young gunsmith, but he has already started to make a splash in the Bentham gun community. The weapon you are holding in hands is called the Hope by Force." Ves raised his eyebrows. Names carried a lot of significance, particularly with the regards of one-off crafted products like this one. "What's the story behind the name?" Matto King did not share the story behind the weapon to us. He desires its users to develop their own interpretation of its name. When Ves brushes his senses against the Hope by Force, he felt a sense of loss, fury, and above all else a desire for retribution. It was a weapon fit for vengeance rather than self-defense. Even as Diaz rattled off a number of desirable features of the Hope by Force, Ves firmly placed the weapon back onto the table. Its X factor, as rudimentary as it seemed to Ves, simply did not fit with his requirements. Instead, Ves inspected the other weapons until he finally came across an artful-looking ballistic pistol. It immediately caught his eye due to its sensuous design and its intricately sculpted shape. It looked like a marble statue of an elf with its wide-open mouth serving as a muzzle. As far as the weapons on the table went, this weapon seemed to emphasize art over function. Yet Ves felt inexplicably drawn to it for some reason. As Ves extended his spiritual senses once again, he noted that it felt like the weapon had been designed and made with great care. The X factor of the gun carried a touch of remembrance to it, as if the weapon signified the passing of someone important. "Ah, that is the work of one Bentham's oldest gunsmiths, Kian Aluis. Mr. Aluis is not the most renowned gunsmith on Bentham, but he served as a mainstay in the community for many decades. The peaceful repose that you are holding is one of the finest expressions of his distinct design style. Mr. Aluis believes that every individual weapon that he crafted in his hands is a piece of art. He designed and crafted the peaceful repose in remembrance for the passing of his wife." That explained it. This was a weapon that carried a great meaning to its gunsmith, and it showed through his spiritual senses. While the hope by force exuded a stronger X factor, the peaceful repose's sense of peace, contentment, remembrance, and finality spoke much strongly to Ves. Although its artistic design went a little overboard on the visual spectacle, it nonetheless made Ves feel good when holding it. It was a classy weapon beyond compare. "This is a weapon that makes an art form out of ending other people's lives," Ves uttered softly. "Is that gun even a functional weapon?" Kedis asked. "It's more of a sculpture and less of a weapon in my eyes." "I can assure you that the peaceful repose can be just as deadly as your Uter," Diaz said. He went on to state some of the ballistic pistol's specs. Overall, the weapon featured a medium capacity, medium degree of firepower, and a medium ability to pierce armor. Although it sounded as if the peaceful repose didn't excel at anything, the quality of the entire gun elevated all of its capabilities to a respectable level. The secret ingredient behind the peaceful repose's performance is that it only fires the exo rounds developed by Kian Aluis. Each round is individually handmade by either Mr. Aluis himself or one of his apprentices. The rounds made by their apprentices are available in bulk, while the rounds made by Mr. Aluis himself we have on hand is not even enough to fill a single magazine. How much? We offer the peaceful repose for 21 million credits. A single exo round handmade by Mr. Aluis costs 1 million credits. The exo rounds made by his apprentices only go for 50,000 credits per round. Expensive. Very expensive. While the peaceful repose was cheaper than the Uter, it cost a lot more money to fire the weapon than the Uter. Unlike a laser pistol which could be recharged on the cheap with any available power source, the potent exo rounds that were so sophisticated that the gunsmith had to craft them one by one all cost an arm and a leg with each shot fired. Most of the cost of the laser pistol came from its advanced internal parts. A ballistic pistol, on the other hand, exhibited a simpler construction that incorporated less advanced tech, though its costs could quickly run up with the use of more expensive exotic materials. Nonetheless, when comparing weapons of the same tier, ballistic pistols were generally cheaper at the start. If Ves was some kind of gun-toting bounty hunter gallivanting across the galaxy, he would never purchase the peaceful repose. Not only would he be spending more money than what he earned every time he got into a firefight, he would also have to return to Bentheim each time he ran out of exo rounds. Fortunately for him, his situation was quite different from that of a galactic wanderer. First, Ves did not envision getting caught up in a lot of fights. As a mech designer, Ves did not belong anywhere near a battlefield. Second, he also did not plan to travel very widely for the foreseeable future. Even if Kian Aluis designed the peaceful repose to only work with his own rounds, Ves could accept this limitation as long as the exo rounds delivered what they promised. Diaz summoned up a pair of magazines from the table. They came in exquisite white boxes that shared the same aesthetics as the pistol. When the store employee opened one of them, a polished magazine rested on a pillow glistened in the reflective light of the showroom. This magazine holds 30 exo rounds crafted by apprentices. Although Mr. Aluis did not craft the rounds himself, his apprentices are no slouches. Each round has gone through multiple inspections before they are determined fit for sale. Ves picked up the magazine and loaded it into the peaceful repose. The addition of the magazine weighed down the weapon, but that only made the weapon firmer, as if a final piece of the puzzle returned to its rightful place. Due to its complex X factor, holding the peaceful repose made Ves feel at peace, though only slightly. Not even the Amastendra could affect his mood so strongly. "I'll buy the peaceful repose. Please add in all the exo rounds made by Mr. Aluis as well as 400 rounds made by his apprentices." The total price amounted to 61 million credits. This was a hefty price, but Ves did not envision returning to Rennie's outfitters to pick up new rounds anytime soon. After VS returned the pistol and magazine to the table, which slowly disappeared so that the store could send them for inspection and certification, he moved on to the other items on his shopping list. That's enough for weapons. Let's move on to armor. The process of shopping for combat armor was just as intricate as shopping for pistols. Diaz led them to a different showroom that encompassed various fitting instruments to take their measurements and to assist them in trying out various suits of armor. After an hour of trying out different armor models, VS eventually settled upon a suit of light armor called the Sparus Ves. Odd name aside, the Sparus Ves fit his purposes due to its ease of use and its small profile. It barely bulked him up, but the use of compressed armor plating added enough protection to withstand most infantry-grade firepower for a time. The reason why he decided to go for this specific armor above others was that it excelled the most in the area of communications and hacking. It not only featured powerful internal and extendable antennas that could pierce through a certain level of jamming, it also incorporated a fully automated hacking module that could hack most outdated software in use in the Bright Republic. The Sparus Ves's weak X factor exemplified its shifty nature. It carried the aura of a scoundrel. VS kind of liked it as it made him feel as if he was too slippery to catch while he wore the Sparus Ves. Naturally, VS paid big money for these capabilities. The total cost of the Sparus Ves, which included lifetime software updates, amounted to 80 million credits. A single suit of armor cost as much as a very good premium mech. It's all in the materials, VS said when Kedis looked googly-eyed at the mention of the sky-high price. If we use the same compressed armor formula used in the Sparus Ves for my mech designs, then they would cost well over several billion credits each. This armor formula is actually fit for second-class mechs. While the Sparus Ves would never be able to equal the level of protection of his lost 15-99 Squalin, it at least gave VS the confidence to withstand a couple of hand cannon rounds in the faceplate. Kedis wanted to augment her battle style with her own selection. After browsing various models of medium combat armor, she eventually settled upon a suit of armor called the Rising Red Dragon. This plain name evoked an immediate sense of ferocity. The Rising Red Dragon was significantly bulkier than the Sparus Ves. Not only did it offer a lot more protection than the lighter armor, it also carried a powerful set servos that enhanced the wearer's running speed. This not only imparted the wearer of the Rising Red Dragon with a momentous charge, it also allowed the wearer to close in on the enemy quickly. The total cost of the Rising Red Dragon amounted to 140 million credits. Such a huge amount of money was more than enough to buy 2 premium mechs with money to spare. Kedis looked rather guilty as VS approved of the purchase. Are you sure you want to be handing over something so expensive to me, VS? It's okay. The contributions that you'll make in the future will earn back my investment many times over. Earning a couple of 100 million credits isn't all that hard, especially if you're a journeyman. After ending up in precarious situations many times with hardly any gear to protect himself, it felt extraordinarily good to VS to finally be able to spend his hard-earned money on enhancing his ability to defend himself. Even if trouble suddenly broke out on Bentheim, he would at least have the confidence that he wouldn't succumb so easily. Chapter 1105 Custom Products. VS stayed at Rennie's Outfitters a little longer. While the store prepared his main orders, he also browsed the other items in order to get a sense of products made by other high-end craftsmen. The sightseeing certainly opened the eyes of both Kedis and VS. While Kedis only appreciated the thorough effort put into crafting unique and distinct gear, VS noted the nourishment they received from the love and attention of their makers. Not every piece of gear received such attention, and only a handful of them stood out as works of passion. Nonetheless, the higher quality goods generally tended to convey more meaning. They were also some of the most expensive pieces in the store. The amount of gear held in Rennie's outfitters quite frankly surpassed V's expectations. Professor Ventag didn't refer him to any regular store, but one that might be offering the best and most extravagant selection of gear on Bentheim. "You never find this kind of gear in the frontier," Keddies remarked as they viewed a selection of hunting rifles specifically geared towards killing exobeasts. "Even treasure hunters don't use guns like this. They'll just employ a mech that costs 5 times cheaper than that railgun in the center." VS nodded. "These are toys for the rich. No one would ever equip a regular unit with gear worth this much. It is good if you buy 1 or 2 sets, but it quickly gets unaffordable if you want to splurge on your bodyguards." He didn't realize until now that alongside the expansive mech industry, a lot of other cottage industries existed on Bentheim. The gunsmith and armorsmith communities held significant sway. "Mechs are kind of made in this way too, right?" Keddies asked. "Yep. They're called custom mechs. If a specific client likes your design style a lot, they might contract you to develop a custom mech for them. This doesn't mean you'll design a mech from the ground up. You can just take one of your existing designs that your client picked out and develop it into a variant. The only issue is that the amount of time you need to invest in the development is significant. That's not a big problem to novices or apprentices, but higher-ranking mech designers value their time a lot more." Apprentices and journeymen tended to take the lion's share of the custom mech market in the Bright Republic. Their time wasn't as valuable yet, so most clients would still be willing to fork out the amount of money needed to get their chosen mech designers to tailor a mech to their needs. On the other hand, many seniors only designed custom mechs for expert pilots. Designing an expert mech not only allowed seniors to work with the best technologies and the best materials at a much higher budget than usual, but they could also apply their design philosophies in the best conditions possible. VS was still too far away from getting involved with expert mechs, but he hoped he would get the opportunity to design some custom mechs once he advanced to journeyman. Although he had a laundry list of mechs he needed to design in order to expand the LMC's mech catalog, VS believed that designing custom mechs was an essential part of his design philosophy. "Keddies, do you remember the motto of the LMC? Living mechs. Partners for life. There is no better way to provide a customer with a mech that they value as a partner than to develop a custom mech," VS said. "Did you get any offers to design a custom mech?" "I did. I rejected the offers. Designing the Aurora Titan and filling out my mech catalog takes precedence over working on vanity projects." Ever since he rose to fame, some potential clients reached out to the LMC to inquire on the possibility to design a custom mech for them. Most of the people wanted to brag about owning a custom mech designed by a war hero or a famous mech designer. However, VS did not believe that his clients would be able to fully appreciate his work. Ever since his disastrous experience with Vincent Rickland's codpiece mech, VS made a rule to himself that he would stop taking offers from spoiled brats and insincere clients. "Our new gear should almost be ready." Some time later, VS, Keddies, and Lucky left with their purchases mounted upon a mobile lifter bot. While their new suits of armor took up a lot of space, they had both been designed to fold up into a more compact suitcase-like shape when not in use. This function only worked as long as the armor hadn't sustained major damage, of course, and it still left the two with a conspicuous burden. Nonetheless, VS bore with the sight of the trailing lifter bot following behind him. With the murky undercurrents running through Bentheim at the moment, he would rather have some armor ready at hand. "You're really paranoid, huh?" Keddies teased. "With my track record for trouble on Bentheim, I can never be too prepared." Now that they finished their shopping, they exited the exclusive shopping street and boarded the armored shuttle that took them to the outskirts of Durham. The 4 mechs of the avatars of myth surrounded the slow-moving shuttle, attracting quite a bit of attention to the procession. Fortunately, no trouble occurred during the trip. They reached Professor Ventag's high-end workshop without incident. Upon arrival and after going through some security checks, they were finally allowed to enter the personal workshop of a senior mech designer. A myriad of tools, lab equipment, and production equipment greeted VS. While Master Olsen's workshop had impressed him the most, the one he was in right now was not too shabby. "I'll have to spend some time familiarizing myself with the equipment," VS said to Kedis. "You should read the manuals as well. Even if you won't use these machines, it helps to know their uses." Both of them spent an entire day in the workshop. While Lucky grew bored and wandered off to explore the surroundings, VS and Kedis quietly rushed through dozens of manuals. Once VS grew comfortable with using each and every relevant machine, he began to fabricate the prototype in earnest. With his mind connected to Kalankso's spiritual fragment and focused on the vision, he entered a partial state of immersion. The Aurora Titan was by far the most complicated mech he fabricated on his own. The polarizing module incorporated a fair amount of sophisticated components, some of which VS failed to get right the first time. Aside from that, VS didn't fully understand the principles behind the mech's internal architecture. This lack of understanding hindered his attempts at reproducing the exact configuration. He needed to match the parameters of the design schematics even if he sometimes questioned a couple of points. While VS encountered plenty of setbacks over 5 days of trial and error, this was only his first time. The lessons he learned this time would shorten his next attempt at fabricating the Aurora Titan by at least a day. The learning curve of the Aurora Titan isn't too steep. As long as a production line keeps working on the same mech, it's not impossible to lower the fabrication time to 3 days. Not so surprisingly, the Pizarro armor system posed little challenges to VS. The Pizarro only made use of one compressed alloy formula as opposed to the more complex Veltrex armor system which layered 3 separate alloys on top of each other. The Veltrex armor system is better in terms of protection, but the Pizarro wins in cost-effectiveness and ease of maintenance. There was only one downside to fabricating his mech on Bentheim. He did not have the best equipment at hand to fabricate the alien crystals and activate them with the crystal relic. "It's a good thing I already thought about that issue." VS already fabricated the 8 crystals beforehand and shipped them to Bentheim. It only took a single word for SAS to ship the crystals to Professor Ventag's workshop. As he put the finishing touches on the Aurora Titan, Kedis had been watching at the side all this time. To her, watching VS at work was like observing a wizard perform magic. She witnessed far too many feats that completely went over her head. Even so, she did not lose heart at the disparity between VS and herself. Whenever she thought of her recent mental augmentations, she developed a burning ambition to catch up to VS and design a mech that could stand equal to his own designs. Once VS finished applying the coatings on the Aurora Titan, both of them stepped back and admired the finished product in its full splendor. "It's big," Kedis uttered. "It carries a lot of presence," VS noted with satisfaction. Its predominantly white coating mixed with various blue stripes allowed the mech to stand out in the dark of space. Its larger-than-average size and its masculine contours conveyed a sense of strength and indomitability to the mech. Paired with its broadsword and its tower shield, the Aurora Titan looked supremely capable of fending off against even the most powerful blows. Mingled with its imposing physical appearance, its hollow but very present X-factor amplified the impression the Aurora Titan conveyed. If the prototype already felt so visceral to VS, what about when Kalankso's spiritual fragment finally moved out of his mind and inhabited the design? However, until that happened, the prototype would not be capable of expressing the full potential of its beastly X-factor. Some presents are best enjoyed at the end. Once VS and Kedis got over their admiration of the prototype, they spent an extra day subjecting the mech to various scans. The scanning equipment at the workshop was capable of penetrating right through the entire mech. This enabled VS to develop a detailed schematic of the prototype, which he subsequently compared to its theoretical design. A number of discrepancies popped up. No matter how careful VS fabricated the prototype, he was still only human. Even if highly tuned AIs took over the production processes, deviances would still pop up. Raw materials were almost never completely uniform, and even the best fabrication equipment exhibited limitations when it came to precision and consistency. Kedis looked disappointed. "You worked so hard on fabricating the prototype. It's a shame that it's still different from the design schematics." "Nothing in the galaxy is perfect." VS nonchalantly shrugged. "Only materialization technology can reproduce a mech down to the exact placement of atoms. Yet mechs produced in such a fashion are soulless copies of each other. In fact, I like it that every mech comes with small inconsistencies. Each mech is unique. The design, the time, the place, the mech designer or mech technicians involved in fabricating a mech all leave their own marks behind, giving the finished product an individual identity that isn't matched by anything in the galaxy." "You care a lot about that stuff," she said. "It's never about the physical product to you. It's all about the touch you put on a mech." "I'm not pursuing perfection in my mech designs. Instead, I'm trying to give each of my mechs their own identity." "This is your design philosophy, right? It's very hard for me to understand." "I know. You don't have to understand it entirely. I'm sure you'll be able to recognize the benefits as long as you continue working by my side." While Professor Ventag was too occupied at the moment to pay a visit to the workshop, he did spend half an hour studying the finished prototype from remote. After viewing the mech through projections and studying the results of the deep scans, the senior expressed a lot of satisfaction. "I'm glad to see that you have been able to use my production equipment proficiently. I would have thought you still needed some more time to master their use. They are not exactly the most standard equipment out there." "I have a lot of practical experience in fabricating and servicing mechs," VS stated simply. "Right. Well, I'm glad you finished the prototype without any major hiccups. I will arrange for it to be shipped to my space testing facility in the Green Nebula region. You can leave from my testing facility whenever is convenient." "I'll depart immediately," VS replied. Who would want to stay on Bentheim while the threat of the BLM continued to hang over the planet's head? VS couldn't wait to leave this dreadful place and avoid getting caught up in the storm that might erupt very soon. Chapter 1106 Corporate Espionage. VS, Kedis and Lucky departed from the surface of Bentheim without any major incidents. To be honest, VS half expected to encounter an assassination attempt or a terrorist attack along the way. Yet neither assassins or rebels showed any hide or hair in presence. For some reason, VS felt distinctly odd to be able to spend his time on Bentheim in peace. It was as if not getting shot at was an extremely unusual experience to him. It wasn't until he finally stepped aboard the Barracuda that he no longer felt exposed. "Strange," VS muttered. The close shaves he experienced in the past still haunted his psyche in a way. In any case, with the Aurora Titan shipped to the testing facility, the Barracuda traveled to the Green Nebula region alone. Since Nora Consolidated Space Testing Facility was situated in an asteroid belt in a lightly populated star system, there was no use in bringing along the land-bound mechs of the avatars of myth. Therefore, VS ordered the Green Feather carrying the 4 avatar mechs to return to Cloudy Curtain. In cases like these, it would have been handy to have a number of space-borne mechs at my disposal. VS wasn't too worried about getting caught up in any attacks. The Barracuda was a very mobile little starship that could evade or outrun any threats. The Green Nebula region was situated in the center of the Bright Republic, so was exceptionally devoid of pirates. The space testing facility itself hosted its own guard force. Nora Consolidated tested a wide range of finished and unfinished mech designs at the facility, so the company would never neglect its security. After more than a week of travel, the Barracuda quietly arrived at the star system in question. The ship navigated to a certain section of an expansive asteroid belt and reached the security envelope of the space testing facility. Since the guards already expected guests, it didn't take long before the Barracuda passed their inspection and gained permission to move on. Once the ship docked at a space station built out of an asteroid Ves, Keddies and Lucky stepped out and greeted the station manager. "Mr. Larkinson, it is an honor to meet you," the station manager greeted. The man was garbed in a standard vac-suit uniform. "Your ship has arrived faster than the transport bearing your prototype. It will take a number of days before the mech reaches our facility. Would you like to take a tour and familiarize with our testing methods in the meantime?" "Sure." When it came to testing mechs, Ves still lacked a substantial amount of experience and knowledge in this area. Even though the LMC set up its own testing ground in order to verify the performance of each finished mech, Ves had not involved himself too much in its development and expansion. He already lacked an experience when it came to testing land-bound mechs. He knew even less about testing space-borne mechs. Fortunately, Ves did not have to be responsible for anything except to provide some direction every now and then. The testing facility tested so many mechs that nothing confounded them anymore. "We are used to testing some of Professor Ventag's new space-borne designs without his input," the manager explained. "Sometimes, one of his subordinate mech designers will accompany a particularly valuable prototype to supervise the testing process, but in most cases the professor is content with leaving this responsibility in our hands." Ves looked impressed. "He's putting a lot of trust in you. A prototype of an unfinished design is very valuable. We have proven our competence over many decades. If the professor still needs to hold our hand, how can we possibly earn our jobs?" Throughout the tour, Ves noted that the testing facility possessed very stringent security measures. The station manager described their greatest concern. "Testing mechs is in our nature. The testing process is guaranteed to go smoothly. The only variable that we can never fully account for are the actions of third parties. Corporate espionage is a very large concern for Nora Consolidated. That's why the company set up this testing facility in this rural star system, right?" "Correct. Anything that goes in and out is meticulously monitored. The local population has also come under our company's influence. While I can't tell you the exact details of our security arrangements, I can freely tell you that we've caught hundreds of spies and nosy observers over the last decade." "That was a lot. What happens to the spies once they're caught?" "We aren't killing them, if that's what you think." The station manager smiled. "Usually we just hand them over to the authorities and be charged with the relevant crimes." "Do they actually get convicted?" "Why, yes, Mr. Larkinson. Why would you ever doubt that? Corporate espionage is a serious crime and the Bright Republic takes any instance of foul play very seriously. However, in our experience, every major company engages in some form of corporate espionage. Mech companies are constantly on the lookout for any new mech designs that can displace the market shares of their existing mech models. As long as a company obtained advance warning of the exciting new design their competitor developed, they could prepare for it in advance. There was nothing worse to a mech designer than to publish an exciting new mech design, only for a competitor to publish a similar product the very next day. Even worse, their competitors might even opt to publish a direct counter for the design the very next day. As Ves chatted a bit more with the station manager, he asked why so many spies still attempted to infiltrate the testing facility when the punishment for corporate espionage was so harsh. "Their families are always taken care of. Even if the spies don't have anyone they care about, they will still receive a fortune up to the tune of millions of credits if they keep their mouths shut throughout the trial process. In other words, the spies could look forward to receiving a big bag of money as long as they did not point their fingers towards their employers. Doesn't that defeat the purpose of their punishment? Ves asked. The station manager smiled and shook his head. That's the way the game is played. You can see it as an intricate dance between competing mech designers. Every company employs spies who are often put to work in keeping tabs on their most important competitors. There are a lot of mech companies in the Republic and even more in the galaxy. It's impossible to keep tabs on them all. That is true, but there are always a number of mech designers who form a more direct threat to the market shares of your products. For example, right now you are in the process of designing a super medium space knight with the professor. What if right after you publish the design, the entire mech community immediately turns against it? You can't rule out the possibility that a competitor got wind of your design and laid the groundwork for an overwhelmingly negative reaction from the public. Such a possibility would be ruinous for the prospects of his design. Ves widened his eyes as he started to consider if spies had somehow managed to worm their way into the LMC and caught wind of the joint design project. While SAS did a decent job in providing all-round security, Ves wasn't reassured that they were equipped to stop the most determined spies. Hearing about the many ways in which his enemies and competitors could ruin the success of his mech design, Ves began to consider his response in the event of a coordinated action. In times like these, Ves could sorely use a spy by his side. He recalled his plan to set up a shadow force under his control. He just needed to recruit a reliable spy to take charge, which was nearly impossible in his eyes. To Ves, there was no such thing as a trustworthy spy. Interacting with intelligence operatives such as Calabast or Leland made that abundantly clear. The rules they abide by was so far removed from the norm that they wouldn't hesitate to stab their mothers in the back if they could get ahead in some way. Ves tired of talking about spies. Instead of worrying about something which he had little means to deal with other than to intensify his security arrangements, he would rather focus on his original purpose. A few days passed by until the transport vessel bearing the prototype finally arrived at the testing facility. Ves personally supervised the inspections on the mech to make sure it hadn't incurred any damage of tampering during the transportation process. Fortunately, aside from coming under the influence of cosmic radiation, everything appeared to be in order. The first prototype of the Aurora Titan design was ready for testing. The testing facility employed their own test pilots, and the one responsible for testing defensive mechs had already studied the documentation on the Aurora Titan. Ves in fact wrote most of the documentation himself. He provided a fairly detailed instruction manual which elaborated extensively on the uses of the Aurora Titan's two gimmicks. Even so, Ves did not expect any mech pilot to get the hang of the polarizing module and the alien crystals instantly. This was why he decided to meet the test pilot just before she was about to enter the cockpit of the mech for the very first time. "So you're the test pilot, right?" The short woman garbed in a piloting suit nodded. "Correct, Mr. Larkinson. I have 15 years of experience in test piloting various space knights and striker mechs. I'm also proficient in test piloting heavy mechs." Ves felt relieved that the test pilot already possessed an abundant amount of experience in testing different mechs. "Do you understand the features of the Aurora Titan?" "Somewhat. While I have never worked with a polarizing module before, I know the theory. I have already tried out mechs that makes use of a polarizing module in the simulators. I think I can get the hang of its use in a couple of days." Ves quizzed the test pilot some more and found to his satisfaction that she was well prepared to put the prototype to its paces. The test pilot also took the opportunity to ask her own questions. "The documentation states that the Aurora Titan is oriented towards defense. How much does offense play a role? Not that much. Don't strain the mech over its limits when you perform offensive maneuvers. It's my job to push the mech to its limits, sir. Even if your mech isn't designed to launch attacks, we'll be testing its offensive capabilities if only to see how bad it is at offense. VS did not expect good results from those tests. The Aurora Titan was way too heavy and immobile to launch any attacks on its own. After VS and the test pilot finished speaking to each other, the station manager invited VS and Kedis to a monitor center. A large row of terminals and projections greeted them as they entered the monitoring center. Various specialists and technicians manned the terminals in preparation for the latest test. Once the test pilot settled into the brand new cockpit of the prototype, she activated the mech for the first time. With the press of a button, the entire cockpit lit up in radiant splendor. All the systems that came online caused a small hum to emanate from the Aurora Titan. Several lights lit up and its compacted wings already started to unfold a little. The Aurora Titan activated successfully. It's a success. The prototype is online and operating according to normal parameters. VS already knew that the prototype wouldn't stutter upon activation. He possessed way too much confidence in his own work to fear any setbacks. Instead, he turned his attention to the telemetry related to the test pilot. What he wanted to know was what the test pilot experienced when she interfaced with the prototype. Had she already come under the influence of the prototype's X factor? Eventually, VS decided to patch into the communication channel and asked the pilot directly. "What do you feel?" "It's big," she uttered. "The mech is very expansive. I am feeling some urges that I have never felt when I test piloted other mechs." That sounded interesting. "Can you describe your urges?" "It's faint, but I feel as if I'm piloting the embodiment of an exabeast instead of a mech." Chapter 1107 Excessive Prudence. The unusual sensations that the test pilot experienced upon activation were so odd that they immediately derailed the first testing session. Concerned that the neural interface might have been tampered with, the test pilot quickly received orders to halt the test and shut down the mech. Even though the test pilot only described some vague feelings, the station manager did not feel relieved to proceed with the tests. VS wanted to say that the test pilot wasn't in danger, but the testing facility was way too professional to gloss over any unusual observations. Various specialists scoured the prototype from top to bottom, paying particular attention to its cockpit systems and its neural interface. Hackers and software engineers manually scoured through the programming of the neural interface in order to make sure that no one tried to slip in any nasty surprises. "We aren't suspecting you of sabotaging your own prototype," the station manager stated to VS. "It might be that a spy sent by one of our competitors managed to infiltrate the transport ship and upload a virus in the mech's operating system." VS nodded in understanding. Although he felt upset that his work was being questioned, he knew that this wouldn't be the last time his work might attract alarm. The Fair affair made mech designers and mech companies a lot more sensitive towards mental tampering. Predictably, even after several hours of intense inspections, the specialists found nothing wrong. While VS implemented a lot of innovations in his mech design, even he did not dare to tweak its neural interface. Even if he could apply some minor tricks courtesy of his experiments on Aeon Corona 7, he was no longer in the deep frontier where he could get away with anything. Now that he returned to civilized space, VS needed to pay more than lip service to the rules and regulations of the MTA. After the specialists had their fill of excessive precautionary measures, the test pilot boarded the prototype once again and activated it with a hint of reluctance. She immediately encountered the same sensations yet again. "I am still subjected to various influences on my mind. I can't accurately describe them, but it still feels as if I'm piloting an exobeast in a way. It is faintly disturbing. The station manager threw a glance towards VS before moving over to some experts who specialized in neurosciences. Eventually, the experts determined that none of the telemetry they received signified anything that hinted at foul play. We can state with confidence that the prototype does not exert any permanent mental influencing on the mech pilot. Both the hardware and the software of the mech's neural interface are completely standard and have not deviated from the MTA-mandated specifications in any way. Of course, VS didn't tweak the neural interfaces. Without the requisite permission from the MTA, VS would be committing a major crime if he changed even a single line of programming in the standard neural interface programming provided by the same organization. Only a small number of mech designers received permission from the MTA to work with altered neural interfaces, and VS wasn't one of them. When he performed some experiments with neural interface designs on some dwarves, he learned that the MTA's restrictions on this matter was for a very good reason. After all, a neural interface wasn't supposed to cause a mech pilot's head to explode. "I think we're making a mountain out of a molehill here," VS said in an exasperated tone. "None of the telemetry indicates anything amiss. As far as I know, none of the sensors and monitoring systems are malfunctioning either, so there's no reason to question the data. Can we just proceed with the first tests?" "Very well, Mr. Larkinson," the station manager agreed. "Proceed with deploying the prototype." This was the moment of truth for VS. As the mech walked up to the hangar bay hatch, it slowly unfolded its flight system. A radiant golden glow surrounded its wings, increasing the presence of the mech by at least twice. "Lift off!" The prototype of the Aurora Titan engaged its flight system to the fullest and pushed off into space, passing through the energy screen that kept the air inside the hangar bay. The mech flew slowly. With its golden wings propelling it forward, the prototype attracted so much attention that some of the specialists took their eyes off the readings they were supposed to monitor. The Aurora Titan was simply too compelling to look away. Wow! Hardly any of the professor's designs look so impressive. Keddies, who had remained quiet all this time, finally grinned. "Looks like you did it again, VS. Out of every mech designer I know, you're the only one who always manages to wow the people who look at your mechs. A good product always exceeds expectations. The wow factor is an indispensable tool in changing people's misconceptions about supermedia mechs," VS stated. Visiting Rennie's Outfitters and browsing through its extensive catalog of high-end artisan products reaffirmed his artistic outlook. A weapon as beautiful as the peaceful repose would have never attracted his attention so strongly if not for its lavish appearance. As the Aurora Titan began to accelerate harder, putting more strain on its flight systems, the mech began to take on an imposing air. The mech looked like a king advancing staunchly on the battlefield. "Ah, damn! I knew I forgot something." VS palmed his face. What did the black beak and the crystal lord incorporate that the Aurora Titan lacked? The festive cloud generator. This frivolous module may not serve any purpose except to emit colored vapor in the air, but the visual effect it brought to his designs had practically become his calling card. As long as he succeeded in making his mechs look more impressive with the use of the festive cloud generator, then it wasn't a waste to incorporate it into his designs. Unfortunately, when VS thought about trying to implement the festive cloud generator into the Aurora Titan, he realized to his dismay that it wouldn't work in space. The module had always been designed to operate in normal atmospheric conditions. It would almost certainly glitch or fail when subjected to the vacuum of space. No matter. I can just find another module that is capable of emitting particles in space. Once he got over this realization, VS turned his attention back to the Aurora Titan in flight. He had to admit that the glowing wings did a good job in replicating the effect of the festive cloud generator. The huge mech looked so majestic in flight that Ves couldn't wait to see it flex its capabilities. A number of hours went by as the test pilot performed a series of basic maneuvers with the mech. She tested the mech's range of motion, its mass distribution, its ability to change direction in flight, and how it would move with or without equipping its sword and shield. The heavy tower shield impacted the mech's center of gravity by a noticeable amount. Due to his recent mastery experience, Ves already accounted for this difference. The stance of the mech automatically adjusted whether it carried a shield or not, though the mech pilot would easily be able to override the settings. Only near the end of the first testing session did the test pilot engage the polarizing module. A faint white field came into being on the front surface of the shield. At this point, the testing process did not call for putting the mech under fire to test the effectiveness of the polarizing field. Ves found that to be a shame because he worked so long on getting the polarizing module to work well with his design that he couldn't wait to see if it performed up to standard. After 30 seconds of maintaining the polarizing field, the mech shut it off and instead covered its chest plating with a contained polarizing field. The mech was able to maintain the field and keep it contained to the chest plating, which caused Ves to let out a sigh in relief. Keeping the polarizing field in a specific shape was one of the most difficult engineering challenges he faced when he designed the Aurora Titan. Sections of its back, arms, legs, and even its head lit up in white without any hiccups. The success signified that the polarizing module was able to provide complete protection to the mech, which Ves had always aimed to deliver. "Alright, that marks the end of the first testing session," the station manager said. "Please recall the prototype and have it undergo a deep inspection." Ves groaned when he heard that. It seemed the testing personnel still suspected some sort of foul play. A deep inspection meant that the testing facility's mech technicians would have to partially disassemble the prototype in order to access its interior and inspect the internals of the machine up close. More than an entire standard day passed by as the mech technicians did as they were told. Ves found it painful to see the Aurora Titan being cut apart in order to root out a non-existent problem. Due to everyone's unfamiliarity with the design, Ves needed to be on hand to instruct the crew in the best ways to disassemble and reassemble the mech. Naturally, nobody found anything fishy. Ves even joined in on the inspections, but found nothing that deviated from his design other than the minute inconsistencies that he had already observed before. To all intents and purposes, this mech was the most representative copy of the unfinished Aurora Titan design as it could get. In the next couple of days, the Aurora Titan continued to undergo a cycle of continuous tests interspersed with extensive inspections. The testing facility seemed to be obsessed with tracking the structural integrity and any wear and tear the prototype accumulated. "One of our main roles is to watch out for any accelerated deterioration," the station manager explained to Ves and Kedis. "The Aurora Titan seems to be a very fine design, but we all know that what works in theory might not work out in practice. It is our job to catch these potentially fatal flaws before you publish your mech design and allow your customers to suffer a catastrophic mishap." Even if Ves didn't subject his mech design to any field tests, the MTA surely would. While not every design underwent the MTA's validation process, any mech designer who wanted to publish his mech design with an eye towards the market needed to provide the MTA with a physical copy of the mech for them to throw it around. "Have you found anything disconcerting?" Ves asked. "So far, no. Knowing that Professor Ventag is responsible for much of the mech's internal design, we are accustomed to encountering no major flaws at all. Perhaps some of his more complicated designs might exhibit some unusual quirks, but so far the prototype looks as if it can comfortably hold up for at least 10 years. The tests grew increasingly more burdensome to the mech and mech pilot. Ves watched on as the mech engaged in melee combat against a practice mech armed with a huge padded stick that replaced its sword. While the Aurora Titan was able to deliver powerful blows that could crunch a light mech with a single hit, the mech predictably moved too sluggish to keep up with a light mech. It performed a bit better against medium mechs, but its overall performance wasn't very stellar. "This mech is no good in melee duels," the test pilot remarked with a weary voice. "This mech should never be deployed on its own. Any cheap light skirmisher can easily dismantle this mech from behind." Aside from that disappointing level of performance, the tests related to determining the prototype's defensive capabilities went a lot better. Ves, Kedis, and everyone else looked impressed as the Aurora Titan was able to fend off numerous laser beams with a polarizing field covering its shield. The polarizing shield was so effective in blocking laser damage that the shield suffered practically no damage at all. "This is just the start. Let's see how the polarizing field can hold up against heavier firepower." Chapter 1108 Real Space Deviations. The Aurora Titan prototype began to impress the specialists at the testing facility more and more as time went on. As the tests became more arduous, its performance continued to perform just as well, if not better, than Professor Ventag's regular designs. Its highly efficient and damage-resistant internal architecture allowed the mech to hold up even against severe shocks. This was an essential requirement for any defensive mech, and Ves became reassured that the professor's work allowed the Aurora Titan to hold up adequately against physical damage. It helped that the test pilot became increasingly proficient in piloting the Aurora Titan. The super medium space knight piloted differently than any other regular medium space knight, to the point where she needed to unlearn some of her old habits. The mech simply did not exhibit the mobility required to perform various standard maneuvers. It moved much like a heavy mech in a sense, but fortunately the test pilot had also tested a few heavy mechs now and then, so she only took a day to adjust. Another change that helped the prototype excel was that the test pilot became increasingly more comfortable with the unusual sensations coming from her mech. Rather than distrust it, she achieved much better results by opening herself up to the machine. Human and mech began to accept each other. While no one paid attention to the alignment between the test pilot and the prototype, Ves paid keen attention to this relationship. The more the test pilot embraced the prototype, the more intuitive her reactions became. This played an especially significant role when subjected to fire from all sides. The test pilot was able to call up and redirect multiple polarization fields when needed. "I have to say, at first I did not think that the Aurora Titan can do much," the station manager told Ves. "A mech that's heavier than a medium mech but lighter than a heavier mech should ordinarily exhibit the worst of both weight classes. Yet now I see that the Aurora Titan's defensive prowess is sufficient to call it a pocket-heavy mech. While it is nowhere near as resilient as a genuine heavy space knight, it still offers more than enough protection to justify its value." Ves nodded in agreement. He liked the word pocket-heavy mech. Super medium mechs don't make sense to powers that have the ability to field heavy mechs. In the past, the specs of super medium mechs simply aren't good enough to justify a mech of this weight class. However, better materials and the use of defensive tech allows it to provide just enough protection while not being bogged down to a total crawl. If Ves designed a super medium space knight 100 years ago, then the mech wouldn't be able to present a good value proposition. It would have been weighed down too much by heavy armor plating that didn't offer a sufficient amount of protection. Even so, a regular third-class mech of this weight class still presented a rather unattractive package. If Ves allocated much of the space taken by the polarizing module into thicker armor, then sure the resulting mech would be able to sustain more damage. The only problem there was that the mech's mobility reduced even further, to the point where it could only be used to defend relatively fixed objects such as space stations. Another factor that made it unattractive was that all of that armor not only increased its upfront cost enormously, but also made it very expensive to repair when it sustained serious damage. Losing 5 or more medium space knights was cheaper than repairing a heavily damaged super medium mech that largely consisted of armor. The charm of the Aurora Titan was that while it may be larger, it wasn't as weighed down by armor so much. While its polarizing module took up a lot of internal volume, it wasn't as dense and heavy as an equivalent amount of armor plating. The polarizing module allowed the Aurora Titan to act as a defensive mech without breaking the bank for the outfit that fielded it. The mech operated best during short raids and skirmishes where neither side committed to an all-out attack. As long as the polarizing fields absorbed all the damage, its expensive armor plating required little to no repairs. The station manager praised the utility of this feature. The polarizing fields perform quite well. It is interesting to see the mech be able to absorb lasers with ease. Those strange crystal of yours helps out the mech as well, though I am not sure whether they are completely necessary. This mech is highly capable in absorbing energy damage, but it does not offer anything special aside from its thick compressed armor to withstand kinetic and explosive damage. The increasingly arduous tests made that clear. The polarizing field could negate some physical damage. It fared better against ballistic shells and missiles as their explosive damage was usually spread across a wider surface area. However, kinetic weapons and railguns formed a substantial threat to the Aurora Titan due to their highly concentrated damage projection. A polarizing field was like skin which could easily hold up against a slap or a punch but pricked easily when being poked by a needle. The only consolation was that the Pizarro armor system fared decently against physical damage, so it wasn't as if the Aurora Titan fell apart when hit by a couple of kinetic rounds. Unfortunate, with the way that space battles are being fought, kinetic weapons and melee weapons will be its downfall. The only way for the Aurora Titan to remain viable is if it is paired with mechs that can divert these threats. The station manager concluded. Ves never intended the Aurora Titan to be deployed in isolation. It was a mech that worked best when protecting other assets. Its relative vulnerability to physical damage and its ineptness in melee combat sounded rather bad, but no mech was perfect. The key to any modern mech force was to employ combined arms that integrated multiple mech types to cover each other's weaknesses while achieving synergies in the areas they were good at. With the upcoming generation rumored to herald a golden era for laser weapons, a mech which excelled against lasers should turn into a very appealing product. After 3 weeks of thorough testing, the prototype endured so much damage that much of its internal compartments became exposed. When Ves, Keddies and the station manager paid a visit to the hangar bay just as the mech returned from its final round of testing, they both gazed up at the massive mech and its scorched, cracked and hole-laden exterior. "Wow," she said. She couldn't stop saying that word when she witnessed the prototype's performance. The testers threw so much firepower at the mech, but it still managed to limp its way back to the hangar bay. The heavily damaged prototype took its time to return, as heavy damage from the rear damaged the flight system to such an extent that they looked like stubby wings. Its propulsion was so weak that it took 5 times as long to return than if its wings were still intact. "The flight system is still too vulnerable from attacks from the rear." Ves shook his head. Every space-borne mech shared the same common weakness. The more defense-oriented mechs might come equipped with more robust flight systems, but they could only be reinforced so much before their propulsion power took a nosedive. Overall, Ves became very satisfied with the results of the tests. Nora Consolidated's professionals did a great job in testing almost every single feature to their limits. The Aurora Titan performed well in the areas that Ves expected to do well. Of course, the prototype also exhibited some reactions that neither Ves or Professor Ventag expected to happen. While the inconsistencies were fairly minor, they became increasingly more impactful as the mech sustained more damage. The simulations of the Aurora Titan generally modeled the mech's performance adequately when it was at its peak state. As the mech sustained serious damage, its actual performance began to deviate from its simulated results. These discrepancies became bigger as the mech sustained more damage. However, what surprised Ves the most was that in many cases, the mech actually held up better than the simulators predicted. Even though the mathematical models employed by Nora Consolidated approximated the effects of Professor Ventag's design philosophy very accurately, they still failed to encompass every inexplicable effect. In fact, even the station manager exhibited some surprise. We all know what to expect from Professor Ventag's designs. His mechs always seem to be able to hold up better against damage than normal, and we have tweaked our tests to take these qualities into account. Even so, the Aurora Titan fares just a little bit better than what we are used to seeing in the professor's work. That sounded a bit unusual to VS. The Aurora Titan is a mech that is almost completely geared towards defense. It shouldn't be much of a surprise to see it working well even if it looks like it is falling apart. It's more than that, the older man said while gesturing towards the damaged prototype that was shutting down. Our testing facility knows what to expect from Professor Ventag's defensive mechs. We have already calibrated all of our tests and instruments to account for their increased performance with regards to damage control. Nonetheless, there is a small but significant improvement. Either collaborating with you has brought more benefits to the design than expected, or the professor has achieved a new milestone in his research. VS did not think that Professor Ventag achieved anything notable recently. If the senior did make a breakthrough in his research, then he would have showed it in his behavior. Even though these results were rather unexpected, the whole point of testing the prototype in real space conditions was to unearth these kinds of surprises. Not all of the unexpected results turned out well for the Aurora Titan. If there was one area which the prototype disappointed VS, then it had to be how fast its energy cells drained when employing its polarizing fields. "This is a really energy-hungry mech," he remarked. "The prototype showed that all the extra energy cells I've added barely manages to extend its operating time when subjected to a lot of incoming fire." VS could foresee that in some situations, it was better for the mech pilots of the Aurora Titan to turn the polarizing module off and tank the damage with the Pizarro armor plating. Even though it cost an outfit a lot more money to repair the damaged armor plating, the mech would at least be able to remain on the battlefield for a while longer. "Well, we've gathered enough data to tweak the design," VS stated with satisfaction. "What is the usual procedure when it comes to handling the prototypes?" "They usually end up in such a damaged state that we will immediately recycle them down. We know it's important to deconstruct them as fast as possible in order to minimize its exposure to spies," the station manager explained. VS agreed with that approach. "Please see to the processing of the prototype. At its current state, it is too damaged to be of any use." He found it somewhat regretful to consign the prototype to a quick death after a short period of existence, but the station manager had a point. At this stage, VS wasn't ready to publish the design. As a number of mech technicians already started to assess the prototype for dismantlement, VS, Keddies and Lucky bid farewell to the testing facility and returned to the Barracuda. "Captain Silvestre, please take us back to Cloudy Curtain." "Aye, sir. We've already locked in our route." VS already entered his stateroom aboard his Corvette and began to study the abundant amount of data he received from the testing facility. Almost every aspect about the mech's actual performance became known to him. With so much data at his fingertips, VS would be able to implement a lot of small improvements. "The Aurora Titan will definitely become more perfect after my second pass on the design." Chapter 1109 Wentica. Some time went by when the Barracuda returned to Cloudy Curtain. The excursion to Nora Consolidated Space Testing Facility located in the Green Nebula region provided VS and Professor Ventag with a lot of practical data. The test exposed a considerable amount of deviations from predicted results. What this meant to VS was he would have to make so many changes that the Aurora Titan design needed to undergo at least 2 more iterations of real space tests. "You've seen from the results that simulations and real space testing can diverge significantly," the professor said over a calm call. "The unexpected problems we've uncovered need to be addressed, but this will change the design in such a way that we won't be able to judge if it will perform as predicted. The simulations performed on the changed design will only deliver more skewed results that will certainly deviate from the real space testing of our second prototype. Ves smiled grimly. Testing the second prototype will reveal new flaws and inconsistencies that we've introduced by trying to solve the old flaws and inconsistencies. This will force us to go back to the drawing board yet a third time to address the new issues. Yet that in turn causes the mech design to change so much that a third round of real space testing is required. This process can indeed become a vicious cycle in which a mech designer would be endlessly stuck in a constant process of adjustments and improvements. However, it will only become a detrimental process so long as the mech designer doesn't know when to quit. When should a mech designer quit, Professor? When your time is better spent elsewhere. You have to realize that the more iterations a mech design goes through, the more its overall parameters improve. At some point, however, the improvements become so marginal that it is frankly a waste of time to continue iterating on the design. A good mech designer with sound judgment will be able to recognize when enough is enough and go through with publishing the design despite its remaining flaws. Designing a mech without flaws was impossible. No mech design could ever be perfect or free from flaws. The best a mech designer could do in this situation was to do the best they could until the improvements they could achieve became too marginal to bother with. Who cared about spending several months on developing a solution that elevated the effective performance of a mech by only 0.00001%? Such a compromising approach likely wouldn't result in designing award-winning mechs. That said, spending years to design a single mech was not a good use of time. An efficient mech designer would be able to design 3 or 4 mechs at the same time as a perfectionist mech designer finally became satisfied with designing a single mech. In short, unless a mech designer was certain that they'd be able to design a mech that sold as well as 4 imperfect mech designs, they shouldn't be getting hung up on trying to perfect a single product. The professor did offer a caveat. Mind you, trying to pursue perfection isn't always detrimental to a mech designer. Some mech designers have completely devoted themselves to designing trend-setting mech designs that everyone wants to own. However, it is always a gamble whether a particular mech design can achieve mass market appeal. All the marketing research in the galaxy can't predict market response with even a moderate degree of accuracy. Too many factors are in play that can skew results in one direction or another. Trying to model the mech market is thousands of times more difficult than trying to model the Aurora Titan design. One had to do with human behavior, and the other had to do with purely technical matters sprinkled with some metaphysics. No matter how much magic a mech design made use of, it was still far less complicated to predict than the mech market. The two ended the call shortly afterwards. Both of them had some design work to do in light of the data they gathered. Before Ves resumed his work, he took the time to check in with various people. One of the people he paid a lot of attention to lately was Ves Larkinson. At this point in time, the avatars of myth would soon be setting up the nucleus of its first space-borne mech company. 2 of the 3 new Larkinsons would finally get to pilot a real mech instead of virtual ones. You called, sir? Janzi asked after stopping by his office. Yes. I wanted to talk to you about your upcoming role in my new mech design. As you are already aware, the Aurora Titan will be the LMC's first space-borne mech design. It is imperative that the Aurora Titan will be able to showcase its capabilities in practice. You want me to demonstrate your new mech? She frowned. I don't know, sir. I'm barely out of the Mech Academy, you know. You don't have to sell yourself short. Your Larkinson training has given you an excellent foundation that puts you ahead of mech pilots who are older and possess a lot more experience. There is no one else nearby who I can entrust this responsibility except for you. As a Larkinson, I know you will be able to do right by the Aurora Titan. While Janzi still looked a little floored, the gleam in her eyes showed she was definitely interested. I'll do it if you are confident in my skills. I know you can. The only thought you have to keep in mind is that the Aurora Titan is different from other Space Knights. It's a lot heavier and therefore a lot more sluggish. You'll need to get used to its lack of mobility and cope with it the best you can. You also have to become proficient in operating its polarizing module. It makes a huge difference to the mech's operating time if you master its use in the most efficient way possible. Ves arranged Janzi to train with a special simulator pod which held the virtual version of the first iteration of the Aurora Titan design. While the mech she would eventually get to pilot would deviate substantially from the older version, they shared enough in common that piloting one version was still very similar to piloting another version. In any case, Ves really wanted Janzi to get as much practice with the polarizing module as possible. Back when the first prototype was being tested, the test pilot constantly found ways to improve her ability to work with the active shielding system. After sending Janzi off, Gavin entered the office to report on the company's performance. Our market presence is diminishing again now that the effects of publicity has faded, Gavin stated. The LMC has been able to prolong the good times by sustaining a persistent marketing campaign that builds up on your recent fame, but people's memories are short. I know. I never expected the recent uptick in orders to last. Is the LMC at least still getting enough orders? Gavin nodded. Our analysts expect that the company is still good for a year. The only problem is that the Black Beak and the Crystal Lord are continuing to lose value in the eyes of our consumers now that the new mech generation is very close. We can either reduce the prices of our mechs to match the expectations of the market, or we can maintain our current price levels and see our orders fall even further. The decision to lower the prices was very sensitive to the company. If they lowered the price too soon and too much, then they would be devaluing the two mech designers even further in the eyes of the market. When the next mech generation finally commenced, the LMC would inevitably be forced to drop their prices once again, to the point where the two mech models stopped generating profits. From a long-term perspective, it was best to hold back on dropping the price and instead maintain the current level to give the market the illusion that the Black Beak and the Crystal Lord were still valued designs. This course of action would at least ensure that the company would be able to generate some profits 5 or 10 years from now. Yet, was it really important for the LMC to continue selling the Black Beak and the Crystal Lord after such a long time? While they were only a couple of years old, the onset of the new mech generation made them a lot less relevant in the changing battlefields of tomorrow. Ves made a judgment call at this time. The LMC should prepare to phase out the Black Beak and the Crystal Lord from its mech catalog. Just like the old Mark Antony Mark I and IIs, the two mech models are products from an earlier time. I've improved a lot since I initially designed them. The LMC is not the small company it used to be a few years ago. One of the biggest turning points that Ves anticipated was his impending advancement to journeyman. Once that happened, his older work plainly lost a lot of relevance. There was a big difference in mechs designed by apprentices and mechs designed by journeymen. The former would never be able to capture any meaningful market share and could only be content with filling up the cracks. The latter, on the other hand, stood a realistic chance of success in capturing a substantial chunk of market share. Even though foreign mech models and the mechs designed by seniors dominated the Bright Republic's mech market, plenty of journeymen still found ways to become a real presence in the mech market. The old Caternavis group served as a good example. Even though scandals forced it to shutter its doors, the KNG at its height impressed Ves a lot with its expansive mech catalog. The company had so many mech models on offer that even if most of the models only sold modestly, the accumulated volume of sales built up to a very sizable amount. Not only that, but due to the KNG's frequent product releases, they gained a lot of opportunities to hit the jackpot. Some of their mech models won so much regard from the mech market that they became overnight successes. Part of the reason why this model worked so well with the KNG was because it operated flexible production lines that could switch to mass producing a different mech model when needed. The training and logistical flexibility required to run their manufacturing complexes in an efficient manner under these circumstances still provided a lot of inspiration. Gavin thought over the argument for a moment. I think you're right that the Black Beak and the Crystal Lord are getting on in their years. However, as long as we adopt more flexible pricing, we can extend our sales of those two mech models. Are you really sure about phasing them so soon? We will need other mech models to prop up the LMC. You'll have to design a lot of mechs in the coming years in order to fill up the gap. Ves nodded. I'm sure. Don't worry about our mech catalog. I'll be adding plenty of new designs that tide us over in the coming years. Even though many customers are waiting for the new mech generation to roll in so that they can buy the latest products, many price-conscious mech buyers won't be able to afford the elevated prices of the latest mechs. The market demand for competitively priced mechs is still strong as ever. While the Aurora Titan would not be able to meet market demand as well as Ves would like, the mech design still served a useful role in proving that he could design better mechs than before. Are you confident in my abilities, Gavin? Even if you haven't improved, as long as you design mechs like the Black Beak or the Crystal Lord, I'm sure the LMC will do fine. I'm just afraid that you're overestimating your abilities. Your first two original mech designs happened to become a commercial success. I know enough about the mech market that this doesn't happen very often. What if your latest design flops? It won't flop, or at least not as severely as you think, Ves replied confidently. He already prepared a backup plan if the Aurora Titan failed to catch on. The market would come to appreciate the Aurora Titan one way or another. Chapter 11:10 Marketing Budge. A week passed by as both Ves and Professor Ventag adjusted the Aurora Titan's design. They worked away as many flaws as possible without compromising the strengths of the mech. When it came time to fabricate the second prototype for testing, Ves begged off the opportunity to do it himself. I trust in your company's capabilities. Oh? That's quite different from last time, Ves. Why the change of heart? I am used to doing everything myself, Ves replied over the calm. However, after seeing how competent your subordinates are, I think they can do an excellent job in my stead. The difference in quality won't be very noticeable. That is true. I hardly ever bother with fabricating a mech by myself. My employees have gotten very good at fabricating even my most complicated designs due to focused efforts on enhancing their capabilities. This is something that every mech company can accomplish over time as long as you keep nurturing your mech technicians. The professor raised a good point. At this time, Ves would never trust his mech technicians as much as the professor did his own. The LMC's mech technicians were still rather basic in their qualifications. Learning how to fabricate an entirely new mech design took way too long. They would need to fabricate at least dozens of Aurora Titans in order for them to pass through the steepest part of the learning curve. Aside from not wanting to bother with redundant work, Ves also had two other reasons to leave the matter in someone else's hands. First, he already observed the effect of the Aurora Titan's underdeveloped X factor. Its strength was so strong that the test pilot already noticed its presence from the start. Ves did not wish to attract more attention to this aspect of his design than he liked. The testing facility would doubtlessly be scratching their heads trying to disassemble and reassemble the Aurora Titan over and over again if they encountered the same phenomenon yet again. By letting others be responsible for fabricating the prototype, the X factor of the mech would still be present, but in a substantially weaker form. It shouldn't be strong enough to attract any alarm. Ves figured the incident with the prototype mostly had to do with the fact that Ves fabricated the prototype personally by hand. As his spirituality increased in strength, its effects gained in strength as well. Any mech designed and handcrafted by Ves gained a lot more value than before. In general, this was good news, because his gold label mechs and any custom mechs he developed became even more fantastic compared to their bronze and silver label counterparts. Even the latter two editions also rode along, as the more potent X factor of the design meant that even if others mass-produced his mechs, they would still retain a good amount of spiritual strength. It was like diluting a cup of wine. In order to retain its alcohol content even after dumping some water in the cup, it was best to start with a stronger wine. Aside from his concerns on the prototype's X factor, Ves also had a second reason to remain in Cloudy Curtain. He simply didn't want to travel to Bentheim again. After seeing how close the planet was about to blow during his last visit, Ves couldn't wait to get out as fast as possible. Why would he possibly return and expose himself to the same risks as last time? Even though Bentheim remained oddly quiet during the past few weeks since his departure from the planet, Ves still didn't want to take the risk of getting caught up in a terrorist attack. They moved on to discuss the marketing of the Aurora Titan. The closer they came to publishing the design, the more they began to shift their attention towards prepping it for the market. So far, the initial tests showed that the Aurora Titan held a lot of promise. The challenge was in trying to convince the market to appreciate the value it could bring to a space-borne mech force. Marketing the mech was crucial to the mech design's commercial success. While either Ves or Professor Ventag would bleed if the Aurora Titan flopped in the market, it wasn't in their nature to give up before a fight. This was why both of them pulled together a substantial amount of money into the Aurora Titan's marketing budget. The LMC, together with Bollinger Mech Trade, would focus on marketing the Aurora Titan in Bentheim. Nora Consolidated would try to market the mech model in the rest of the Bright Republic and the Star Sector. These two marketing campaigns required a lot of funding to take hold. If the Aurora Titan didn't sell more than 1,000 mechs per year, then both companies would lose more money than they earned from its sales due to all of the money wasted on ad campaigns and other marketing activities. Where do you think Nora Consolidated spends most of its money? The professor suddenly asked. Research? Ves knew that a senior mech designer often engaged in expensive research in an attempt to advance their design philosophies. They needed to perform many different experiments, many of which involved the use of very high-end materials. Advancing to master was the ultimate dream of every senior mech designer. Without devoting a sufficient amount of time and money into their research, they would never be able to come close to join the ranks of vaunted masters in their profession. Yet surprisingly, the professor shook his head. It's actually marketing. While Ves had an inkling that the professor might say that due to the current topic of discussion, the answer still surprised him a lot. How much do mech companies actually spend on marketing? It depends on many factors, but generally the larger the mech company, the more they are able to leverage their scale to achieve very substantial gains from marketing. There are mech companies in the Bright Republic that spend 20, 30, or even 40% of their budgets on marketing. 40%. A mech company that spent almost half of their budget on advertising and other marketing activities alone must almost certainly run on hype alone. Does it work? That's a difficult question to answer, but generally yes. Marketing does work. Why do so many mech companies allocate such a high proportion of their budgets to marketing activities if it's just a waste of money? It's an investment, Ves. In order for a company to make money, they have to spend money. Even if my company releases a new mech model, it can't rely on my reputation alone to turn it into a great success. Even though my company's brand is very strong, there are other companies that are also just as well regarded. So mech companies are constantly competing against each other on marketing? Ves furrowed his brows. Won't that turn into an arms race at some point? Company A spends 10% of its budget on marketing to capture marketing share from Company B. Subsequently, Company B spends 20% of its budget on marketing to recapture that same marketing share. In response, Company A ups their spending on marketing by 30%, and so on. Won't that eventually eat away at every company's profitability? The only companies who won in this arms race were the news portals and other media outlets who played the advertisements on behalf of the mech companies. They must be rolling in credits with all the money the mech companies threw at them to run their ads. Even now, the LMC prepared to invest up to 8 billion credits on marketing the Aurora Titan. This was far more than the company invested in marketing the Black Beak and the Crystal Lord during their launch. For the same money the company prepared to spend on its upcoming marketing campaign, it could have easily used the money to buy another Hanover production line and still have 2 billion credits left to spare. These spending levels are fully reasonable, Ves. Professor Ventag stated. Sure, we are gambling heavily on our Aurora Titan design to achieve at least moderate success, but in order to maximize these odds, we need to invest a great amount of money. Still, 10 billion credits is a lot of money for the LMC. If not for extenuating circumstances, my company would have never been able to gather this much money for the Aurora Titan's marketing budget. The problem the LMC faced was that 10 billion credits was actually on the small side. The advertising landscape was so saturated with ads for different mech models that it was hard to get a consumer to pay attention to the Aurora Titan unless ads about it continued to pop up. Not only would ads have to be present in Benthime's virtual sphere, but a physical presence was also essential. The professor underscored the necessity of spending this much money. Think about how many Aurora Titans need to be sold to earn back all of this money. Leaving aside our profit split, we only have to sell 100 copies to recuperate your share of the marketing budget. Does it seem so difficult for us to manage to sell at least this much mechs? This rosy picture conveniently ignored the other costs related to producing the mechs. Even so, selling a couple of hundred Aurora Titans would still allow the LMC to pay back its investment in its marketing campaign. Ves nodded reluctantly. If you put it that way, then maybe spending so much on marketing doesn't seem so bad. With how extensive our marketing campaigns can be, achieving a couple of hundreds of sales doesn't seem impossible. This was the perspective of a true major mech manufacturer. The LMC still had a long way to go before it began to equal the likes of the old K&G or Nora Consolidated. The senior elaborated on the issue of marketing. Right now you're still an apprentice, so you have always treated the competition as numerous but formless. Yet will that last? When you advance to journeyman, you no longer compete with kids anymore. The moment you lift yourself up is the moment you and your company enters the big leagues. Not only will you be competing in a much less crowded arena, your competitors are as capable if not better than you. Even if you believe that marketing is a waste of money, what about your competitors? Ves knew that the nature of an arms race was that both sides had to one-up each other in order to remain viable in the race. The moment a participant stopped competing, they would quickly fall out of consideration. While Ves became increasingly more dour, he knew that Professor Ventag had given him a very necessary dose of reality. No mech company could do without marketing. Not if they wished to continue to grow. A marketing campaign was like a mech regiment meant to be employed in the war for market share. In this analogy, the side which fielded the best and most numerous mechs gained the upper hand against a less well-funded mech regiment. If Ves continued to remain as miserly with regards to marketing as before, his company's marketing activities would only be as strong as the flagrant vandals. In an equal battle, the flagrant vandals would definitely lose out against the Hostland Warriors or the Spiral Shockers. The Mech Corps invested a lot of money into maintaining the strength of their mech regiments. Mech companies were similar in that they spent huge amounts of money into their marketing activities. Whether it was the military or a private mech company, both of them were required to fight their own battles. A mech company like the LMC would always need to fight against someone in the market in order to secure some market share. Ves ended the call shortly afterwards in order to digest the lessons he received. The professor was also a teacher, after all, so he always imparted the information that Ves needed to know the most. I'll be glad if the Aurora Titan sells 100 copies at the start. Yet with all of this money being spent on marketing, the Aurora Titan needs to sell a lot more copies in order for our companies to break even. This was quite an expensive gamble. Chapter 11:11 Ves the Artist. A lot of time went by as Ves and Professor Ventag iterated on the Aurora Titan design. After the second prototype followed a third and a fourth prototype. Each subsequent test revealed fewer flaws and inconsistencies. All the major flaws had been worked away, and most of the newer problems that popped up emerged in response to earlier solutions. Along the way, Ves also adjusted the Aurora Titan's aesthetics in order to make it look more appealing. The mech's likeness began to look more like its namesake. It looked like a large and bulky titanic sculpture with a modest amount of muscle definition. The mech resembled an ancient marble statue, but Ves swapped the humanoid head with an exabeast head on a whim. That last change perplexed Professor Ventag a bit. The Aurora Titan is very much a humanoid mech. Why would you change it to a dinosaur head, Ves? Since every test pilot who interfaced with the prototypes described that they feel like they are piloting an exabeast, why not play around with it? Ves replied over the comm. Both you and I know that appearances matter. A humanoid head is so ubiquitous that it doesn't convey any particular meaning. The lizard head, on the other hand, will make the Aurora Titan a much more interesting visual spectacle. It stands out even more from the crowd of standard humanoid Space Knight designs. The professor still looked like he disapproved. The Aurora Titan's intrusive aesthetic features are too bold and in your face. I know from your previous works that you have a flair for adding an artistic touch to your mech, but the muscle definition that you've added to the mech will increase the cost and demand more skill to make the armor plating. This complex-looking lizard head is much more troublesome to produce than a standard humanoid head. Only the gold label edition of the Aurora Titan will feature all of these frills, Ves retorted. The extra care and attention put into the aesthetics of its top-shelf model will make buyers more happy with spending tens of millions more credits on what is essentially the same mech. I've also worked on simplifying the artistic elements on the bronze and silver label editions to make them more suitable for mass production. The crystal tech I incorporated in them is also weaker but simpler to reproduce. The three-tiered mech model scheme of the LMC somewhat clashed with Nora Consolidated's own approach. While Ves favored an artistic touch if he could get away with it, Professor Ventag generally valued form over function. The senior preferred to design simple and clean-looking designs that were easy to fabricate and easy to repair. The two argued over this issue for a while, but Ves held his ground despite going against the will of a senior. Since the Aurora Titan was pretty much his brainchild, Ves eventually got his way. The professor dismissively waved his hand. Fine. I'll indulge you on this matter. I do have to admit that your art does look appealing in some sense. This will be a benefit to our marketing campaigns even if you don't plan on selling a large number of gold label mechs. The gold label mechs oftentimes became the public face for the lesser editions even though there weren't that many out there in the wild. This happened with the Black Beaks and the Crystal Lords. Their rarity turned them into genuine collector's items in some circles. Ves did take the liberty of adding one particular aesthetic feature to every edition of the Aurora Titan. He first scoured through Nora Consolidated's expansive library of licenses but failed to find what he needed. He then browsed the MTA's library of endless component licenses and found the perfect component the job. The rescue particle generator was a small and energy-efficient component that emitted long-lasting glowing particles. As its name suggested, it was meant to be employed as a signal flare for stranded mechs and shuttles who were waylaid in deep space. Unlike the festive cloud generator, it did not require a source of fluid to function. It worked both on land and in space and only increased the energy consumption of the Aurora Titan by a negligible amount. It was also small and flexible in its employment. VS added the emitters of the rescue particle generator on the rear of the Aurora Titan design. The particles emitted from this addition not only blended in with the glow emanating from the flight system, but they also left behind a persistent trail in space that looked fantastic when the Aurora Titan was on the move. Of course, VS took into account that not every outfit or mech pilot wanted to paint a glowing golden stripe of its passage through space. There was no reason for the mech to puff itself up during routine patrols. Aside from deactivating the rescue particle generator, owners could also opt to remove them entirely without affecting the structural integrity of the mech. Hopefully, not a lot of people will choose this option. The best part about the rescue particle generator was that its function was so useless in raising the functional battle performance of a mech that its license was dirt cheap. It hardly impacted his bank account at all to license it for 10 years, though he did contemplate on licensing it on a perpetual basis instead. With the knowledge I possess, it shouldn't be impossible for me to design my own gadget one day, he judged. A perpetual license was many times more expensive than a standard 10-year license. VS figured that within this span of time, he would surely be able to come up with something that provided even more visual flair than a component meant simply to put up a colored light to attract rescue. Perhaps distracting himself with these visual aspects may not be entirely to the benefit of the actual design. However, both his design philosophy and Kalanxo's spiritual fragment approved of his attempts to beautify the mech. It turned the Aurora Titan into a much more interesting mech that distinguished itself further from the concept of mechs as disposable commodities. A mech that costs 100 million credits or more to buy ought to represent more than function. While VS admitted that form over function or simplicity to the point of minimalism each had their good points, that was simply not his design style. Functionalism and minimalism devolves the identity of a mech into its base role to its extreme. The company brand matters plays a greater role in how the mech is seen than its individual merits. Some mech companies built up a very strong brand name and reputation for quality. They published simple-looking mechs with a unified aesthetic design that all leaned towards simplicity. Their designs were also part of the same product family, so they worked particularly well with each other. All of this resulted in a trend whereby some outfits fielded an entire force of uniform-looking mechs. Actually encountering such a mech force was quite a sight. In general, most mech designers didn't bother all that much with the visual design of their mechs. The general trend of mechs was to treat them as functional war machines. Mech designers therefore tended to lean towards simplicity and leave aside any unnecessary visual elements that might negatively impact the performance of their mech designs. VS actively fought against this trend. Why couldn't mechs be art? Even if mech designers don't actively work on the aesthetics of their mechs, they are still engaging in art. The most important factor to take into account to VS was that mech design involved both art and science. In fact, the profession blended the two into an intermingled whole. The science part affected the parameters of the mech, while the art part shaped people's perception of the mech. Many people and even mech designers often underestimated the impact of perception to the performance of the mech. VS believed that mech pilots would treat their mechs like crap if they looked like garbage. On the other hand, if their mechs looked classy and expensive, then the mech pilots would never treat them like crap. While these were extreme examples, mechs that looked boring or generic would not arouse any specific feelings to the mech pilot. This was a wasted opportunity to shape their perception and therefore the way they treated their mechs. If mechs are bots, then their appearances don't matter. The AIs that control them won't perform any differently whether machine looks like a rust bucket or a sculpture come to life. Humans are different. They are ruled by logic as well as emotions. It's the latter that is the key. Due to his design philosophy, VS spent a lot of effort in trying to master the ability to shape people's moods and emotion. They say a picture is worth 1,000 words. The true meaning of this phrase was that a picture was a great means of indoctrinating an audience without resorting to overt means. To put it more bluntly, art brainwashes people. This was a crazy statement to make, but as a mech designer, Ves constantly tried to find a way to shape the perception of his target audience to his product. Every artist tried to convey meaning in their works. Even if Ves visited an art gallery and taped a nutrient pack onto a wall, this work would still qualify as art. While the idea of affixing a nutrient pack onto a wall sounded ridiculous, it nonetheless sent out a specific message that affected the thoughts, emotions, and moods of its audience. Therefore, Ves very much thought that mech designers who focused more on the science and engineering aspects of their designs missed some of the points about their profession. Design encompassed both function and form. The latter deserved at least some attention, if only to prime the opinion of the market without resorting to expensive marketing campaigns. Still, Ves was very cognizant that he could take this particular quirk of his and turn it into an obsession. His preoccupation with visuals frankly distracted him from paying more attention on the basic functionality of the design. Because he was very much willing to sacrifice a bit of performance if it made his mech look better, his products would never reach their full potential in terms of performance. So what? With my current design ability, my mechs already perform well enough to keep up with competing products. While Ves did care about the performance of his mechs, he did not fixate on improving it at all costs. Mech designers such as the Skull Architect were so sensitive towards inefficiencies that they would keep themselves preoccupied for weeks or months just to find a way to solve a minor issue. During his time with the Whalers, the Flagrant Vandals, and Lydia's Sword Maidens, Ves made an important observation that shaped his perspective on mech design. While many people tended to nitpick over the technical specifications of a mech, hardly any mech pilot ever managed to reach the upper limit of what their machines were capable of. What a mech could do in theory and in practice were very different. Again, the example of the Skull Architect came to mind. His mechs were such impressive high-performing machines that one would think that his products would dominate the battlefield. The reality was very much different, especially in a very poor environment like the frontier. Only aberrantly skilled mech pilots, expert candidates, and expert pilots hit or surpassed the limits of their mechs. The overwhelming majority of mech pilots always performed significantly worse than the capabilities of their mechs implied. Therefore, rather than rack his brains on maximizing the theoretical performance of his mechs, Ves would rather attempt to increase the average performance of the mech pilots that used his products. This approach is central to my design philosophy. Shaping opinions and brainwashing his mech pilots through a mix of spiritual and visual design were very underappreciated aspects in modern-day mech design. Any product or work of art that involved some design aspects always conveyed a meaning. Ves just recognized this fact and weaponized it in order to advance the goals set by his design philosophy. Let's not kid myself. The biggest reason why I bother so much with visual design is because it will help me sell more mechs. Chapter 11-12 The Final Touch. The time to develop the Aurora Titan surpassed the time limit initially set by Professor Ventag. With all the successive iterations being developed and sent to the Green Nebula region to undergo testing, they wasted a lot of time on improving and optimizing the design. However, Ves considered the effort to be fairly worth it. By the time they developed the fifth prototype and got it tested, Ves and the professor decided that this would be the final iteration of the design. Aside from implementing some very minor last-minute tweaks, the lengthy design process eventually came to an end. "It's done!" Ves celebrated. "The design is functionally complete." The professor nodded over the comm. "As long as you are sure that this is the product that you wish to publish in our names, I will fabricate a copy myself and send it to the MTA for validation." "That sounds good. I trust in your capabilities." Ves still held the same concerns as before. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Ves did not plan on visiting Bentheim at all. Unfortunately, he might not have his wish. While our companies have prepared elaborate marketing campaigns for our new product, it is nonetheless vital for us to announce it in person. My company has already booked a large exhibition venue in Bentheim. As the lead designer of the Aurora Titan, it mainly falls on you to introduce the public to this mech design. Are you up to the task? This was a difficult question to Ves. If he declined, then the professor would take up the stage. That might be good in attracting more attention to the Aurora Titan design because any mech designed by a senior was notable. However, letting Professor Ventag be the public face of the joint design project did not help Ves out in any way. The audience might think that the senior was the real lead designer, and that Ves was only a junior hanger-on who coasted on Ventag's reputation. If Ves wanted to put some truth into the fact that he was responsible for setting the concept, vision, and around 75 of the Aurora Titan design, then he needed to step onto the stage in person. Therefore, despite his great reluctance to return to Bentheim, Ves eventually nodded. Please let me do the product reveal. In fact, could you let me be in charge of fabricating the show models as well? It will help if I can present the works I made with my own hands. Are you certain? Nora Consolidated's production equipment is a lot better than our own company's production equipment. You've entrusted the fabrication of the prototype to my company, and I don't see the need to change that. At least one of my crews have become quite adept at fabricating copies of the Aurora Titan. Your mech technicians are very capable, Ves praised. Yet a mech designed by myself will carry my personal touch. I think that is what the show models need the most at its upcoming product reveal. I'm very good at this. Otherwise, my gold label mechs wouldn't be so valued compared to their bronze and silver label counterparts. What about your company's fabrication limits? Is it capable of fabricating an Aurora Titan? The situation is different now, Ves stated. I've tasked my company to order some extra equipment and rework some of my production lines. My manufacturing complex is now fully capable of producing the Aurora Titan without any complications. The professor eventually agreed, dismissing it as one of V's many eccentricities. These upgrades may have cost some money, but Ves considered the investment to be well worth it. It helped that he only upgraded a couple of production lines, thereby minimizing his expenditures. If everything went according to plan, then Nora Consolidated became responsible for the bulk of fulfilling the orders for the Aurora Titan model. The bigger company was much more equipped to output a lot of Aurora Titans at a consistently high quality. Nora Consolidated therefore became responsible for the production of both the bronze label and silver label editions of the Aurora Titan model. While it was weird to entrust the company with the production of both the bronze and silver label editions of the new mech model, either mech designers thought it was a good idea to involve a third party. The Aurora Titan design was very much a niche product that fulfilled a very narrow role. It would never sell as much as standard medium Space Knights. With its low sales projection, there really wasn't any point in outsourcing production of the most affordable edition to a different company. That didn't prevent other companies from licensing the design from the MTA, but even so they would likely be wasting their money. While the professor's mech company became responsible for mass production, the LMC would fulfill more special orders. Ves planned to fabricate the gold label edition of the Aurora Titan in limited amounts in order to impress the public, meet the needs of the avatars of mech, and propagate mechs with the strongest X factor he had ever produced up to this point. He would also fulfill any custom orders he found worthwhile to fulfill. Ves considered his time to be very valuable, so he wouldn't easily spend his time on customizing an Aurora Titan to a specific client without getting a lot of rewards in return. All in all, both of their companies had already made full preparations for the upcoming introduction of the Aurora Titan design. From both a production and a marketing standpoint, their companies were as ready as ever to work with the new design. After agreeing on several other matters, Ves eventually ended the call with the professor. Heh, Ves chuckled. This will likely be the end of my easy access to a senior mech designer. The joint design project gave Ves a lot of opportunities to interact with a senior in an intimate manner. For all intents and purposes, the professor had taken on an unofficial role as a mentor to the younger mech designer. This was something that Ves really lacked. While he showered Keddies with a lot of attention before during his time with the Vandals, this time he had become the beneficiary of someone who was better and more experienced. Naturally, Ves did not think that Ventag spent so much time on mentoring him because the professor appreciated his talents. Perhaps that might have played a role, but ultimately Professor Ventag was trying to pull Ves deeper into his orbit. As long as Ves continued to become more prominent, the professor's investment would pay off big time. Ves recognized the influence game that the professor was playing and implicitly accepted it as he benefited from the tutelage of a senior. He gained a lot of small but important insights, such as the importance of marketing to a mech company. However, both of them were busy mech designers with many priorities on their minds. Professor Ventag not only had to design a lot of mechs to keep Nora consolidated at the forefront of the mech market, he also fought to keep the DCTI relevant in the face of AUMD's dominance in Bentham's academic mech community. Meanwhile, Ves had to prepare his company for the impending transition to the next mech generation. In order for the company to maintain its market presence, Ves also had to come up with a number of stopgap designs in the next couple of years. Just like the Aurora Titan design, these stopgap designs would straddle between two different mech generations and be able to provide value in both instances. Ves aimed to work with more versatile mech concepts for his stopgap design with greater sales potential than his Aurora Titan design. It's all well and good to innovate on a mech design, but I shouldn't lose sight on the importance of making money. The LMC needed to offer appealing mech designs in the next couple of years. These products would fill the void that emerged when the company retired the Black Beak and Crystal Lord models from its mech catalog. If my company stops receiving orders, my production lines will all fall dormant. Most of my company's employees won't have anything to do, and my company will continue to bleed an enormous amount of money while remaining idle. A company that spent most of its time by sitting on its hands all day was not a productive company. Even if Ves could use extraordinary one-off means to generate huge amounts of money, this was not a sustainable way to run a company. If Ves needed to bail out his company out of its dire financial straits all the time, what would that do to the confidence of his employees? They would think that the LMC wasn't strong enough to stand on its own. If such a sentiment ever took root in the minds of his workers, then their morale and shared identity would all plummet into nothing. Therefore, in order to sustain the long-term health of the company, Ves needed to pump out several mech designs with interesting formulas. As long as these designs achieved enough sales as the Black Beak and the Crystal Lord, then that was enough of a success in his book. I also can't forget about my other obligations, Ves grimaced. In other words, Ves would likely be so preoccupied with his own matters that he wouldn't be able to remain in regular contact with Professor Ventag. Perhaps it's for the best. If I continue to learn from him, eventually I will lose my own way. As a mech designer, Ves had a very clear idea on what kind of mechs he wanted to design. While there wasn't anything wrong with learning from another mech designer, he should always be wary of supplanting his own design philosophy with someone else's. Well, enough musing about. Let's finalize the design. Ves upheld a very different definition of finalizing a mech design than others. Most mech designers would simply file some paperwork to convey the message that the latest version of the design was the official one. Not him. While Ves would still have to follow the same steps in order to satisfy the laws and regulations set by the MTA and the local jurisdictions, he needed to take one additional step to truly finalize a design. It's time to add the final touch. VS called up the design schematics of the Aurora Titan from his desk projector and centered himself for a moment. He concentrated his mind and connected himself to the dormant spiritual fragment in his mind. He conveyed a simple message to the fragment. The fragment pulsed in response. VS could sense the excitement emanating from Kalanxo's augmented spiritual fragment. After months of riding inside his mind and taking an active part in designing the Aurora Titan, it could finally end its months-long wait. With the spiritual fragment's assent, VS opened up his mind while staring intensely at the projected design of the Aurora Titan. It was time for the spiritual fragment to breathe life into the design. Go! Take up your new home! With a mental breeze, the spiritual fragment phased right through his mental space and flitted over to the spiritual domain of the Aurora Titan. The design seemed to glow in his mental vision. Some very inexplicable reactions occurred as the design truly seemed to come to life in his eyes. Its X-factor became more and more enlivened, and in some sense VS even received the illusion that the design even managed to surpass a limit that he never knew before. As the design stopped glowing in his spiritual vision, VS felt a huge void in his mind. The immensely powerful presence of Kalanxo's spiritual fragment no longer inhabited his mind. Even though he missed its presence, he nonetheless felt an unprecedented amount of satisfaction. The spiritual fragment not only succeeded in integrating itself into the design, but also pushed its X-factor to unseen heights. VS cherished the memory of this moment. It will be a long time before I can replicate this amazing moment. Chapter 11:13 Pavlovian Dog and CA. Finalizing a mech design meant that the system would inevitably evaluate the design. While VS felt very curious about learning what the system thought of the unprecedentedly strong X-factor of the Aurora Titan design, he held himself back from activating it right this instant. I designed the Aurora Titan for myself. He did not design the Aurora Titan to impress Professor Ventag, to make a lot of money, to enhance his reputation, or to please the rigid priorities of the ambiguous system. In fact, VS felt disgusted at himself for his impulse to immediately reach for the system like a Pavlovian dog salivating for treat from its master. I think I deserve a break. VS decided to take a few days off in order to clear his mind and readjust himself to his changed mental landscape. The lengthy presence of Kalanxo's spiritual fragment in his mind left a lot of marks behind. Not only that, he never felt he was completely alone while the fragment still resided in his mind. It was simply too lifelike for VS to dismiss it as a soulless entity. While it didn't hurt to take a few days off, he should also try to regain his peak state as fast as possible. If VS wanted to make the best possible splash during the product reveal, then he needed to show the Aurora Titan in its best state. How better to accomplish this goal than to present a number of gold label mechs? I have to be in the best condition possible in order to fabricate the most impactful copies of the Aurora Titan. Even without reading the system's evaluation for the Aurora Titan's X-factor, VS also sensed its extraordinary strength. What kind of benefits the X-factor provided, VS frankly didn't know. However, they would most definitely allow the Aurora Titan to stand out to the mech pilots who came in touch with a copy. VS already looked forward to seeing the reactions of his customers. The Aurora Titan was meant to fulfill the needs of space night pilots, after all. If he couldn't satisfy their desires, then he considered the design to be an abject failure. Hopefully, the market can look past its weaknesses and appreciate its strengths. VS particularly cared about how Ves Larkinson took in the new mech. As a member of the Avatars of Myth, she was entitled to pilot some of his best mechs. The Aurora Titan he planned to provide her would not only be a gold label mech, but also incorporate one of Lucky's super gems. Your byproducts will finally play a role again, Lucky. he told his cat, who was lounging on a cat bed placed on his imposing desk. Meow. Yeah, I know. I haven't made use of your gifts for a long time. It's different now. The avatars of myth deserve the best of what I can offer. After all, my safety is in their hands, so it stands to reason that their mechs are better than the rest. The powerful effects of Lucky's super gems made VS feel a bit leery about implementing them in any commercial mechs. If anyone ever compared a gem-augmented mech to a non-augmented mech of the same design, then they would find that the disparity in performance was too blatant, especially when the differences reached as high as 40%. VS couldn't risk his secret sauce being found out. Even if he made use of the anonymizing stamp to hide the presence of the gem, determined researchers would still be able to sniff it out through employing a process of elimination. It was best to keep this advantage close to his chest. By customizing the mechs a bit, VS could worm the super gem into its frame and use the excuse that the elevated performance was due to the more expensive exotics he added to the mech or something. Custom mechs always perform better than standard mechs. It stands to reason that their parameters are higher. VS considered this a good way to camouflage the effect of the gems. Not only that, but the benefits brought about by the changes to the standard design would also synergize with the effects of the gems, thereby multiplying the performance gains. Since the gem-augmented mech strictly belonged to the avatars of myth, their abnormally high performance wouldn't be at risk of any outside scrutiny. It was his personal mech troupe after all. Why would he conduct an investigation in his own mechs? VS picked up Lucky and carried him against his shoulder as he left his office. Every employee in the headquarters of the LMC was used to seeing Lucky alone or in the grasp of VS or his confidants, so he did not attract more attention than the usual admiration and hero worship that he already received. His ploy of making his workers and the public get used to see him carrying around his mechanical pet continued apace. Ideally, Lucky would become an inseparable accessory of VS in their impression of him. This was because aside from his gem production ability, Lucky was his strongest bodyguard. VS paused his journey alongside a wall that depicted the company's logo with the motto placed underneath. All this time, the LMC adopted a stylized depiction of Lucky resting comfortably on a rainbow cloud surrounded by a triangle. "It's a shame it's outdated," he remarked. Meow. Back when he initially conceived of the logo, Lucky looked like a bronze mechanical contraption. After consuming a lot of exotics as well as high-quality Rorica's bone and whatever materials the CFA put into its shuttle and gear, Lucky looked very different now. While he was still as small as an organic cat, Lucky's exterior pulsed with glowing blue energy between his metallic white exterior plating. The gem cat looked a lot more futuristic than when VS initially received him as a gift from the system. A gift that VS found out hadn't been a random prize from a lottery ticket. Instead, his mother deliberately rigged the system somehow in order to put Lucky in his possession. VS still didn't know what to think of it. Despite Lucky's intimate relationship to his incorporeal mother, he still considered his pet to be his closest companion. In some way, Lucky was the family pet. That perspective made it a little easier for VS to accept his cat's uncertain origins. He turned his attention back to the logo. Even though Lucky's exterior no longer looked like bronze, VS didn't think it was worth the effort to implement a vast and costly company-wide change just to reshade the company logo. With your bottomless appetite, you'll probably look different again a year from now. Meow. Lucky tried to look innocent, but VS knew better than to take his cute pet at face value. The heart of a gluttonous devil resided inside the metallic bone shell of his cat. Well, let's move on. VS continued to carry Lucky downwards until he reached the ground floor. Some security guards automatically followed him as he made his way outside and beheld the cloudy skies of his home planet. I can never get tired of this sight. Others might think this planet is drab, but to us it's home. Meow. Lucky probably didn't care. He was a cat, after all. The only concerns on his mind was eating valuable minerals and exotics while making sure that his master remained alive to continue feeding him these goodies. Ves leisurely strolled across the garden-like plaza of the Mech nursery and reached the annex of the complex reserved for the avatars of myth. Their base so far became increasingly crowded as the avatars continued to expand their ranks. Ves figured that at some point it would be best to erect a separate base for his personal force. Ves! Melker stepped out of the administrative office of the Avatars of Myth and greeted Ves in person. I've received word that you are heading this way. What brings you to our base? For a moment, Ves admired the sight of the Blackbeaks, Crystal Lords, and various other mechs in his sights. I wanted to check up on Janzi, he said. She's been practicing in the simulators, right? Correct. Ever since you tasked her with piloting a show model of your new mech, she's been hard at work trying to master its intricacies. She's really devoted to doing the best job possible. All of us know what your new design means to you and the company. It gladdened Ves to hear that Janzi maintained her diligent practice all this time. How good is she with the latest virtual version of the Aurora Titan? Why don't you see for yourself? They moved over to the practice facility, which hosted a large variety of training equipment for the mech pilots. The avatars made use of quality simulators to train the mech pilots, though no simulator could ever model reality with total accuracy, so the actual benefits didn't compare to practicing with actual mechs. If not for concerns about accelerating the wear and tear of their existing mechs, the avatars of myth would be practicing with actual mechs all the time. When Ves, Melker, and Lucky stepped into a control room that administered the simulators, they called up a projection that depicted Janzi's current practice run. It depicted a harrowing battle while Janzi's Aurora Titan desperately tried to shield 3 vulnerable rifleman mechs against a full company of enemy rifleman mechs. It was impossible for the Aurora Titan to shield its fellow mechs from the onslaught of firepower pouring in from each direction. The enemy ranged mechs surrounded their outnumbered prey on all sides. Yet even if it was impossible to shield her comrades in every direction, Janzi didn't go down without a fight. The Titan glowed in gold and white as it mustered out as much energy as possible to present a shielded front against the most intensive volleys of incoming fire. I can last longer, she shouted to herself as she gritted her teeth. The Aurora Titan proficiently absorbed pinpoint laser beams with polarizing fields that were only a couple times larger than the radius of the beams. This was a very efficient application of the polarizing fields, as it was just large enough to block the laser beams and its scattering heat. Even so, much of the shield and armor plating of the Titans slowly turned to slag or vaporized away as the mech endured volley after volley of laser fire. Eventually, the Pizarro armor plating gave up the ghost, exposing its internal components to space. Laser beams quickly raked the gaps, inflicting substantial internal damage to the mech. If not for the effort that Professor Ventag put into compartmentalizing the internal architecture of the mech, a couple of laser beams might have already crippled Janzi's virtual mech. Even so, the widening armor breaches gave the enemy mechs more and more opportunities to beat up the Aurora Titan from within. The insides of the Aurora Titan was nowhere near as resilient as its exterior armor plating, so the mech finally succumbed from all of the damage a short time later. The simulation ended. Damn it! I lasted shorter than the last time! Janzi berated herself as one of the simulator pods cracked open. She suddenly came to attention when Ves and Melker entered the room that hosted the simulator pods. Melker! Ves! She yelped and straightened her back. At ease, Ves said with mirth. You don't have to act like we're in the military. We're family. Ah, yes. She still looked nervous, though. Even though Melker was her older cousin, he was also the force commander of the Avatars of Myth. Meanwhile, Ves possessed an eminent status in the Bright Republic. His bank accounts alone was rumored to be countless times bigger than the Larkinson estate's entire investment portfolio. You performed quite impressively in the last simulation, Ves praised. You lasted several minutes longer than an average mech pilot would have lasted in the same position. Janzi firmly shook her head. It's not enough. I know my uncles and aunts would be disappointed in me if they witnessed my performance. It's just that the strain of using the polarizing module to block laser fire coming in every direction is too burdensome for me to cope. Don't be ridiculous, Janzi. It's not every day the Aurora Titan will find itself surrounded from all sides by an entire mech company. It's inevitable that the Aurora Titan will succumb when caught out alone with only a couple of friendly mechs by its side. A regular space knight wouldn't perform any better in the same situation, you know. I know it's just a practice exercise, the female Larkinson said. It just gnaws at me that I still have a lot more to go before I can perfect my use of the polarizing module. Well, if you are really determined to do better, just wait until you receive one of the first copies of the finalized design of the Aurora Titan. I expect you'll be able to perform real miracles with my new mech. Ves grinned. Chapter 11-14 Breath of Life. Aeon Corona 7. A planet of the gods. When the starlight megalodon crashed onto the surface of this heavy gravity planet, an endless cloud of disruptive but extremely potent higher-dimensional particles covered its skies and blanketed the rest of the star system. This not only caused the planet to become isolated from the rest of the galaxy, but also formed the basis of remarkable forms of life. The vault of the gods, the all-encompassing clouds of higher-dimensional particles, not only blocked the suns of the star systems from shining on the surface, but also wormed their way into the native lifeforms of the planet. Everything changed due to the higher-dimensional particles leaking from the perpetually active FTL drives of the starlight megalodon. Perhaps the most drastic effect was that time passed 10 times faster on the surface of the planet. 300 years went by in the galaxy since the disappearance of the starlight megalodon, which meant that the planet went through 3,000 years of change and transition. The planet's ecosystem underwent massive, directed changes as the survivors of the starlight megalodon terraformed the planet to suit their needs. However, they did more than turn Aeon Corona 7 into a livable planet. After some of the surviving researchers initiated Project Icarus, they began to employ widespread genetic modification on both humans and the native exobeasts of the planet. This led to the proliferation of the Cursed People, genetically engineered dwarves that used to come from the stock of enlisted spacers of the starlight megalodon. It also led to the emergence of the Blessed People, genetically optimized humans with remarkable mental properties due to their exposure to the remarkable properties of the planet. However, the extreme genetic modification performed on the native exobeasts served as the central focus of the CFA's follow-up investigation. A small fleet of warships maintained a permanent presence in the star system, preventing the aggressive Sandmen from disrupting the proceedings on the planet. The starlight megalodon was no more. Cygrin's awakening made sure of that. The hybrid alien AI was long gone as well after making sure that it left no traces of its existence behind. The sentient AI had also been vindictive enough to sow mass destruction onto the planet, using its influence over his lesser Sandman cousins to destroy each and every ancient city on the planet. Hardly any blessed people survived the genocide. Hardly any sacred god survived as well, as most ignorantly tried to resist the massive Sandman motherships with their metaphysical powers. While sacred gods possessed remarkable powers, these land beasts stood no chance against the might of a warship equivalent like a Sandman mothership. Only those few sacred gods who wandered the wilderness between the ancient cities survived. Most of the wild gods, lesser exobeasts that hadn't been implanted with the remarkable god crystals, survived as well. The CFA attempted to preserve the God-Beast race when they arrived on Aeon Corona 7 and learned some of the events that transpired. Despite their remarkable scientific advancements, they were failing. The researchers watched with dismay as every sacred god and wild god on the planet began to waste away, losing energy and body mass on a constant basis no matter how much they ate. The god crystals implanted onto the hides of the sacred gods and the murky crystals that both sacred gods and wild gods were born with all lost their luster and energy. The vault of the gods had disappeared, and the constant influx of higher dimensional particles into the ecosystem disappeared along with it. This was disastrous because the god crystals and the murky crystals both consisted of crystallized higher dimensional particles. The sudden end of the supply of higher dimensional particles caused both types of crystals to lose the ability to retain their integrity in the material dimensions. The god beasts that Project Icarus spawned slowly lost their integrity, as well as their massive physical bodies depended on higher dimensional particles as well. "They're all dead," a head researcher said. Sadness suffused his voice. He was disappointed in himself and his subordinates for failing to come up with a way to retain the research gains of his predecessors. "Only one remains, but she is not long for this galaxy." A visiting CFA commander standing next to the researcher frowned. "Your research teams have exposed our diminishing number of captive god beasts with various forms of higher dimensional particles. Why have these remarkable exobeasts failed to sustain themselves with the new sources?" The researcher sighed. "Higher dimensional particles are a catch-all term for the myriad of unknown forms of matter that exists in what we colloquially call the higher dimensions. In this case, the particles that we presume to have leaked from the Starlight Megalodon's FTL drives are exceptionally difficult to pin down." The CFA research teams tried their best. They employed advanced machines that emulated the peculiar behavior of the Starlight Megalodon's FTL drives to expose the exobeasts with many different types of higher dimensional particles. However, finding the right type was like looking for a nanometer-sized needle in a galaxy-wide haystack. There were too many different types of matter and energy in the endless higher dimensions. The researcher and the commander both looked through the giant cage through the transparent screen. The last living exobeast breathed her last breaths as her emaciated body began to experience widespread organ failure. Various researchers, bots, and medical equipment were on site trying to keep the animal alive, but its aberrant physique was too alien and too dependent on higher dimensional particles. Not even locking it in stasis worked, because the deterioration of the giant beast's body continued irrespective of the passage of time. At some point, her 19 god crystals began to crack. Minute by minute, the cracks grew bigger. The surface of the dim and listless crystals also began to crumble in tiny grains that slowly faded out of existence. "This is the end." The sacred god known as Kalanxo breathed her last natural breath as her decaying body finally succumbed. However, moments later, in a different place and in a very different state, Kalanxo breathed yet again. To some entities in the galaxy, death was not the end of life. Back on Cloudy Curtain, Ves still basked in the pleasure of completing his fourth original design. He knew nothing of what had occurred on Aeon Corona 7 and wasn't even aware of Kalanxo's passing. Instead, he became preoccupied with his next steps after finalizing the design. On its own, the Aurora Titan design did not have much significance. Only when Ves introduced the mech to the market and attracted orders would he truly feel that he succeeded as a mech designer. In order to know how he could best market his design, it was imperative for him to know how it fared. When Ves finally thought his mental state entered into a good state, he decided to activate the system. Out of every individual he could ask to judge his design, only the system provided the most objective and complete evaluation. He took Lucky down to his lab and locked himself inside his isolation chamber before activating his privacy shield. Only then did he feel safe to engage the system. "Here goes nothing," Design Evaluation, Aurora Titan at A01. Model Name, Aurora Titan at A01. Original Manufacturer, Ves Larkinson. Weight Classification, Super Medium. Recommended Role, Defensive Space Knight. Armor A. Carrying Capacity, C. Aesthetics A. Endurance, C+. Energy Efficiency, D+. Flexibility, C. Firepower, D+. Integrity, A+. Mobility, E. Spotting, D. X Factor, A. Cost Efficiency, B. Project Involvement, 67%. Original Component Composition, 13%. Overall Evaluation. The Aurora Titan is a super medium space knight that excels in defending relatively static positions and withstanding directed energy damage. The mech is able to offer the best performance in low to medium intensity combat against ranged opponents, but performs poorly in other situations such as withstanding physical damage and fending off melee mechs. The Aurora Titan's X Factor is tied to Kalangso, the Shield of Samar, an Exabeast and Sacred God native to Aeon Corona 7. You have received 1,000 design points for completing an original design that has no other equivalent. You have received 50,000 design points for designing a mech with a high presence of X Factor. 50,000 DP. That was way more than the system ever bestowed Ves for finishing a single design. Designing the Aurora Titan for up to 7 months had not been in vain in this aspect at least, because with this much DP he could easily afford to obtain another mastery from the system. So the Aurora Titan's X Factor did manage to break into A-grade territory. Ves labored for years to bump the X Factor of his mechs out of the C grade. He finally succeeded when he designed the Crystal Lord. The key to his success back then had been to employ the heavily eroded spiritual fragment of a long-dead leader of the Crystal Builder race as the basis of one of his images. With the Aurora Titan, Ves resorted to the same method but ran it to the next level. The spiritual fragment that Kalangso voluntarily bestowed to him had always been exceptional. Its strength was so immense that to call it a mere spiritual fragment was a huge misnomer. I should probably call it a spiritual clone or a spiritual egg or something. He shrugged. No matter what he called it, the gift from Kalangso offered him a glimpse of the future. He knew that he could never obtain a spiritual fragment as potent as the one bestowed by the sacred god through his own power. If Kalangso wanted to, she could have crushed his own spiritual existence when he initially made contact with her through the imaginary realm. Ves therefore felt incredibly grateful that she was friendly enough to play along and work with him on integrating her spiritual fragment into the X Factor of the Aurora Titan design. What a powerful X Factor! I can't even fathom how powerful an A-grade X Factor can be. What do you think, Lucky? Meow. Any copy of the Aurora Titan will be incredibly remarkable, that's for certain. The silver label edition of my new mech might be as strong if not stronger than the gold label of the Crystal Lords. As for how Aurora Titan would turn out if Ves passionately crafted it by hand, he could hardly wait. The product reveal for the Aurora Titan took place in 3 weeks, giving the LMC and Nora Consolidated a narrow window of time to prepare. While Professor Ventag and his mech company organized the upcoming event in Bentheim, Ves had tasked himself with fabricating 5 gold label copies of the Aurora Titan, one of which would be piloted by Ves Larkinson, while the remainder fell into the hands of 4 skilled mech pilots of Professor Ventag's company Mech Force. Janzi will get the best copy, Ves had already decided. I should add something extra to her mech to spice it up. She's family, after all. An interesting notion popped in his mind. As a mech designer, VS became used to designing mechs for the market. His customers mostly consisted of random citizens in the Bright Republic and elsewhere in the Komodo Star sector. VS did not share a connection to them other than selling them his mechs. He did not know people like Raymond Costa and Carla Dio, who recently shared their stories to the LMC's workforce. While VS appreciated the successes his customers had achieved with his products, he nonetheless did not feel much sympathy if they encountered a mishap and died. VS had way too many customers to care about lives. Yet it was different when it came to his own family. Melker piloted his own personal gold label Crystal Lord for a couple of years now with great skill. Now another Larkin's son partook in his bounty. VS often equated the X factor as a metaphysical phenomenon arising from the alignment in thoughts and beliefs between the mech pilot, and mech designer. If this description was accurate, then changing the mech pilot from a stranger into a family member might result in a stronger effect. Chapter 11:15 Spiritual Thrum. In order to fabricate the best Aurora Titans for the upcoming product reveal, VS obtained a special shipment of raw materials. The metals, alloys, and composites used in the fabrication of a mech was not as consistent as mech manufacturers would like. Various impurities and imperfections resulting from rushed and careless processing led to various inconsistencies in the materials. Therefore, like any mech company, the LMC first scanned the materials in order to determine how many inconsistencies and impurities they contained. Any batch of materials that contained too many flaws would soundly be rejected and sent back to the supplier. Aware that something like this might happen, Professor Ventag went out of his way to have Nora Consolidated ship an excellent batch of materials to Cloudy Curtain. It was enough to fabricate 6 complete copies of the Aurora Titan. When the mech technicians scanned the materials and inspected their quality, they couldn't help but sigh in admiration at the lack of impurities. They were almost completely flawless. All of these materials are the cream of the crop, Chief Cyril noted to VS, who visited the warehouse floor in order to supervise the inspection process. Our existing suppliers are nowhere near as good as those who have a long-term relationship with a big mech company like Nora Consolidated. The suppliers give their fixed customers the best batch at reasonable rates, while dumping their excess batches of middling quality into the open market. In other words, up until now, the LMC only received the leftovers from the big suppliers in the Bright Republic. This wasn't as bad as it sounded like. Any company that did business in the open market needed to deliver what they promised, or they would run afoul with the law. Even so, no company promised that the batch of materials they delivered would always be of acceptable quality. Did VS wanted to keep working with materials of mediocre quality? Of course not. Yet establishing a close relationship with a supplier did not come about just because he wanted to. A company led by an apprentice mech designer simply didn't sell enough mechs to earn the consideration of all the major suppliers. Right now, the LMC hasn't acquired enough standing in the mech industry, VS stated frankly. Only until I advance to journeyman or the company sells 10 times as much mechs will they finally realize that we exist. How long will it take to reach that point? Not long, I hope. Please finish the inspection of the materials. I want to work with them as soon as possible. The mech technicians didn't rush their work but instead continued to perform their duties diligently. Even though they hadn't found any major issues with the materials they received, VS still wanted to be absolutely sure that neither the supplier or some nefarious third party tampered with the batch. He couldn't rule this possibility out. VS had various enemies and his recent exploits garnered him the attention of even more opponents. Ruining the upcoming product reveal by fudging with the materials used in the fabrication of the show models sounded like an easy way to ruin his career. The mech technicians found nothing amiss. Even though it took a decent amount of time to inspect the special shipment, VS felt relieved that all the elements were in place to fabricate the inaugural copies of the Aurora Titan. These gold label mechs will set the standard for this mech model. Ves went to work with the excellent batch of materials. They were simply too tempting for him to leave aside, so after a bit of prep work they had all been transferred down to the manufacturing floor. After some consideration, Ves decided to fabricate his new mech with one of the new Hanover production lines instead of the old Dortmund production line. The specialized production equipment of the Hanover production line shared some resemblance to the high-quality machines in Professor Ventag's private workshop facility. It's better to fabricate my components with specialized equipment rather than leave it entirely to an all-purpose 3D printer. Specialization often led to greater results. The Hanover production lines may have been a potentially ruinous investment for the LMC, but Ves could not deny that they deserved their price. To assist in the fabrication process, Ves enlisted the aid of Keddies and some of the best mech technicians of the LMC. He felt confident that his spirituality was strong enough to minimize the influence of others during the fabrication process. As long as he played a pivotal role in the creation of the mechs, their X factor would still remain pure. They worked slowly. Ves wanted to ensure as little imperfections carried over into the physical copies of the design. He instituted regular breaks in order to relax his mind so that he would be able to return to his peak state. During these breaks, engaged in regular conversation with Keddies on the nature of their work. The Aurora Titan should be the first mech design in which you are formally credited with its development, Ves said. Really? She perked up. Yep. As long as the MTA completes the validation process and puts its stamp of approval on the design, you will be credited as one of the handful of assisting mech designers who participated in our joint design project. That was no small honor for a mech design as sophisticated as the Aurora Titan. Even though she would be placed alongside a number of other novices and apprentices from Nora Consolidated that performed all of the simulation work, Ves believed that Keddies already got off to a great start in her career. Naturally, Ves deserved most of the credit as the lead designer in the joint project. While he couldn't have designed the Aurora Titan so well without the help of Professor Ventag, the senior was content with leaving behind his name on the project as a lesser co-designer. As the first production mech of the Aurora Titan design slowly took shape, Keddies and some of the mech technicians already began to feel its remarkable nature. Even in an unfinished state, the Aurora Titan's X factor already started to exert its influence. There's something funny about this mech. Keddies frowned after the first production mech was halfway done. Ever since I arrived at the LMC, I often studied your mechs, you know? Your designs are all remarkable from the schematics, but they always manage to look even better up close. This mech carries that same quality, but there's something very different about it. What did you do with the mech that makes it stand out so much? Ves confidently smiled back at Keddies while he petted Lucky, who was nuzzling on his lap. Do you recall my design philosophy? Something about making mechs come alive and turning them into valued partners for mech pilots. To be honest, I never understood your design philosophy. Even now, I still can't say what you are trying to achieve, but this mech has given me a clue. All of my mechs are special, Keddies. Out of every mech designer in the galaxy, there is hardly anyone who treats them with more care and affection than me. All of these mechs are my babies in a sense. The old Keddies would have dismissed the unusual nature of the unfinished mech frame. The new Keddies, who gulped a large amount of candy, was different. I'm starting to think your design philosophy has a lot more going to it than I initially thought. What are you hiding, Ves? What makes you think I'm hiding anything? Oh, come on. The way you describe your design philosophy and the LMC's principles is so vague and obtuse that it's clear to me that you're holding something behind your back. Ves shrugged. Perhaps you're right. If what you say happens to be true, then I can hardly reverse my course all of a sudden. Some secrets are too dangerous to divulge. No secret lasts forever, Ves. I know, but I can at least enjoy it while it lasts. Why am I even here, Ves, if you don't trust me with your secrets? Your wacky design philosophy isn't the only funny business going around here. Lucky here is able to do things that shouldn't be possible for a mere pet of its size, and there's also your abrupt and stupendous pace of improvement. Ves turned his full attention to Kedis and subjected her to some of his spirituality. Someday I'll tell you my secrets. Until then, I suggest that you keep learning and progressing so that you will become worthy to learn my secrets. Kedis nodded vigorously, causing the poofy beret on her head to flop back and forth. I understand. I'll do my best to catch up to you. Even though my design philosophy is nowhere near as complicated as yours, I don't think my mechs will be any worse than yours someday. That's the spirit! The first production mech of the Aurora Titan continued to take shape. Even though Nora Consolidated already fabricated a copy of the finalized version of the design for the MTA, Ves did not really consider it as a true representation of his design. No. The true first production mech in his eyes would be the mech that took shape in front of him. Within a closed hall of the mech nursery's underground manufacturing floor, the mech continued to gain in size and mass as Ves added more and more parts to its frame. At the end of a 4-day fabrication process, the mech was close to finished. Ves looked considerably more exhausted as he exerted his utmost focus and attention on getting it right. If all went according to plan, then Ves Larkinson would have the privilege of piloting the first production mech. It was therefore of vital importance to him to get it right the first time. Even though the mech still required some additions to announce its completion, the sheer spiritual strength that emanated from the mech already floored Ves. Within his spiritual sight, the mech glowed with life. Each single part glowed with spiritual energy. Its X-factor pulsed with life. This was the most living mech that Ves had ever seen. Even Kedis and the mech technicians looked impressed, and they had been working on the mech for days. This mech looks quite complete, Kedis said. What more do you want to add? The finishing touch, Ves replied mysteriously and climbed up to the cockpit of the mech alone with only Lucky hovering over his head. The mech designer and the mechanical cat both plopped inside the cockpit where Ves took out a very familiar gem to Lucky. Ardent wish. The determination of a great human mech pilot is caught within this gem. Increase the spiritual feedback of a mech by 40%. Ves wanted to bestow the mech intended for Ves Larkinson with a special property. Out of all of Lucky's super gems, he finally decided to go for the Ardent Wish. While other super gems such as the Sin of Altruism elevated the performance of the mech in a much more concrete fashion, Ves did not think it was prudent to implement it in a mech intended to be used as a show model. This mech and 4 others like it will be put on display in Bentheim in a few weeks. There will doubtlessly be instances where it will be used to demonstrate its performance. With that much media attention, Ves simply found it too risky to make Janzi's mech stand out so much. As a show model, Ves couldn't customize the design in order to provide some cover for the benefits brought about by the super gems. The only super gem that would work in this case was the so-called Ardent Wish. This odd gem applied purely to the spirituality of a mech, boosting it by as much as 40%. If Ves applied this super gem to one of his bronze label mechs, then it would have been an enormous waste. His bronze label mechs exhibited the weakest X-factor of all of his mechs, so boosting it by 40% would simply turn it into a mech with a weak X-factor. This is very different though. A 40% amplification of a mech with the most powerful X-factor that Ves would ever be able to achieve for now would be absolutely huge. Ves had already treated the super gem with his anonymizing stamp. This convenient tool provided by the system ensured that the gem would not attract any attention from any scans or inspections, at least directly. Not that the gem carried anything that attracted attention aside from its remarkable luster. After taking a deep breath, Ves affixed the gem in the position of the button that allowed the pilot to activate the mech. As soon as he installed the super gem and the golden plate that served as its label into the cockpit, the mech was finally complete. Ves felt a thrum from the cockpit seat. It was a thrum that resonated with his spirituality instead of his body. Chapter 11:16 Shield of Samar. Ves could not entirely describe what he experienced at that moment. An enormous sense of nirvana overtook his mind as he blanked out for a time. Even Lucky became affected by the abnormally strong pulse of spirituality that emanated from the first production mech at the moment of completion. In fact, not just Ves, but Kedis and the mech technicians standing next to the feet of the mech had been swept up in the spiritual ripple that expanded from the mech. For a moment, every single worker at the mech nursery inadvertently paused. Although their moment of inattention lasted for a short time, the pause led to a fair amount of mistakes and defects on the manufacturing floor. A lot of mech technicians quickly cursed as they were forced to throw away their work and redo the same procedure again. As for Ves, who sat in the very epicenter of the phenomenon, he simply didn't know what he just experienced. What had just happened? Why did he suddenly blank out? Only a vague impression of what just transpired remained in his mind. For some reason, Ves felt as if he had just resonated with Kalangso. Some of her thoughts and impressions that he had become familiar with by hosting her spiritual fragment in his mind had come to the fore again. Love, protection, survival. These words and more encompassed the ideals that Kalangso had long strived for. Even though she was an exobeast, a sacred god as every bit as sentient and alive as any human. And now, what Ves believed to be an echo of this great entity now lived onwards in the Aurora Titan design. As the first production mech of this new design, the mech that Ves just augmented with the ardent wish was perhaps the greatest reproduction of the Aurora Titan of all times. This mech embodies the greatest strength of the Aurora Titan. If Ves presented the Aurora Titan to others, they would probably think its greatest strength was its supreme defensive capabilities and directed energy weapons. They weren't wrong. The spec sheet of the Aurora Titan made it clear that the design revolved around defense. Yet that did not make the mech special in these eyes. Instead, the element that excited his design philosophy the most was its very potent spiritual nature. Not only was the Aurora Titan's X factor already ludicrously strong, but the addition of the ardent wish amplified this remarkable property to even greater heights. For a moment, Ves feared that he may have moved too quickly and went a little overboard. Even though he wasn't a mech pilot, Ves already felt as if he wasn't alone in the cockpit of the recently completed mech. Meow! Lucky hissed with agitation as he perceived a great threat. An enormous predator was eyeing them right now. It's okay, Lucky. There shouldn't be any danger around. It's just a mech. No matter how much he tried to coax Lucky, his cat remained poised against danger. Let's go out. In order to prevent Lucky scratching up the interior of the cockpit with his powerful energy claws, Ves grabbed Lucky and quickly exited the cockpit. He met Kedis, Chief Cyril, and the mech technicians just in front of the recently completed mech. That is something, Kedis said simply. It's a very emotional moment for all of us to complete the first production mech. Ves replied smoothly, trying to downplay the unusual moment that occurred as a purely psychological phenomenon. With how much care and attention we put into its fabrication, it's not usual for us to be swept by the jubilation of completing it. We should all be proud of what we accomplished. While most of the mech technicians looked like they bought his story, Kedis remained a bit more skeptical. Whatever you say, Ves. Once Ves calmed down from whatever happened, he arranged the mech to be shipped to the testing ground. Even though the Aurora Titan was a space-borne mech, it could be activated on the surface of a terrestrial planet. It could even go out for a walk, though it wouldn't be too healthy for the mech to go on a sprint. For now, it was enough for them to see if the mech would activate and function properly. They could ship the mech out into space and into the hangar bay of the Red Feather light carrier sometime later. Ves, Keddies and Lucky arrived at the testing ground first and waited until Melker, Janzi, Rode and Chet Larkinson all arrived. The moment they beheld the first production mech, they exhibited the same reaction as Keddies upon the mech's completion. This. What is this? What an amazing machine! Why am I not piloting something as remarkable as this mech? Rode whined. Ves patted Rode's back. You'll get your turn someday when I came around to design a land-bound striker mech. Even the normally inscrutable Melker looked visibly moved at the first production mech. When I initially heard you describe your next mech design, I didn't think you could pull it off very well. Now, regardless of its faults, there is no way this mech will fail to turn heads. A mech as remarkable like this should carry its own name, Janzi said. What's its name, Ves? Just as Ves tried to rack his brains for a suitable name, a strong impression already formed in his mind. It appeared the mech had already chosen its own name for itself. It's called the Shield of Samar. It is the title of a great beast and a protector of the ancient city of Samar. Keddies recognized the name. She immediately turned to Ves for an answer, but Ves did not elaborate any further. It was already dangerous for him to say this much because he divulged something he shouldn't have. Even so, Ves wanted Janzi to know some of the context behind the name in order to facilitate her bond with her new mech. The Shield of Samar was the most spiritually strong mech that Ves had ever made or seen. Even the Larkinson ancestors' ancient mech did not carry as much spiritual weight as the Shield of Samar. Janzi rolled the name off her tongue. Shield of Samar, huh? It's like this mech is made to carry that name. Once they finished admiring the mech from a distance, Janzi changed into her piloting suit and slowly entered the cockpit. Ves and everyone else entered an observation room and stood behind the specialists sitting behind their terminals. Commence the test. Activate the mech. Ves turned his gaze towards the projection that depicted the interior of the cockpit of the Shield of Samar. As soon as Janzi pressed the super gem with her finger, a number of screens and projections came to life. It's activating! More than just the mech woke up. A dormant beast seemed to wake. For a moment, Janzi blanked out as she experienced something much like Ves once did when he completed the design at that very same seat. She was undergoing an unknown process that was completely unknown even to Ves. Even though he worried a bit about Janzi's safety, he trusted that the X-factor of the mech would treat her right. There shouldn't be any reason for the spirituality of the mech to turn against her. Ves specifically fabricated the Shield of Samar just for Janzi. Now that Janzi finally interfaced with the Shield of Samar, two pairs of a greater whole united for the very first time. An abnormally strong bond developed between Janzi and her new mech, so much so that some of the specialists yelped in alarm. The interfacing strength between the mech pilot and the mech is showing some unusual parameters. Janzi Larkinson's physiological reactions are spiking. Mr. Larkinson, do we abort? No. Nothing should be wrong. Continue the activating process. Don't interrupt it under any circumstances. It might do more harm than good, Ves firmly ordered. Even though the managers of the testing facility all expressed concerns, Ves knew for sure the man-machine connection that had just been formed did not pose a threat to Janzi. After several minutes of blanking out, Janzi slowly recovered her wits. In V's spiritual vision, he noticed that the shield of Samar had stopped convulsing. It managed to stabilize itself and form a strong and unbreakable bond with its mech pilot. Ves took his time to study the telemetry transmitted by the shield of Samar, and he noted that other than some elevated readings, nothing else unusual seemed to have occurred. Everything appears normal, mostly. Proceed with the initial tests. Janzi, can you please try and move your mech? Just a few steps is enough. I can do that, sir. The recently activated shield of Samar moved its ponderous weight and took a weighty step forward. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Each footstep seemed to fall like the thump of an exabeast. The supermedium mech possessed legs that were barely strong enough to move the shield of Samar in standard gravity. Ves admittedly did not strengthen the mechs as much as he would have for a land-bound mech. A space-borne mech was not as dependent on its legs as a land-bound mech, thus being able to walk in standard gravity was already a luxury. Even so, the shield of Samar moved with confidence. Nothing seemed to crack or fall apart or malfunction during the arduous movement. The mech was a success. The absence of any major defects meant that Ves had succeeded in fabricating a great copy of the Aurora Titan design. It's working! Ves only needed to know so much at this point. He had no doubt that its space trials would go on swimmingly. That's enough, Janzi. You can return the shield of Samar to its starting position and shut it off. We'll ship the mech into orbit to perform some space trials tomorrow. You'll get the opportunity to flex your skills at that time. Can I stay in this mech for a while, Ves? Janzi asked over the communication channel. I'm still acclimatizing to piloting the real thing. This mech is so impressive that I don't ever want to leave the cockpit. Ves understood her sentiment. With a mech as spiritually strong as the shield of Samar, it made sense that she wouldn't want to separate from it so quickly. You have 3 hours. After that, a transport will come by to pick both of you up and move you to the Red Feather. For the next 2 weeks until the product reveal, you'll be spending your time on the light carrier in order to practice with your new mech. I know. I'll be sure to become familiar with this mech. I haven't practiced in the simulators for nothing. Janzi's clingy attitude towards her new mech pleased Ves immensely. He felt as if he fulfilled his mission as a mech designer by providing a mech pilot with the best mech that he could provide to her. The growing bond between the mech and mech pilot already hinted towards something great. From the way Janzi is so ecstatic about her new mech, you'd think that they've already become partners for life. Keddy's joked to Ves. Ves nodded seriously. I think that's an apt description. Those two are inseparable the moment they first interfaced with each other. Partners for life. This phrase was part of the LMC's motto, but up until now, he never felt as if his company embodied these words. Only now did Ves believe that his company gained some hope of fulfilling its mission. With the Aurora Titan design as its new standard bearer, the LMC would surely be able to become a distinct mech company in a mech industry full of strong competitors. Let's return to the manufacturing floor, Ves told Keddies. We've got 4 more mechs to fabricate, and I hope they'll all be as impressive as the shield of Samar. His hope would remain unfulfilled. There would never be another mech like the shield of Samar unless Lucky produced another supergem like the Ardent Wish. For better and worse, the shield of Samar would always stand above the other copies of the Aurora Titan design. Janzi didn't even know how lucky she was when Ves bestowed her the privilege of piloting the shield of Samar. Chapter 11-17 Avatar Commander. 4 more gold-label Aurora Titans emerged from the Hanover production line. After Ves and his crew fabricated the shield of Samar, they became more and more familiar with the quirks of fabricating this model. Each Aurora Titan carried a strong aura. The X factor that the copies possessed each possessed a lively touch that resembled the one on the shield of Samar. However, unlike the first production mech, the other 4 copies lacked the super gem that spiced this quality up. Their auras were not so dramatic as the one on the shield of Samar, and while the test pilots noticed plenty of unusual sensations, it did not result in anything drastic other than a yearning to keep piloting the Aurora Titans. This last quality proved to be rather problematic. While Ves claimed that he excelled in designing mechs that provided mech pilots with a comfortable experience, the effect was very strong when it came to his handcrafted mechs. Concerns popped up from those who observed the abnormal reactions of the test pilots. Specialists persistently inspected the mechs and particularly their neural interfaces for anything amiss. They found nothing, of course. These mechs are the Aurora Titans sent to the MTA for validation, Ves argued tirelessly. If my mech has a brainwashing component built inside of it, then the MTA would have rejected the design. The MTA generally took their time to validate the mechs that they received on account of how many they received. Still, they usually returned their results early if they found a serious defect. Why bother testing the full range of parameters of a mech when a disqualifying feature rendered the mech unsuitable for sale? So much time had passed, and while the MTA hadn't given their approval yet, the lack of rejection thus far should be a hopeful sign. Ves and Professor Ventag weren't the kind of mech designers who submitted a sloppily designed mech, so they saw no reason why the MTA would ever reject their design. As the LMC and Nora Consolidated continued to prepare for the product reveal, the venue of the announcement had been fixed. In order to attract as much public as possible, they chose to announce the Aurora Titan at the Grand Skyward Exhibition Hall. The Grand Skyward! Ves uttered with surprise when he received the message. That's one of the best places to introduce a space-borne mech. The Grand Skyward was a prestigious exhibition hall situation in the old commercial district in downtown Durham. The octagon-shaped hall resembled a huge octagon, and while its capacity may not be the biggest among convention centers and exhibition halls, it featured one exceptional feature. It could launch into space. Although its ascent was not the fastest, the enormous structure had an excellent track record of lifting off into space with a combination of thrusters, lightweight construction, and prolific use of many anti-grav modules. This made the Grand Skyward Exhibition Hall a popular venue for revealing space-borne mechs. Even though it cost a lot of money to book a slot in the Grand Skyward, its ease of access from the city center and its ability to bring many bystanders in space was practically essential to mech designers who wanted to attract big crowds at their product reveal. Crowds are a measure of success. A product reveal that is crowded with people can foster a lot of hype. It was much more difficult to attract a crowd if the product reveal took place in space from the start. For security reasons, working mechs weren't allowed to operate near or inside a space station. Shuttling random visitors and commuters at those space stations to one of the specialized venues in space was a lot of hassle. The Grand Skyward could also land back down in Durham with ease. The operators of the Flying Exhibition Hall already received all the permissions they needed from the local government. If we had more time to prepare, we could have sent out invitations ahead of time, Ves muttered. Even so, the Grand Skyward consistent attracted huge crowds for every product reveal that it saved them both a lot of time and effort. With the venue set, and the 4 gold label mechs shipped to Bentheim ahead of time, Ves only had a couple of days left before the start of the product reveal. He decided to check up on Melker at the headquarters of the Avatars of Myth. Ves. What brings you here? Melker said as he looked up from his terminal. I'm just stopping by to check up on the security arrangements, Ves said while he took a seat at a nearby chair. I've shared my concerns about Bentheim before. How many Avatar mechs will you send this time? It helps that we know about the event in advance. Also, a detachment of avatars recently completed a small mission, so we have more mechs on hand than before. I'll be able to allocate a full squad of 12 mechs to your security detail. They're all geared towards urban combat and protection duty, so they can help secure the surroundings of the Grand Skyward. Our mechs won't be able to follow it in space, but I've been told that the exhibition hall has made their own security arrangements in that regard. Ves nodded. That's great to hear. I don't expect any threats to arise during the product reveal. Nora Consolidated and the Grand Skyward are both very accustomed to arranging these matters that the avatars likely won't even be needed. It's just the time before and after the event that I'm worried about. I will have to stick around in Bentheim for a few days to promote the Aurora Titan and attend some interviews. As the lead designer of the Aurora Titan, he could not just show up once and disappear right after. As Ves and his company grew more prominent, the impact of media appearances increased. News portals devoted much more time and attention on famous and notable mech designers. Just the involvement of Professor Ventag alone was sufficient to elevate the standing of the Aurora Titan. Let's talk about the future of the avatars, Ves said. Are you satisfied with your role as the Avatar Commander? Melker frowned a bit. What has brought this on all of a sudden? I'm just curious. You've led the avatars for a couple of years, but I don't really know whether you even like your job. You wanted to join the Mech Corps, right? The Mech Corps discharged Melker from their ranks for a murky reason that Ves still didn't know. To be honest, I do regret the opportunity. Melker spoke frankly. Like most Larkinson mech pilots, I dreamt of joining the Mech Corps all my life. That dream is over now. The door is closed and the war has already started and ended without me. Yet there is more to piloting mechs than serving in the Mech Corps. Even though I'm not an outfit commander, I did my best to raise the avatars from scratch. They are much my men as they are yours. That was a very important admission. Even though Ves funded the avatars, to most of the mech pilots that signed on, they were most familiar with following Melker's orders rather than these orders. This might lead to problems if Ves and Melker disagreed on a particular course of action. Yet who else could Ves put in charge of the avatars of myth? Ves would only exacerbate the problem of authority if he put an older and more experienced Larkinson in charge. As for putting a complete stranger in charge of his own bodyguard force, Ves did not even consider that option. At the very least, the Larkinsons wouldn't do something like plotting the death of their own family members. The same couldn't be said for a mercenary commander who possessed no particular attachment to Ves or the avatars of myth. Are you willing to remain in charge of the avatars of myth for the long haul, Melker? Melker took a moment to formulate his answer. If you trust me enough and if I think I can competently discharge my duties, then I would gladly like to stay with the avatars. With all the funding and mechs you're willing to provide for my men, they can become something great. Trying to raise the avatars of myth into one of the most premier private outfits in the Bright Republic is not an impossible dream. It's good to hear you're ambitious, Melker. As long as I advance to journeyman and continue to progress my career, I'll do my best to facilitate its growth. The star sector is becoming more and more unstable over the years. In such cases, all the money and business relationships in the galaxy won't be of much help to me. I'll be counting on a solid mech force to keep me safe during these turbulent times. I'll do my best, but keep in mind that it is hard for us to do anything other than protecting you and the mech nursery. That reminded Ves that he also wanted to broach another topic. I want to expand the ranks of the avatars of myth. I'm thinking of adding land-bound and space-borne mech company. The money is already there, he said. That's a little hasty. Why now? Now that the war has ended, a lot of mech pilots are about to retire from the Mech Corps. Those military veterans are excellent prospects. If we can manage to hire some of them, then the avatars will be set for the next 5 years as the LMC continues to expand. I'm not too sure about that, VS. Raising a mech force is harder than it sounds like. The Avatars of Myth is not completely stable as an outfit. It lacks the heritage, tradition, and reputation to stand upon its own. We've barely started to raise our first space-borne mech company, and now you want to add at least 80 mechs and mech pilots to our roster. That's too fast. You don't have to expand the avatars immediately. Go ahead and finishing raising our first space-borne mech company first. I just want the avatars to consist of 4 mech companies in total by the time the new mech generation starts. The transition to a new generation is always accompanied by upheaval. Having an abundant amount of protection at hand is essential for me to take advantage of the opportunities that arise. Melker nodded. I will make some plans for the coming years. It will help me out a lot if I know what you intend for the avatars. It's the same as before. As my personal force, the principal goal of the avatars is to protect me. Protecting the company's assets comes second. As for my other intentions for the avatars, we can talk about that later when the avatars are more established. VS eventually wanted to have the avatars accompany him to any eventual excursions in the frontier, but at this moment of time that simply wouldn't be possible. Many of the mech pilots that agreed to join the avatars did so in order to enjoy a stable posting on a single location so they could return to their families after the end of each shift. For VS to force them to accompany him to the frontier for weeks or months was too much to ask for most mech pilots in the private sector. It frustrated him a bit that he couldn't snap his fingers and order his subordinates to do whatever he wanted, but that was the reality of the situation. Only military mech pilots could be ordered to undertake lengthy, risky missions far away from home. A couple days later, the Green Feather landed at the mech nursery and took in 12 mechs of the Avatars of Myth. The light carrier also loaded in the Shield of Samar. In the meantime, VS, Keddies, Lucky, and Gavin all boarded the Barracuda. VS invited Janzi to travel on his personal Corvette, but she refused, opting instead to remain by the Shield of Samar during transit. Both ships lifted off into space and traveled to the nearest Lagrange point in order to transition into FTL. The time to reveal the Aurora Titan to the mech market was close at hand. Chapter 11-18 Durham's Center of Technology and Innovation. Professor Ventag arranged for VS and his entourage to stay at one of Nora Consolidated's guest accommodations during their visit to Bentheim. It was a much better option than staying in a luxurious hotel because it offered plenty of room for the squad of Avatar mechs to secure their surroundings without bumping into the security detail of other important guests. With only 2 days to go before the product reveal, everyone that VS took along split off. Gavin paid a visit to Marcella Bollinger in order to discuss some final details about the LMC's marketing campaign that was just about to kick off. Keddies expressed a desire to explore Bentheim for a day on her own. She had grown increasingly curious about Bentheim and lost her apprehension towards the stupendous amount of people living on the planet. It's not safe on the streets right now, VS warned her. The Bentheim Liberation Movement is a serious threat to public safety, particularly now since it appears they've prepared to launch a major attack for years. Oh, come on, VS. An attack hasn't occurred since your last visit. Why would the BLM choose to attack now of all times? I'll be perfectly safe. You know I can take care of myself. I'll even bring my great sword and my armor along in a floating case. While VS still expressed a lot of concerns, he was not her parent. Eventually, he acquiesced to her request, though he insisted that she'd be accompanied by some guards dispatched by Sanyao Abelin Security Services. During the first day of his stay on Bentheim, VS received an invitation to meet with Professor Ventag. This time, his armored shuttle didn't travel to Mech Designers Row, but instead turned towards Durham's academic district. As its name suggested, the academic district hosted a large amount of schools, universities, and other academic institutions. It was a city within a city, as it hosted a very vigorous student community. Many of the students consisted of Bentheim natives, but the rest came from all over the Bright Republic and even beyond the border. Only mech academies didn't make their home here. Due to all of the live practice they conducted, it wasn't safe to operate so many mechs in the middle of a metropolis. Most of the mech academies of Durham were situated in the outskirts of the capital city. As the armored shuttle touched down on a very expansive landing zone, Ves emerged with Lucky in his grasp and with some armored guards in tow. Around the shuttle, a number of mechs from the avatars of myth began to prepare for a long standby session as they weren't allowed to step onto the campus of the DCTI. So this is the Durham Center of Technology and Innovation. Ves sighed as he and Lucky stared out through one of the gates. The DCTI was the second mech university of Bentheim, so it took up a considerable amount of valuable real estate within the academic district. As a premier learning institution, it provided its students and staff with a tranquil but very mech-focused campus environment. Large amounts of greenery and parks suffused the campus. Huge facilities capable of holding dozens of mechs were spread across the campus, and large empty fields provided the students with plenty of space to try out their new creations. Not even the Rittersberg University of Technology is willing to give its mech design students so many opportunities to work with real mechs. Even if the students practiced with outdated mechs and cheap materials, the costs could easily run up over time. To be frank, most mech design students simply couldn't afford the tuition costs that could easily run up to several 100,000 credits a year. And this was already factoring the generous subsidies the DCTI received from the central government in order to maintain its competitiveness against the Ansel University of Mech Design. The Ansel University of Mech Design cast a huge shadow over the DCTI. No matter how impressive its campus looked, it simply didn't compare to Ansel's splendor. Ves shook his head. Both are already fine institutions. The gap between them concerned me very much. He knew that Professor Ventag didn't invite him to the DCTI for nothing. The senior's intentions couldn't be more clear. A university was not without its students. Most were attending classes, but plenty of them were still out and about. Many of them took immediate notice of Ves and his bodyguards. Some of them even recognized his face. Is that Ves Larkinson? That famous apprentice mech designer? The one who was awarded with the golden mech? What is he doing here? Ves ignored the idle speculation of the students. They would come to learn of his visit in 2 days when he officially revealed the Aurora Titan to the public. Ves slowly crossed the campus and reached the administrative building of the DCTI's internal design faculty. The faculty specialized in teaching all manner of courses related to the mechanics, internal architecture, and other aspects about the insides of a mech. Professor Ventag happened to be the dean of the internal design faculty. The DCTI employed 6 senior mech designers in total. Each of them were deans who led the different faculties of the school. As far as Ves knew, the DCTI also employed 25 journeyman mech designers as associate professors. However, these esteemed mech designers did not spend all of their time teaching the students or grading their work. The actual teaching work was being done by various respected academics in the various fields of science and engineering related to mech design. In order to teach courses that dealt directly with mech design, the DCTI employed various older apprentice mech designers who possessed an abundant amount of experience as assistant professors. Overall, the students of the DCTI did not have a lot of opportunities to get in touch with the journeymen and seniors who fronted the university. These esteemed individuals all invariably led their own companies or worked for the government in some capacity, so they could never devote their full time to teaching the next generation of mech designers. Still, their presence at the DCTI was very essential because they determined the curriculum, decided upon high-level policies, occasionally motivated the students, and judged many mech designs. VS knew that one of the main benefits in accepting a professorship at a university was that they could look out for emerging talents and promising experts. As long as they spot someone first, they could immediately offer them an attractive contract that bonded them to the professor after they graduated. All in all, mech universities like the DCTI organized themselves in a way to maximize the benefit of its professors. That said, the students got a pretty good deal out of it as well. The most promising ones would receive great hiring prospects, while the average ones still occasionally received some direction from the journeymen and seniors that put some of their time at their disposal. After some time, VS met Professor Ventag at the top floor of the administrative building. The senior's office offered a very attractive of both the campus and the rest of the city. "I see you've made it here, VS. How is your impression of the DCTI? Is it to your liking?" "It offers a very harmonious learning environment. It's very comfortable here." "Does it look like a place where you might want to work in the future?" "Maybe," VS replied ambiguously. "Right now, I'm fully preoccupied with my design work. The LMC demands too much of my time for me to divert my attention to other activities. Perhaps we can revisit this topic later when I'm not busy anymore." The professor accepted that excuse. The DCTI offers more attractive conditions for journeymen and seniors. Apprentices who teach our classes are paid well, but they are mostly expected to work full-time. That's not very ideal to a young and growing mech designer like you. It's clear from the work you've done with the Aurora Titan design that your time is better spent on designing mechs rather than teaching others. However, once you've achieved a great measure of success, don't neglect the obligations that come with your great position. Successful mech designers have a moral obligation to provide guidance to aspiring mech designers. This was more than a moral obligation. It was something actively encouraged by the MTA. Becoming a teacher was a good way to earn some kudos from the powerful organization. "You've received the show models I've fabricated by myself, right?" VS asked, changing the topic. "What do you think about the mechs?" The professor sent VS an appreciative expression. "They are very impressive, and not just from a technical standpoint. Your fabricating and assembly skills are very developed, which is unusual to see from a mech designer. In this area, you are already more than qualified to teach these subjects. Your handmade mechs are so impressive that I feel we should have sent one of them to the MTA for validation instead. The mechs produced by you and me should be virtually identical. It won't make much of a difference." VS awkwardly laughed. "I think there is a strong difference. This must be related to your design philosophy, right? Having collaborated with you on the Aurora Titan design has forced me to discard my initial misgivings on your rather esoteric design philosophy. To put the focus on the mech pilot rather than the mech should be obvious, but many mech designers, including myself, have forgotten the human element. The 4 show models I've received make it clear that mechs made humans are different than mechs designed to advance their makers' interests." "I don't think you're bad at this either, Professor. You care a lot about the safety of the mech pilots who use your products." VS felt a bit relieved that Professor Ventag hadn't nailed the truth. A senior mech designer could be frightfully insightful when it came to mechs, so VS always risked exposing some of his secrets by working together so closely on a single design. Fortunately, the general vagueness of his design philosophy made it so that Professor Ventag filled the gaps with his own interpretation. In fact, the senior came fairly close to the truth. It wasn't wrong to say that VS put the needs of the mech pilot central to his designs. After a bit of chatting, the professor invited him to a short tour around the campus. "Come walk with me while we discuss our upcoming plans." "Okay." VS continued to hold Lucky while he walked alongside Professor Ventag. Both of them were accompanied by guards, though they kept a wide distance in order to provide them with the illusion of privacy. "Have you practiced your speech?" Ventag asked. I have. Don't worry, this isn't my first rodeo. That's good to hear. Public speaking is an essential skill to master when you become a prominent mech designer. A mech design does not exist in isolation, but is intricately tied to its creator. Your conduct in public can affect the public's perception of your work. Every product reveal is a grand show that has to impress the audience from start to finish. The two discuss some of the arrangements of the product reveal. Central to the introduction of the Aurora Titan was to display its prowess in a realistic scenario. To that end, Ves and the professor prepared to demonstrate the Aurora Titan's formidable defensive capabilities by subjecting the show models to a lot of firepower. This was a very risky addition to the event, but there was no better way to demonstrate its value otherwise. Performing a few empty maneuvers in space wouldn't cut it, not if Ves wanted to convince the skeptics among the crowd that a super-medium space knight was not an impractical toy. It's a shame to damage the show models, the professor said with a regretful expression on his face. Your personal works are almost as precious as mastercraft works. I can make more as long as I spend enough time on fabrication. Besides, the show models can be repaired and restored to their peak condition. I don't intend to wreck them entirely. However, they would certainly be banged up quite a bit. Even the Shield of Samar wasn't an exception. Chapter 11-19 Professor Norman Pendleton. The next day after his visit to the DCTI, Ves intended to supervise the final preparations for the upcoming product reveal. However, Professor Ventag rang his comm first thing in the morning. Ves, there's trouble. Go read this article first. The professor sent him a link to an article published in the current edition of the Bentheim Mech Report, an authoritative mech publication in the Bentheim Mech community. While not every mech designer and mech pilot read or watched it every day, its standing was among the highest. When Ves followed the link, he came across an article with a very pertinent headline. The Trinity of Weight Classes, Why Light, Medium and Heavy Mechs Are the Only Proper Mechs. By Professor Norman Pendleton. Ves knew of Professor Pendleton. He was a famous senior mech designer and a professor of the Ansel University of Mech Design. He specialized in mass reduction and weight management, which was a complicated way of saying that he was really good at making his mechs mass lighter than they ought to. This was a very valuable specialty because every design project he became involved with resulted in mechs that moved faster while retaining almost the same capabilities. Therefore, Professor Pendleton held a considerable amount of authority on the subject of weight classes. As Ves rapidly read through the article, he basically got the gist of it. Professor Pendleton claimed that the custom of artificially categorizing mechs into light, medium and heavy mechs had become so ingrained in the mech industry that there was no longer anything artificial about it. Each weight class came with their own strengths and weaknesses, but they were so well balanced that any other weight class besides these three categories were inevitably worse. This article is very biased. Ves frowned at the text before looking up at Professor Ventag's projection. The timing of it is even more suspicious. The senior nodded. It's not a coincidence that the Bentheim Mech Report published this article a day before our product reveal. My sources have found out that the Ansel Mech designers have managed to uncover some information about our design. They're already starting to spoil the launch. Why would they do something like this? It's just a single mech. It's because of me, the professor admitted. My enemies have to haunt you. Any project I'm involved in will eventually face opposition from the mech designers associated with Ansel. Ves was already aware that Ansel might oppose him, but he didn't think they would take action so directly. Publishing this opinion piece a day before the Aurora Titan's announcement was a direct shot across the bow. A single opinion piece in a single publication could single-handedly change public opinion. Not under ordinary circumstances. However, If Ansel took the article as a basis and criticized the Aurora Titan in multiple occasions, then the damage could quickly build up to become a major threat to his design's success. Is Ansel really so bored that they are taking their valuable time out of their own work to criticize my work? Ves asked with dismay in his voice. The AUMD is very cognizant of their status as the premier mech design university on Bentheim and the Bright Republic. They are constantly fighting to remain in first place, and this attack is a part of their overall strategy to discredit every mech designer associated with the DCTI as much as possible. The goal was not to discredit the Aurora Titan, but rather the people involved in its design. Professor Ventag may have attracted Ansel's attention at first, but V's willingness to work with a mech designer from the DCTI inevitably made him their enemy as well. Ves felt as if he got dragged into a war between two irreconcilable mech design universities. No matter how much he professed his neutrality, Ansel would always recognize him as an enemy. This article isn't their only attack, right? Correct. This is just the start. Aside from wielding their considerable influence in the local mech publications to agitate against the very idea of the Aurora Titan, Professor Pendleton has personally sent word to me that he will personally attend the product reveal. Obviously, Professor Pendleton of the AUMD would not come to cheer Ves and Professor Ventag on as they revealed the Aurora Titan. What? Did you reject his attendance? I can't, Ves. That's not the way that mech designers work. Any mech designer who publishes a design in such a public fashion will need to be prepared to face public scrutiny over their works. If you block Professor Pendleton from entering, then he'll use his own media presence to roast your design as much as possible. Not only would we be unable to neutralize his criticism on the spot, but he'll also use the fact that you barred him entry into the Grand Skyward as an act of cowardice. Basically, to bar his critics from entering provided proof that Ves wasn't confident enough in his own design. Such a perception could prove fatal to the success of the Aurora Titan design. Ves already envisioned facing a tougher crowd than expected. If Professor Pendleton heckled the design from the side, then his status as a senior mech designer from the most renowned mech design university in the Bright Republic might allow him to steal the show. Who in the audience would ever question a senior when he argued against a mere apprentice? To that end, Professor Ventag offered to take over for the product reveal. I know that the Aurora Titan is mostly your creation, but a heckler in the form of a senior is a grave threat, one that you aren't equipped to handle. Let me take over the presentation. No. No what? The Aurora Titan is principally my mech design, Ves stated emphatically, and he said those words with his heart. It is a great mech design, and while it isn't perfect, it stands on its own merits. With such a good product, Professor Pendleton would have to work hard to tear it down. I don't think another senior is required to defend the Aurora Titan. I will do. The professor shook his head over the calm. I admire your enthusiasm, but this is the big leagues. I don't need to tell you how incisive and formidable a senior can be when he wants to pick apart a mech design. I know Pendleton well enough that he'll be perceptive enough to point out every single flaw and weakness of your design and magnify them until they drown out its good points. This is my design! Ves yelled. The outburst came so violently that Lucky yowled and jumped out from his lap in alarm. It even brought the professor to a pause. You care about it a lot. I do, Ves said with a tired voice. You're making a very poor decision here, Ves. I don't care. It's my design. It's my responsibility to defend it during its introduction to the public. Am I wrong? You are making an emotional decision instead of the right decision. Please sober up, Ves. Dare to design. What? Isn't that what you imparted me back then? I followed your advice. I came up with a radical mech concept and worked with it until it resulted in the Aurora Titan design. Since I dared to design a super medium mech, why wouldn't I dare to face a senior that is heckling my design? Vs. I keep telling you, Professor Pendleton is extremely skilled at analyzing mechs. Your entire design will be exposed regardless if you showed him the schematics or not. With his access to the MTA's database, he might have already called up the schematics from the license catalog. The MTA just validated the design, after all. This meant that Professor Pendleton would have done his homework on the Aurora Titan design. There truly was no hiding from his criticism if he had access to the nitty-gritty details. Vs. personally experienced the damage such acid words could do. Hadn't he single-handedly turned away the blind men from attacking the remnants of the flagrant vandals and the sword maidens by incessantly criticizing their shabby mechs? This would be similar, but this time Vs. would be on the receiving end. Yet Vs. did not waver in his fighting spirit. Even if a master mech designer came to scorch his mech design, he would still fight back tooth and nail. Vs. stood behind each of his mech designs. Just because an authoritative figure in the mech industry decided that they didn't like it was no reason for Vs. to abandon his own work and distance himself from it for fear of suffering damage to his reputation. A true mech designer stood by his work no matter what storm it endured. That didn't mean that Vs. should consider his design to be the best design ever. He merely believed that its combination of strengths and weaknesses still resulted in a mech that brought very real benefits in the right conditions. That was enough of a reason for the mech design to exist. Vs. and Professor Ventag argued back and forth over this issue for a while, but Vs. insisted on going through with the original plan. His principles and his pride as a mech designer accepted nothing less. Fine, Professor Ventag said, throwing in the towel. You're making the wrong decision here, but I've seen how stubborn mech designers can get with regards to their own creations. If you employ at least this much vehemence against Professor Pendleton tomorrow, then you might be able to salvage some regard for the Aurora Titan. Thank you, Professor. I know it looks as if I've impulsively decided to argue against a senior, but I'm not going to underestimate his threat when I walk up to the stage tomorrow. I'll prepare for any criticism he might mention and develop some responses beforehand. A mech designer knew their own designs the best. Vs. was more than capable of pointing out the weaknesses of the Aurora Titan. If he could do that much, he could also develop counterpoints for why they existed and how they facilitated the other strengths of his design. However, the professor did not intend to let Vs. take on the full brunt of Professor Pendleton's criticism alone. Just to be sure, I'll be present in the front row myself. We should maintain contact with each other through a private communication channel. I can provide you with some advice on how to respond to Professor Pendleton's arguments. If he ever mentions something related to my own specialty, I'll stand up and defend my design choices by myself. You should grant me at least this much. Vs. nodded after a few seconds. He could concede at least this much. Will there be other complications during the product reveal tomorrow? As I've stated earlier, Ansel wields a considerable amount of influence at the various mech publications based in Bentheim and Bright Republic. They are giants in the mech industry, and no publication dares to cross them. Not if they want to keep receiving invitations to attend their press conferences and other events. Are these publications going to torch the Aurora Titan design regardless of what happens tomorrow? It's not that bad. Some mech publications lean towards Ansel while some take pride in remaining objective. Even the former will sometimes publish articles that criticize the works of Ansel mech designers if they are really bad. This is also the reason why the Bentheim Mech Report remains so authoritative despite its Ansel slant. In other words, the journalists of these mech publications did not work directly for Ansel. Vs. could work with that. The outcome of the fight tomorrow would not be in vain. As long as he did a good job in defending his controversial mech design, then enough publications might come around to take his side and approve of the Aurora Titan.
I don't see Norman Pendleton as a threat, Ves said.
Oh?
He's also an opportunity. As long as we can beat his arguments and convince the audience and the mech publications that the Aurora Titan is a good design despite its unusual weight class, then other skeptics won't be able to command much respect.
If even a senior mech designer couldn't tear down the Aurora Titan, then how could the public be so easily convinced by a lesser critic? Chapter 11:20 Pressing Aura. The grand Skyward Exhibition Hall lit up in splendor yet again, signifying the impending announcement of a new mech design. Mech designers announced their new designs on Bentheim all the time, and it was something of a fun attraction to both locals and visitors attend these shows. Who didn't love to witness a new mech? Especially one announced at the renowned Grand Skyward, a premier venue to showcase amazing new space-borne mechs. The LMC and NORA Consolidated both extended numerous invitations. Friends, acquaintances, business partners, customers, the press, and numerous other figures arrived first. Each of them enjoyed the frontmost seats. The Grand Skyward opened up its doors to the public as well. Many people on Bentheim considered themselves to be mech aficionados, so plenty of people paid the modest fee to enter the venue. It helped a lot that the mech to be announced involved NORA Consolidated, one of the largest and prominent mech companies in the Bright Republic. In comparison, the involvement of the young and upcoming Living Mech Corporation attracted much less attention. Perhaps in the eyes of most people, the upcoming design had been designed by Professor Corus Ventag, with Ves contributing some small and important elements. Ves would abuse the audience of that notion very soon. Tens of thousands of seats quickly started to fill up. The journalists already set up their live recording bots and began to speculate on the nature of the soon-to-be-announced mech design. A lot of mech insiders in the Bright Republic avidly followed the exploits of their favored seniors. They rooted for them much in the same way fans supported their favored mech athletes. In a backstage prep room, Ves studied the text of his speech for one last time. He already knew what to say, but it helped to review the points he needed to raise. In the meantime, various bots neatly groomed his appearance and his clothes.
The opening speech isn't important, Gavin said. The real challenge is when Professor Heckler stands up and forces you to enter into a debate with him. You need to be quick on your feet while maintaining your composure. Are you sure you are up to the task? I don't fear Professor Pendleton. Even if he's a renowned senior from Ansel, he will have to stick to the facts if he wants to tear down the Aurora Titan. Even seniors aren't above resorting to misdirection and distortion to win an argument, Professor Ventag warned. The competition between mech designers can get very ugly sometimes. The only saving grace is that Professor Pendleton should still maintain some reserve when he heckles our mech. It is unseemly for a senior to go all out to put down an apprentice's mech design. He'll probably approach it with a patronizing mindset, like an elder correcting a wayward child. That would make Professor Pendleton appear as the wise man and Ves as a stupid and misguided kid. If all the mech publications portrayed the upcoming debate in such a light, then the Aurora Titan would inevitably be branded as a whimsical mech design. Gavin emphasized the most important priority. Regardless of whether you win or lose, you need to look good in front of the live recordings and archival footage. If you break down for some reason, you'll completely destroy your credibility as well as the credibility of your new mech. As long as you look confident and composed, our marketing campaigns can still use the footage to paint the Aurora Titan in a good light. In other words, even if Ves failed to sound convincing in his attempts to refute Professor Pendleton's arguments, the Aurora Titan's prospects could still be salvaged. Many mech designs that had been torched by rival mech designers had always managed to climb back from their purgatory. However, their damaged reputation meant that their designers were forced to discount them and cut their prices. Since the Aurora Titan's viability
as a product depended heavily on its high product margin, it could not afford to be discounted. If VS had to cut its price by 20 million credits, then he would inevitably have to cut it by another 20 million credits after the new mech generation arrived. This would essentially wipe out any profits that could be made from selling the Aurora Titan. Professor Pendleton doubtlessly aimed to achieve this result and more. Anything that gave the mech designers associated with the DCTI some difficulties was a win in Ansell's book. "It's almost time," Gavin reminded VS. Even Professor Heckler arrived. He's sitting in the center in the front row. Senior mech designers deserve the best seats. That was basic courtesy, but even if that custom didn't exist, VS still wanted Professor Pendleton to be as close as possible to VS, who would be standing on the stage in a couple of minutes. "Are the show models in place?" VS asked. "Yup. All of them have been checked and we found nothing amiss. They're ready to be shown off at any time." The mech pilots of the show models had already geared up and entered the cockpits of the mechs. Ves Larkinson and the 4 mech pilots sent by Nora Consolidated had all trained with the Aurora Titan in the simulators and with their actual mechs for a considerable amount of time. All 5 of them became very familiar with the more advanced functions of the Aurora Titan. As a mech with a high learning curve, it was essential for the mech pilots to demonstrate the best uses of the mechs. "It's time now." VS took a deep breath. "Wish me luck." While Professor Ventag exited the backstage in order to take a seat close to Professor Pendleton, VS walked up to the stage in a confident gait. Lucky followed him as well, this time held in his grasp. The noise and conversation in the entire exhibition hall slowly died down, partially helped by the sound dampening measures built into the enormous chamber. Gavin and a team of professional technicians manned the Grand Skyward's many controls, allowing them to manipulate the senses of the audience to their liking. Right now, the lights in the main hall had dimmed down. Aside from lighting the emergency exits and VS himself, hardly any details could be seen. Curtains currently blocked their sight of what lay behind. VS. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Grand Skyward. My name is Ves Larkinson, and you may have heard of me. Over the last couple of months, I have worked together with the esteemed Professor Corus Ventag on a joint design project that incorporates features that are rarely seen in mechs currently on offer. Today, the LMC and Nora Consolidated is proud to present to you an innovative new mech design." The curtains behind his back slowly drew back, revealing the outlines of 5 huge objects. The relative darkness in the chamber prevented the audience from seeing the mechs in their full glory. However, even the faint backlight that outlined their contours was enough to suggest that they were considerably large mechs. As soon as the curtains parted, the audience already sensed something remarkable about the mechs. A strong, formless aura emanated from the mechs. All of the gold label mechs possessed an identical X factor, with the mech at the center exerting the strongest effect. All 5 of their auras blended together, amplifying their effects on the minds and spirit of the audience members. Even Professor Pendleton at the front row looked discomfited for a short moment before he wiped the confusion off his face. VS smiled as he noticed that the auras accomplished their intended effect. These machines were the closest things to living mechs that he had ever designed and fabricated. With the Aurora Titan's potent A-grade X factor, how could its effect on average, spiritually weak humans be negligible? From the start, VS intended to take advantage of this property to manipulate the audience to his side. The threat of Professor Pendleton standing up to badmouth the Aurora Titan only increased the importance of this measure. Even if Professor Pendleton won the upcoming argument on facts and logic, how could the audience ever be convinced by them when their mood and emotions overwhelmingly became impressed by the mechs? The upcoming verbal battle was not meant to force either VS or Professor Pendleton to admit their wrongs. Mech designers could be rather stubborn people, especially if it came to their own work. No, their actual goal was to get the audience on their side. As long as Professor Pendleton managed to work the entire crowd against the Aurora Titan, then the live broadcasts and subsequent footage could be used to hammer the Aurora Titan over and over again until practically nobody would dare to buy the mech for fear of inviting ridicule. Yet even without revealing the full appearances of the 5 show models, Ves already gained an inestimable advantage. Tens of thousands of attendees already became mesmerized by the strong, compelling aura emanating from the 5 mechs looming at the rear of the stage. "What is a mech?" Ves rhetorically asked while stroking Lucky's back. The cat had garnered some attention as well. "A mech is a fighting machine. We all know that. Yet I believe that they can be something more. My company and I believe that mechs carry an intrinsic quality that goes beyond their technical performance on the battlefield. Don't believe me? Then what about the mechs you see behind me? Can you really call them lifeless machines that are only meant to be used as tools?" The audience went completely still. Even if someone farted loudly or something, the systems running in the background would make sure to not only suppress that sound, but suck away the awful odor before it went on to disturb the people sitting next to the offending farter. The silence seemed to magnify the unusual pressure in the air. To Ves, it appeared that his remarkable mechs responded to his meaning. The Aurora Titan wanted to become a success as much as Ves. No mech design wanted to remain forgotten and unused. Ves grinned as the dramatic pauses and the other little tricks continued to sway the crowd to his words. Even though he was cheating by taking advantage of the strong auras of his best mechs to date, he nonetheless gained a lot of confidence, and it showed. He leisurely petted his cat while he continued his opening statement. "As the lead designer of the mech design that I'm about to reveal to you, I am proud to say that it is an innovative product with no equal in the mech market. In coming up with the mech concept, I questioned every assumption that many mech designers take for granted and reevaluated them according to their individual merits. This has led to a radical vision for a new mech that is incredibly suitable in both the current mech generation and the next mech generation." Anticipating music began to play in the massive chamber. Vibrations emanating from the air and from the seats helped build up everyone's expectations. "Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the LMC and Nora Consolidated's latest mech design, the Aurora Titan at A01. A huge glow of bright light washed over the 5 Aurora Titans from above right at the climax of the music. As people's vision adjusted to the sudden brightness, they beheld the splendor of the Aurora Titans in full. At least half of the crowd gasped in surprise. Others showed milder reactions that nevertheless hinted at their amazement of the mechs. The tantalizing hints that Ves fed the crowd had not prepared them to the full sight of the mechs. The Shield of Samar, and its 4 sibling mechs of the same model finally showed themselves to the crowd, to the Bright Republic, and to anyone else who was watching the live broadcast. After more than 7 months of development and design work, the Aurora Titan design finally made its debut to the mech market. Chapter 11:21 Bombshell Prices. The moment the lights shone down on the Aurora Titans, the crowd all eagerly studied the impressive-looking machines. They were big. Almost every person had seen numerous mechs before, and they developed a pretty good eye for how large they should be. The Aurora Titans were considerably larger and bulkier than even the most encumbered medium mechs. The Aurora Titan was a mech that defied the conventional weight classes. After the attendees got over the huge bulk of the mechs, they began to take in their appearance. From their marblish white coating to the partially unfolded flight systems starting to glow, the mechs immediately looked remarkable. Ves even had the mechs run their rescue particle generators in order to enhance their visual flair from behind. The light glowing clouds of golden particles made it appear that the mechs were gods in the form of machines. Yet perhaps the most remarkable aesthetic feature of the mechs would have to be their lizard-like heads mounted on top of their titanic humanoid frames. The sight of these heads amplified the sensation that the crowd wasn't looking at a bunch of mechs, but rather a pack of living, breathing exobeasts. A very faint thrum ran through the floor of the Grand Skyward's main hall. VS ordered the technicians to run a heartbeat-like sensation through everyone's bodies at the moment the light shone down on the mechs. At the time, nobody understood why VS ordered such a thing. Such vibrations might irritate the crowd and make them feel that VS tried too hard to make his mechs look more impressive. Yet the reality of the situation was that the Aurora Titans already impressed the audience even without the use of tricks. The low thrum the audience felt right now happened to resonate with the aura released by the mechs. The shield of Samar piloted by Ves Larkinson felt especially more lifelike in combination with the deep vibrations. In fact, VS modeled the thrum to emulate Kalankso's deep heartbeats. Back when he was involved in the Beast Rider project, he interacted closely with the sacred god that the Vandals and the Sword Maidens took captive. Aside from her bulk and her primordial appearance, Kalankso's deep heartbeats always managed to impress upon VS of her might. This small trick of showmanship was enough to amplify the first impressions of the audience towards the Aurora Titans. All 5 mechs appeared so vivid that most of the crowd immediately felt that their design was anything but regular. Even if they couldn't articulate what they felt, hardly anyone would be able to state that the Aurora Titan design was boring. Just its artistically sculpted facade alone was enough to wow the audience. Each Aurora Titan appeared on stage with their broadswords and their imposing tower shields in their hands. Janzi moved her mech first. The shield of Samar took one step forward, shaking the floor enough to make everyone feel that step in their bones, and held its sword with its tip pointed aloft at the high ceiling. It looked like a triumphant lizard-headed warrior basking in the adulation of the crowd. A roar of excitement erupted from the audience. Helped along with plants from the LMC and Nora Consolidated, the rest of the people witnessing the spectacle spontaneously joined in the jubilant roars as they showed their admiration for the new mechs. VS continued to smile as he calmly pet his cat like some sort of evil mastermind. Just as the Aurora Titans basked in the glory of the moment, so did their maker. A mech designer never designed a mech for themselves. They always aimed their products to be used by others. Therefore, they worked tirelessly to design mechs that would sell well in the market. Even though the most difficult portion was yet to come, VS already became inordinately pleased by the effects of his showmanship. He calmly waited for the excitement to die down. As the crowd fell silent in anticipation for what VS had to say next, they nonetheless continued to stare up at the mechs instead of VS. How could a human ever be as interesting to see than those fantastic-looking machines? The Aurora Titan is a super-medium Space Knight design. Yes, you've heard that right. It is not a regular medium mech. Instead, it is heavier than even the most defense-oriented medium mechs on the market. It is roughly around 20% larger and heavier than regular mechs. VS began to introduce the basic specs of his design. He described the Pizarro armor system, and put a positive spin on its practical and simple material composition. He also described the polarizing module and the alien crystals in detail, and emphasized their strengths against directed energy weapons. The polarizing module is the defining feature of the Aurora Titan. From the start of the joint design project, I wanted to design a mech that made use of active defenses. There are several great advantages to the use of a polarizing module. In the best-case scenarios, it is able to completely negate any incoming fire through expending energy instead of armor plating. Think of the cost savings that you could achieve by employing the Aurora Titan through this fashion. One of the biggest expenses of every active outfit is the cost of repairs. In many cases, mercenary corps always succumb due to the ludicrous repair bills they rack up after a disastrous battle. The shield of Samar showcased its polarizing module right this instant. A thin field of glowing white shone on the front of its tower's shield. The mech activated its polarizing module live in front of the audience and the recorders with ease. After a few seconds of holding a polarizing field on the tower shield, Janzi quickly deactivated it and started to light up other sections of her mech with polarizing fields. Its chest armor, its legs, its arms, its head, its back all lit up in white in quick succession. The skillful and precise manner in which Janzi set the parameters of the polarizing fields earned a nod of appreciation from Ves. It took a lot of skill to control the polarizing module with such speed and precision. It looked especially impressive when Janzi maintained 3 or 4 different polarizing fields at the same time. In this day and age, laser weapons are already dominant in most battles between space-borne mechs. Their ubiquity will inevitably be boosted once the next mech generation commences. In such a time, normal medium space knights might not suit your needs. A single Aurora Titan possesses such a great defensive ability to resist laser weapons that fielding one of them is the same as fielding 2 or even 3 space knights. To outfits that field carriers with limited space, every mech they carry matters. While there is something to be praised about the all-round application of regular medium space knights, in some instances they can achieve better results with a more specialized solution. Outside of its intrinsic X factor and the benefits it brought, the main selling point of the Aurora Titan was that it was the right tool for the right job. The Aurora Titan specialized in offering a solution to a problem that would only grow more prominent in the next 10 to 30 years. Now came the most difficult part of the presentation. Ves could not avoid the elephant in the room forever. One of the most important parts to any product announcement was to reveal their pricing. After Ves finished his overview of the Aurora Titan's various qualities, he finally addressed the prices. In order to illustrate his next points, projections of 2 simplified-looking Aurora Titans appeared next to the 5 real mechs. Different from the physical show models, the projected mechs looked a lot more practical and less artistic. The Aurora Titan is principally a product of the Living Mech Corporation, so our company's 3-tiered model structure applies. Nora Consolidated will soon start taking orders for the Bronze Label and Silver Label editions of the Aurora Titan. The Bronze Label Aurora Titans will go on sale for 100 million credits, while the Silver Label Aurora Titans are priced at 120 million credits. Another gasp struck the crowd, but not a welcome one this time. 100 million credits. 120 million credits. Was Ves addled with stimulants or something? How could he charge so much for what amounted to souped-up premium space knights? Even so, the shocked reactions of the crowd was more muted than many experts anticipated upon hearing such ludicrous sums. Most people were still preoccupied in admiring the Shield of Samar and its sibling mechs to care about their prices. Most people in the crowd were laymen who didn't possess the aptitude to pilot mechs. Neither did they have the funds or means at hand to buy a mech and pair them up with a mech pilot. They were just attending the product reveal for fun, so insanely high prices hardly affected them on a personal level. The most abrupt reactions instead came from the handful of mech pilots, mech designers, mech commanders, and other people involved in the large and diverse mech community. They knew best what it meant to charge 100 million credits for the cheapest edition of the Aurora Titan. Ordinary outfits could forget about fielding this luxury product. Despite the compelling auras and the imposing looks of the show models, various outfit officers and commanders bled their hearts as they thought of their modest accounts and their straining finances. Why did Ves tease them with such a fantastic mech, only to drop a bombshell in their laps with his price announcements? Even so, the good impression they had already gained of the Aurora Titan simply increased the value of the design in their minds by another notch. Humans loved expensive, high-quality products. Just because the overwhelming number of people in the crowd could never afford an Aurora Titan didn't make their admiration for the mech lessen any bit. Just like any luxury product, a very strong psychological effect was at play that made people admire expensive mechs like women loved expensive fashionable clothes or handbags. Ves worked hard to present the Aurora Titan in the best light possible so that when it came time to announce their pricing, the crowd would think that every single credit was worth it to obtain such a fantastic machine. However, the pinnacle version of the Aurora Titan design comes in the form of our exclusive, limited edition gold label mechs that you see before you. Each gold label mech is personally handcrafted by yours truly. As the lead designer of the Aurora Titan, I can confidently state that any copies I fabricate by hand is superior to any other copy in the market, hence their exclusive status. The LMC will be responsible for taking a limited amount of orders for the gold label edition of the Aurora Titan design. They will go on sale for 150 million credits. 150 million credits. After the shock of the previous price announcements, the drastic price difference of 50 million credits between the cheapest and most expensive edition hardly fazed the crowd. All of them subconsciously believed that the gold label Aurora Titans fully deserved to be charged so much. They were as much of a work of art as they were functional mechs. At this time, the party pooper finally stood up. While VS could easily order the technicians to muffle Professor Pendleton's voice and even drop a dark cloud on his body to obscure his entire body, what would be the point? Not only would such an act be extremely disrespectful towards a senior, VS did not even want to avoid the confrontation in the first place. VS had always been aware that his mech design would arouse a lot of controversy. Rather than fighting the battle over scattered marketing campaigns and interviews, he would rather hold the debate right here and now when he had already prepped the crowd over to his side. Perhaps Professor Pendleton was aware that VS had worked hard to settle the battlefield in his favor. It did not matter. A senior did not have to pay attention to such trifles when he addressed a mere apprentice. "Mr. Larkinson," he began. His voice was being amplified so that the entire hall could hear his words. "I can no longer maintain my silence as you are attempting to peddle your unorthodox mech design. Not even first-year mech design students have come up with a worse mech concept than your Aurora Titan." The crowd instantly smelled a drama was about to take place. Some of the people even drew their attention away from admiring the show models to look up at the projection of Professor Pendleton being broadcasted to the audience. Chapter 11:22 Fatal Silence. Professor Norman Pendleton was a respectable-looking senior mech designer who was roughly as old as Professor Ventag. They were very close rivals to each other for that reason. Each of them tried to outdo the other for many decades now. Even when they successfully advanced to the rank of senior, they never let up on each other. Alongside their personal rivalry, the competition between the AUMD and the DCTI played a role as well. Senior mech designers never deigned to attend the press conferences of apprentices unless they were their mentors or involved in the design project in some fashion. This made Professor Pendleton's abrupt decision to attend this product reveal so noteworthy. As his image was being projected on the stage for everyone to hear and see, VS knew that the fight had finally started in earnest. "Let us not go into the many shortcomings of your design that makes it unfit for sale, let alone a passing grade in any mech design class. What in the galaxy did you inject it into your bloodstream to charge a mech by almost twice its actual worth? Young man, a little greed is fine, as everyone wants to be rewarded for their work, but the insane margins you are demanding from your customers is downright price gouging. The Aurora Titan is more than worth its price, no matter the edition," VS calmly replied. He repeated one of his earlier points. "In the right circumstances, its performance can equal that of 2 or 3 medium space knights." The professor smiled sardonically at those words. 2 second-hand economy space knights, maybe. Yet just because you preface your claim with the right circumstances, doesn't mean you can get away with your deceptive statement. Battles are always messy. The right circumstances that you describe don't happen as nearly as often as you want your potential suckers to think. Mechs in space use all kinds of weapons other than lasers. Tell me honestly, how does the Aurora Titan fare against physical rounds? How well does the Aurora Titan fight against melee mechs? VS had only vaguely stated that the Aurora Titan did not perform optimally under these conditions. The truth was that the mech performed downright awful in some of those scenarios. He could never disparage his mech in public outright. That would be giving his critics ammunition to clip his admission and use it as the basis of attacks in the media. There was hardly any argument against a mech that was more convincing than the disparaging words of their own designers. Therefore, answering this question presented a tricky problem to Ves. Yet one point in favor to him was that there wasn't any rule that stated that he needed to respond to a question directly. There were no arbitrators or moderators like there was in a formal debate to call him out if he engaged in tricks. This gave Ves license to resort to his favored means of resolving difficult arguments, which was to lie, cheat, misdirect and distract and misrepresent the truth. Part and parcel of his arsenal of tools was to make use of his considerably flexible spirituality. Even though a senior mech designer possessed an incomparably strong design philosophy that formed the basis of mentality and their beliefs, they were not like mech pilots who had the ability to employ their force of will on other people. While Ves hadn't mastered this application of spirituality, he knew some of the theory behind it. He even managed to imitate the effect. Right now, the main reason why Ves stood so close to the front edge of the stage was because he could stand as close to Professor Pendleton as possible. It wasn't a coincidence that Ves specifically instructed the staff to seat Professor Pendleton right at the center of the front row of seats. The actual distance between the two was close enough for them to stare each other in the eyes. This was a close enough distance for Ves to employ his weakly imitated force of will in a direct confrontation against Professor Pendleton's mind. Ves did not ask for much. He just wanted to make Professor Pendleton appear a little more discomfited and less sure of his arguments. This was why he emulated Venerable Foster's domineering force of will in an unrelenting aggressive pressure. Unfortunately, it didn't appear that Pendleton noticed much of what Ves tried to do. Professor Pendleton was an old man who had seen a lot in his day. He even interacted with expert pilots a lot due to his involvement in several expert mech design projects. Even if this spiritual attack failed to take hold on the professor, it nonetheless affected Ves as well. Venerable Foster always seemed absolutely confident and strong. Her uniformly domineering force of will played a huge role in making her larger than life. The same effect played out on Ves as well. He voluntarily subjected himself to a form of self-brainwashing as he let the imitated force of will suffuse his entire judgment and take root in his mind. This action not only imparting him with an aura of righteous conviction, but also fired up his fighting spirit to the maximum. Up close and on the projection, Ves was practically on fire as he started to hit back at the professor. Why are heavy mechs so bad against light mechs? Why are melee mechs constantly outgunned by ranged mechs? Why do aerial mechs always get the drop on land-bound melee mechs? The guiding paradigm of the mech industry is specialization. An outfit that fields mechs that are average at everything will never be able to beat an outfit that combines several specialized mech models in a synergistic fashion. I am not talking about your Aurora Titan's ability to hit back against a ranged mech. That's a completely unnecessary gimmick of your mech design that only serves to jack up its prices, by the way. Professor Pendleton quickly adjusted. The alien crystal technology is not a gimmick but a core addition to the Aurora Titan. A skilled mech pilot will be able to employ their strategic placement and retaliate at unexpected moments. My Crystal Lord design has already proven the viability of this tactic. I'll talk about the gimmicks later. Pendleton shook his head. First, I want to address the core function of a Space Knight. You seem to have the mistaken impression that their only use is to be slightly mobile barriers against massed firepower. That is only a small part of what they do. The true purpose of a defensive Space Knight is to frustrate the enemy. They not only need to block enemy firepower, but also fend off aggressive mechs that are trying to run down vulnerable friendly mechs. The Aurora Titan is not designed to serve those roles, Ves stated. It is designed to do one job and do it well. Even fielding just a single Aurora Titan is enough to expand the tactical possibilities of any outfit. Sometimes, a space-borne mech force can benefit from adding what amounts to a mobile barrier against mass firepower in their mech lineup. My new design serves as an excellent solution to this problem. Even for its price range, the value that our customers can get in return will more than make up for the initial investment. The professor smiled patronizingly at Ves. You are doing your customers, what few you have, an enormous disservice. As I've said, your grossly overpriced mech model resembles a student design project that breaks far too many rules than I could count. While its defensive prowess can exceed that of orthodox medium space knights, the trade-offs to its mobility must be immense. Even a space snail accelerates faster this ungainly lump of alloy matched with a flight system that is far too weak for its mass. Professor Pendleton, with respect, if you can design a space knight that is as agile as a light skirmisher, then you would immediately win an award from the MTA. Some in the audience laughed a bit at this joke, to Professor Pendleton's surprise. He had not expected them to laugh at the expense of a respected senior. We are comparing space knights to space knights. Within this single classification of mechs, your Aurora Titan is merely a pretty shell compared to true space knight designs. Your Aurora Titan's agility and mobility is so slow that even the shabbiest pirate pilot inside a 3 million credit light skirmisher can quickly turn your 100 million credit mech into scrap. I don't even know why you even bothered to pair your design with a sword, seeing how ineptly it can swing the weapon. That argument took hold on the audience a lot better this time. Certainly, the Aurora Titan looked like an extraordinarily capable defense mech. It had to be if it cost 100 million credits to obtain the cheapest model. Yet to hear a senior say that a mech that cost 30 times cheaper could quickly make short work of this expensive boondoggle was quite a serious claim. The professor's high status lent more credence to his statement. Ves knew that his response might end up very poorly for the Aurora Titan if he botched it. He could only offer a somewhat baseless reply. The Aurora Titan is fundamentally a melee mech. Its fighting capabilities up close are not negligible. A skilled pilot will be able to fend off a light skirmisher, but that is not the Aurora Titan's primary job. The heckling professor released a disdainful snort. A skilled pilot of your ungainly mech will only be able to fend off a light skirmisher if the latter is piloted by an autistic mech pilot who is drunk and jacked up with stimulants. That is besides the point. Ves quickly continued. The scenario that you painted will never happen outside of grossly contrived mech duels. Space Knights always act in unison with other mechs, some of which can't block 1/100th of the damage the Aurora Titan can tank but are deadly against light skirmishers. To compare the battle performance of different mech types against each other is a flawed comparison because most mechs are never meant to be employed in duels. There are mech models for sale that are specifically designed to compete in mech duels. Perhaps you are getting on in your years and visited the wrong exhibition hall by mistake, Professor. Some in the crowd erupted in laughter yet again, humiliating the professor even further. When was the last time Professor Pendleton was ever subjected to ridicule? Even though the status of high-ranking mech designers in society did not equal that of high-ranking mech pilots, a senior was still accorded supreme status due to the benefits they brought to their states. That did not matter as much in this particular instance. Half the crowd didn't even recognize Professor Pendleton. Those that did somehow didn't consider the senior to be particularly impressive at the moment. With the mighty show models of the Aurora Titan standing just behind Ves, it was as if the presence of the mechs enhanced his stature and made him a lot more credible than an average apprentice. Ves felt that his personal attacks seemed to take hold a lot better than purely factual arguments about the performance of his mech design. The aggressive mood that took over in his mind pushed him to keep attacking. Since he already achieved some success in turning away uncomfortable arguments by ridiculing the senior, why not go for broke? Let me ask you one thing, Professor Pendleton. Have you lived through the war like I did? Have you spent moments where you are in the thick of the fighting, where your comrades in the Mech Corps are all that stands in the way of death or captivity by the Vesians? The professor was momentarily caught by surprise by this off-tangent remark. Every mech designer of the Bright Republic has done their duty. In my youth, I put my already considerable design ability at their disposal. As a senior mech designer, I have aided in the design of many military mech models as well as numerous expert mechs used by famed brighter expert pilots. Ves brashly laughed. Ha! It doesn't sound like your wartime experiences amount to much. I don't think you've never been caught by the explosion of a missile screaming down from the air, or been spaced out of an exploding carrier and be forced to crash land on a planet in nothing but a shabby escape pod. If you've never witnessed war so close that your very life is on the line, how can you stand there and lecture me, a true survivor of the recently ended war, how mechs are supposed to work? All the books you've read and theories you've developed in the comfort in your ivory tower is nothing compared to living through the most harrowing parts of the war. Wartime experiences are not relevant to a mech designer's ability to design a good mech. While this was a factual statement, it sounded extraordinarily weak. Ves smirked. Which mech designer did the Mech Corps award the Darkness Eater? The Torchbearer? The Golden Mech? Distinguished Service Medal? The War Saint? The Frontier Service Medal? The Mech Corps Commendation? The Vermilion Heart? All of them were famed medals of the Mech Corps. While favors and political influence played a considerable part on who was awarded with them, they were never bestowed without basis. For Ves to earn such a rich lineup of prestigious awards during a very short war sounded extremely impressive. Even though his bountiful recognition from the Mech Corps was already old news, repeating his distinctions at this time served as a powerful attack against the senior. Especially since Ves followed up with a poignant question. I think we all know which mech designer present here won those awards. Let me ask you then. What about you, Professor Pendleton? What medals have you been awarded with by the Mech Corps for your valiant service in the past wars? A fatal silence ensued for Professor Pendleton. Chapter 1123 Resonating Masses. Oh yeah, I also forgot to add the plasma spark to my list of combat awards. Ves faked an awkward laugh. Sorry about that. I earned that particular medal shortly before the end of the war. Please forgive my spotty memory. The people sitting in the rows of seats took the cue and erupted into laughter, forcing Professor Pendleton to stifle his rebuttal. The crowd loved a winner, and right now Ves radiated absolute confidence. The effect would have been even better if he wore his medals today. While he left his actual medals and ribbons back at home in Cloudy Curtain, Ves still had a solution for that. He wasn't the first person who left his military awards behind. He leisurely put Lucky down next to his feet and activated his comm. He inputted a few commands that caused his medals to appear on the chest of his formal clothing in the form of projections. Even though they weren't really physical present, their splendor still managed to look impressive on his body. Ever since Ves heard that Professor Pendleton of the Ansel University of Mech Design intended to spoil his product reveal, he read up the older man's public record. The notation regarding his wartime service in his younger years only mentioned some brief platitudes about doing his duty and contributing to the war effort. Nothing else. What little recognition Norman Pendleton received from the Mech Corps amounted to little more than participation awards. This was not that big of a deal to mech designers in the Bright Republic. The Mech Corps did not expect too much from their conscripted young mech designers. Certain individuals with connections to major influences such as the AUMD even got a free pass from the Mech Corps. These mech designers would receive cushy positions in the interior of the Bright Republic so that they would never be exposed to actual danger. Ves hadn't forgotten his half-year posting at Flashlight's Frozen Point Research Base. The young Ansel mech designers there were like flowers in a greenhouse. Their school had already arranged everything for them. Every single one of those brats would survive the war without facing a Vesian even a single time, and would be able to boast about doing their duty with a straight face. No one called them out about their farcical deployment compared to the poorer and less well-connected mech designers exposed to regular danger. This was because the average mech designers deployed to the front lines didn't have much to boast about their service either. Their performance was average at best and cowardly at worst. It was too difficult to find a single courageous mech designer among their ranks. However, exceptions always existed. Ves happened to be one of the few mech designers to fall outside mold. Some of the awards that Ves received were mere participation medals, such as the War Saint which every serviceman received. However, the top awards were very different. The Darkness Eater and the Torchbearer were both prestigious awards that could only be bestowed for performing supreme merit during a combat situation. As for the Golden Mech, its standing among mech designers could not be overstated. Only seniors earned this award from the Mech Corps for designing exceptional, war-winning designs. For an apprentice like Ves to receive one may be a bit undeserved if he was being honest. However, since he already got it, why not take advantage that he received the Golden Mech while the professor only got some lame participation awards? Right now, Ves wanted to club Professor Pendleton's head with the weight of all of his medals. Even though it was a thuggish act for Ves to abuse his medals to belittle a senior for his lack of valor during his wartime service, so what? The aggressive force of will that Ves had emulated from Venerable Foster seemed to take a life on its own, egging Ves on. The best way to fend off a senior from haranguing him on the Aurora Titan's factual shortcomings was to keep shifting the conversation away from his design. In the meantime, both the crowd and the journalists all became enraptured by the fierce words spat out by Ves. They loved the drama. The ordinary respect that should have been afforded to a senior was nowhere to be seen. Most of the crowd already unconsciously took V's side. Nobody rose up to lend their support to the much more superior mech designer because they could not bring themselves to side against a genuine war hero. "I am Ves Larkinson of the Larkinson family," Ves declared exultantly, not even hesitating to involve the reputation of his family. "We Larkinsons have always served in the war. Countless Larkinsons have lost their lives over the years, but many more have distinguished themselves in battle. Benjamin Larkinson is my grandfather. Ark Larkinson is my uncle. Gansel Larkinson is my cousin. When it comes to the war against the Vesians, there is no family in the Republic who has contributed more to the war than my own flesh and blood. Larkinson! Larkinson! Larkinson!" the audience spontaneously echoed. The professor was just about to speak up, but V's shameless method of hugging his family's illustrious wartime reputation forced him to a halt again. How could Professor Pendleton put down this personal attack on his honor? By dismissing the worth of the medals? That was political suicide. The Mech Corps was one of the most respected institutions in the Bright Republic, and their awards were not to be questioned. At the same time, while the Larkinson family had its detractors, it was mostly the other military families who opposed them. For a mech designer like Professor Pendleton, who never risked his life during the past wars, to dismiss the Larkinson family would definitely piss off former and active servicemen. Every senior mech designer in the Bright Republic maintained strong relations with the military. They cooperated with the Mech Corps by providing their mech regiments with mechs or helping them with designing new military mechs. They also played a vital role in the development of expert mechs. Yet Professor Pendleton might put this cozy business relationship into jeopardy if he spoke out carelessly against either the Larkinson family or the many medals that Ves had been awarded with. With the Mech Corps playing such a huge role in the Bright Republic, it was very taboo to publicly denounce the military. The situation for the Ansel Sr. grew more and more awkward. If the man had built up some support from the crowd, then he might have been able to weasel himself away from the attack, but the lack of any friendly sentiment around him gave him very little openings to extricate him from this difficult situation. He shouldn't have come to confront an aberrant mech designer like Ves, who showed no scruples at all in putting a senior on the spot like this. His conduct was a major breach in etiquette among their profession. To be frank, Ves already knew that he was definitely burning some bridges in the mech industry, but so what? It felt good to smack a hostile mech designer who solely attended the product to tear down the Aurora Titan. The domineering force of will that affected his conduct grew in strength as more and more of the audience sided with him. Ves suddenly realized that a force of will never acted in isolation. An expert mech pilot might have sparked the initial fire in their minds, but the adulation of the masses truly set it ablaze. Tens of thousands of people had entered the Grand Skyward's main hall. Through various tricks and theatrics as well as the auras exerted by the show models, Ves managed to get the crowd fully over to his side with his fiery words. No matter if they were Briters or foreign visitors, all of them couldn't help but voice out their support to the scrappy young mech designer. The strange interaction between the audience's adulation and the imitated force of will affecting his mind made Ves understand expert pilots a little better. Perhaps the custom of calling high-ranking mech pilots gods was not entirely baseless after all. Even though the spirituality of average people was weak and formless, somehow they resonated with his force of will, especially if they had become swept up by his mood. Ves felt that if he was a real expert pilot, he might be able to strengthen his force of will and even transform it into an entirely new form. He mentally shook his head. This was not the time to contemplate the myriad wonders of spirituality. He had a senior to put down first. His small distraction gave Professor Pendleton enough time to muster up a decent-sounding response. Your service and your family's service to the Bright Republic is very much appreciated. I have never questioned the courage of the Larkinsons, he said mildly. Yet no matter how you distinguished yourself in the war, the lives of the mech pilots who use your mechs are at stake. Being a soldier is very different from being a mech designer. We do not exist to fight enemies directly. We instead design the tools needed for our soldiers to fight our enemies to the best of their abilities. It is this core responsibility that I believe your Aurora Titan design is failing in. Your improperly designed mech poses a threat to its own mech pilots. Ves had to hand it to Professor Pendleton. He chose a great way to pivot the conversation back to the Aurora Titan. Pendleton saw that there was no way forward by questioning V's competence directly. Instead, the senior framed his argument against the Aurora Titan in the context of the duty that all mech designers held towards mech pilots. No matter how great Ves puffed himself up, if his mech designs were so bad that they actually killed their users, then none of his medals could save the Aurora Titan from ruin. Still, the professor lacked momentum on his side. Ves was on a roll and he had plenty more ways to fend off this latest thrust. You've never seen the Aurora Titan in action yet, and you are already ready to denounce my design? Ves mockingly asked. How can you make such a blanket statement about my mech just from its introduction alone? Just look at my show models. Ves gestured his arm towards the shield of Samar and the 4 other gold-label mechs. Their splendor and their aura were so impressive that hardly anyone could bring themselves to dislike them even if they watched the event through a projection from the comfort of their homes. At the same time, Ves subtly transmitted a command to Janzi Larkinson and the other mech pilots. In unison, they clanged that swords against their shields. The shock of the simultaneous impacts caused the entire audience to jolt. The show models drew back their swords before clanging them against their shields yet again. They repeated the action in a slow but measured rhythm, causing them to resonate with the low thrum that emulated Kalankso's heartbeat. The show model somehow appeared more glorious and ready for battle than ever before. The thunderous clanging echoed throughout the chamber. Its rhythmic pattern seemed to hypnotize the crowd into a fanatic fervor for the mechs that went well beyond mere admiration for their design. Ves pulled out the pistol from his tool belt. His aggressive mood took on a bit more solemnness as he wielded the peaceful repose. The artful gun drew a lot of attention back to Ves. He resolutely tried to pivot the discussion away from his mech. What better than to employ more theatrics? The biggest mistake that Professor Pendleton could make was to enter a venue that was completely under V's control. Ves not only had the crowd on his side, but could also manipulate the surroundings in a way that strengthened his connection to the people. How many lives have you saved? How many Vesians and other enemies have you killed? The professor looked as if he was choking a cough. What did this have to do with mech design? Chapter 11:24 Thuggish Conduct. Ves drew his pistol for a reason. Even though it wasn't the Amastendera, the impressive-looking gun nonetheless gave him a dangerous air that neatly complemented his aggressive demeanor. The show models that kept bashing their swords against their tower shields resembled the rhythmic pounding of war drums. The synchronized metallic clanging sounds evoked a martial atmosphere in the main hall of the Grand Skyward that drifted their thoughts further away from Professor Pendleton's arguments. I killed people, Ves exclaimed in a dramatic fashion. I killed hundreds of enemies of the Republic. Not from afar, but up close, close enough for me to shoot them with my gun. Do you know how many Vesians pointed their guns at me? Do you know how many times I barely managed to survive the encounters? He was exaggerating a bit here. It was mostly pirates and other scum that threatened his over the course of his romp throughout the frontier. Yet what was the harm in embellishing some of his harrowing experiences? A bit of distortion here and there didn't hurt. In order to play up his theatrical performance, he quickly issued a series of commands under his breath that he was sure that Gavin and the specialists in the control room could hear. I even faced an expert pilot in combat multiple times and survived by the skin of my teeth. Venerable Foster grabbed his collar and slammed him against the surface not just once, but twice. That Ves managed to escape from those confrontations with his life intact was a win in his book. Nonetheless, despite the weak and grossly distorted foundation of his latest claim, the public ate it all up. Somehow, the sight of Ves wielding his peaceful repose against the backdrop of the show models made it seem as if he fought off an expert mech all by himself. Far be it for Ves to disappoint their expectations of the crowd. He abruptly pointed his peaceful repose at the shield of Samar and fired off a powerful exo round. A powerful crack echoed throughout the entire main hall. The sound had already been amplified by the technicians of the control room in order to make the gunshot sound more dramatic. The peaceful repose hardly needed the assistance because the 1 million credit exo round seemed to crash against the senses of the public. A corona trail almost instantly emerged from the muzzle of the peaceful repose and impacted against the chest plate of Janzi's mech. A very minute dent in the coating of mech appeared. I did this in order to save the lives of my comrades in arms. The peaceful repose cracked out another 1 million credit exo round at the shield of Samar. I have witnessed the deaths of thousands of brave and loyal soldiers of the Mech Corps. Ves fired off another round. I have seen thousands of friendly mechs fight to the very end as their mech pilots refuse to go the easy way out and eject from their cockpits. The peaceful repose barked out a fourth expensive exo round. Whatever the merits the handcrafted rounds brought to the weapon, its dramatic trail and its powerful explosive impact against the armor plating of the shield of Samar was already worth the ludicrous amount of money he paid for a batch. I know why mechs fail. I have learned what our men and women in uniform value in their mechs. With my very life and the lives of my comrades at stake, I learned exactly what mech pilots truly demand from their mechs in order to fight to the best of their ability. I wouldn't have survived the war without the lessons that mech pilots, Mech technicians and other brave servicemen have taught me during the war. VS fired the peaceful repose for one last time. The round exploded against the chest plate shield of Samar with a powerful and vividly colored blast. The Mech stopped banging their swords against their shields, causing an uncomfortable silence to ensue which strengthened the desperation that VS tried to evoke. For you to tell me that my judgment in mech design is lacking is completely false, he exclaimed while forcefully engaging the safety of his peaceful repose and putting it back in its holster. My mechs are designed to accommodate their mech pilots to the best of their ability. The LMC's products excel in this area. The sacrifices of thousands of servicemen underpin the innovations I have introduced into my designs. Professor Pendleton still hadn't given up. If he wanted to salvage his reputation, then he needed to stop acting as V's verbal punching bag. Your personal experiences aside, the Aurora Titan design is a fundamentally flawed design whose entire premise is faulty from the start. Don't try to distract the public from its problems by talking about matters that are only tangentially related to the quality of your mechs. VS would have none of it. Are you calling my wartime service irrelevant? Are you saying that mech designers who never saw a mech in actual battle with their own eyes know better than a mech designers whose lives depend on the battles taking place mere kilometers away? To question my Aurora Titan's viability in protecting their own mech pilots is laughable. Unlike an elite mech designer like you, I didn't enjoy any special privileges when the Mech Corps drafted me. Instead, they packed me off to the flagrant vandals, which immediately embarked on the most daring campaigns of the war. We attacked the Vesia kingdom in the very heart of their territory. Some parts about his war record weren't classified. Something as public and propagandized as the Deetman operation could hardly remain a secret with how much the Bright Republic promoted it in order to rally everyone's morale. His attachment to the flagrant vandals wasn't any secret at all, which gave VS enough license to borrow the renown they earned from their exploits. Have you ever crossed into Vesian territory during wartime? Have you ever went many light years deep into their territory, surrounded on all sides by enemy Vesians who want nothing more than to tear you apart and break your mechs and starships? One of the main reasons why we survived despite the lack of supplies and safe harbor is due to the great care given to our mechs. I have seen mechs stretch beyond their breaking point due to lack of supplies and time to service them properly, but they held up admirably regardless due to their excellent design. Professor Pendleton wanted to get in a word, but VS quickly opened his mouth again before the senior could say anything. Have you ever seen your own mechs when they are in poor condition, Professor? Mechs are built to last 20 years, but in practice they last much shorter than that, especially when they went through several battles. I have employed the best practices that I've picked up from the military into my own design work. While I can't claim my Aurora Titan is able to last forever, with proper maintenance it will continue to stand by its mech pilots through both the good times and bad times. They are just as dependable as the military mechs of the Mech Corps. Like actual soldiers, all of my customers will always be able to depend on my products to see them through. An increasing sense of doubt overcame Professor Pendleton's expression. How could he properly debate with VS on the merits and shortcomings of the Aurora Titan design when this thuggish young mech designer kept harping back on his track record and personal experiences in the military? Even though VS quite blatantly kept clubbing Professor Pendleton in the head with his medals and his military exploits, as long as it worked, VS would keep abusing the senior because it was the one area in which he could not be challenged. To question V's military exploits was to question the Mech Corps, and that was a very bad idea regardless of whether Professor Pendleton was a senior. Even though resorting to this method helped VS fend off his heckler, it did not come without a cost. VS likely didn't endear himself very much in the eyes of mech designers and other professionals in the mech industry. The overwhelming majority of mech designers had more in common with Professor Pendleton than VS when it came to their own time in the Mech Corps. In addition, VS figured the Mech Corps wouldn't be pleased to be dragged into this acrimonious argument. The only point in his favor was that he thought that they were irritated at mech designers who pulled some strings in order to be stationed as far away from the fighting as possible. It did not serve their interests to rebuke Ves, who distinguished himself during the last war, to support a senior with no notable combat action in his record. The professor's continued attempts to avoid talking about his own accomplishments during wartime was enough to brand him a coward in the eyes of the crowd. What right did a coward have to question a war hero in public? Such an absurd development completely went against Professor Pendleton's expectations of how this afternoon would turn out. Ves only barely stuck to the script before going completely off rails. This turn of events was so grossly unfair that the man wanted to tear his hair out. Sitting at a seat a short distance away, Professor Ventag continually groaned as he buried his face in his hands. The extremely aggressive means that Ves employed to counteract Professor Pendleton's criticism to the Aurora design would lead to a storm in the mech community. How could an apprentice be so brazen as to drag a senior into the mud? For a moment, Ventag regretted putting his support behind Ves. This viper-tongued young mech designer would be the death of them, and their high regard in the mech industry if he continued to hammer at a fellow senior. He stood up, interrupting Ves the unrelenting tirade. This event is reserved to introduce the Aurora Titan to the public. Professor Ventag spoke, providing a reasonable and composed counterweight to Ves. My fellow co-designer has a point. Rather than question the viability of the design so soon, why not let the mech speak for themselves? This argument has gone on long enough. I think everyone would be best served if the Grand Skyward makes its way into space so that we can all witness which mech designer is right. The abrupt interjection by his collaborator injected a much-needed dose of rationality in Ves. Although he eagerly wanted to land some more blows on Professor Pendleton, he would only be making himself seem more unhinged if he insisted. Ves already beat the Professor black and blue in the public arena. He inflicted so much damage with his thuggish conduct that Professor Pendleton could hardly lift his head and continue his original mission to detract the quality of the Aurora Titan design. He decided to end the first part of his presentation at this moment. He relaxed his mind and let go of the aggressive, emulated force of will that affected his behavior. He instantly felt calmer and more at ease. Please excuse the unexpected delay, he said while smiling amiably towards his audience. In 30 minutes, the Grand Skyward is scheduled to lift off into orbit where you will be able to witness the performance of the show models and various live-fire demonstrations. If you have other plans, please exit the exhibition hall before the time is up. You can also visit the restroom before the Grand Skyward flies up in orbit, as you will need to be strapped into your seats during the ascent for safety reasons. That is all. The curtains closed the view to the stage, obscuring both Ves and the show models from view. The first half of the product reveal finally came to an end. Keddies immediately ran up to Ves and smacked her palm against his back. Looks like you haven't lost any of your fire. You sure roasted that old mech designer really bad. I sure did. Ves awkwardly chuckled. I don't know whether the price is worth it, though. I can't imagine what my reputation will look like once the public hears of what just took place. Chapter 11:25 Unwelcome Attention. After the dramatic events at the main hall, Ves retreated to his backstage room to have some time to himself. Getting caught up in the fever of the moment, no doubt aided by the emulated force of will that he imposed on himself, drained a lot of energy and spirit. In fact, summoning up the courage to confront and berate a senior directly was probably responsible for at least half of drained state. The event is not over. Ves still needed to put up a good front when the show models exhibited some of their capabilities. He also needed to be present as the first wave of customers approached the sales representatives to register their first orders of the new mech model. As for Professor Pendleton? With all the bashing he received from Ves, why would the heckler ever subject himself to more abuse? According to security, The senior from Ansel quietly scurried to the exit the instant the curtains closed.
At least that problem is dealt with.
VS momentarily smirked.
Still, if Ansel is only mildly irritated with me before, they'll definitely be out on the warpath after today.
Attacking one Ansel mech designer was the same as attacking all of them. The school's considerably powerful alumni network would definitely close ranks around their wounded comrade and hit back at VS and the Aurora Titan in other ways. The only way to blunt the inevitable counterattack from Ansel was to ensure the show models delivered their best performance in the following hours.
Only if my mechs perform impressively enough will they be able to endure the storm of criticism.
Any mech model that sold more than a negligible amount of copies per year would inevitably be faced with criticism. Customers either judged the mech by themselves or listened to experts who earned their living from reviewing mechs. A whole cottage industry of mech reviewers existed that provided mech publications with countless evaluations. Both mech fanatics, mech pilots, and professionals in the mech industry eagerly read these reviews as a favored pastime. The influence of these reviews on the sales of the mech models in question was quite considerable. The Black Beak and the Crystal Lord may not have been covered by many mech publications, but they generally received somewhat positive reviews. Back when VS released his first two mech designs, he hardly stood out from the crowd of other apprentice mech designers. He was a nobody, frankly. This time would be different. Not only had his public profile risen in multiple occasions, but the news about his fiery confrontation was already spreading over the galactic net like wildfire. While this would definitely do a lot of favors to the Aurora Titan's exposure to the mech market, it also cemented VS as a firespitter who wasn't afraid to savage seniors. VS switched on his comm and skimmed through a couple of news portals. He quickly groaned once he read the headlines and quickly shut his device off.
The good news is I'm famous again. The bad news is I'm famous again for the wrong reasons.
Even the non-mech publications started to report on the developing controversy.
Meow.
Only Lucky was by his side for the moment. The cat attempted to offer VS some support by brushing his head against his body.
Haha, it's not so bad, Lucky. Professor Ventag is right that my mechs ought to speak for themselves. I'm very certain that they'll be able to impress the public today. In fact, my mechs will definitely exceed their expectations as long as I employ my backup plan.
VS already developed a plan to be used in emergencies like this. The current situation definitely called for something extra to spice up the performance of the Aurora Titan. Just as he contemplated whether he should commit to his backup plan, Lucky suddenly yowled and hissed from his lap.
What's wrong, Lucky?
Meow, meow, meow.
There's someone here? Your cat is right.
A familiar-sounding voice emerged from the corner of the room as someone in an infiltrator suit revealed his presence.
We meet again, VS.
VS recognized the unassuming young man and his deceptively mild voice.
Leland Toll, what are you doing here? Why can't I be here? Flashlight has a stake in your company as well, or have you already forgotten who is standing behind Sibilant Asset Management? Since we own 21% of your company, we want to make sure our investment is paying dividends.
The sudden appearance of Leland should not be a coincidence. Flashlight never did anything without a good reason.
Somehow, I don't believe the dividends you're talking about is in the form of money.
Correct. Leland grinned.
I'm sure you can guess that I'm here for a different reason than that. We have been observing you and the LMC for a time now. To your credit, this is harder than it sounds like. That blasted security company from the Kansa clan is very good at spotting any irregularities. In any case, the glimpses we've received and the trials of the prototypes that we've managed to observe have impressed us very much. I'm glad to hear you are supportive of the Aurora Titan. Now, why are you really here, Leland?
I'm getting to that. After analyzing the metrics, our evaluation of you and your company has grown by another notch. Despite the events of today, we believe that you will definitely be able to reach greater heights. Flashlight wants to take advantage of that. As long as you are in a position to advance our objectives, we don't mind lending you a hand every now and then. Ves sardonically smiled at Leland. Of course you wouldn't lend a hand out of the goodness of your heart. Do you still even have one, by the way? So what exactly do you want to pass on to me that you had to show up in my backstage room in person with this ridiculous get-up of yours? Well, I was planning to make a more impressive entrance, but that remarkable cat of yours has a more impressive ant-stealth detection system than I thought, Leland said with a frown while giving Lucky the stink eye. Meow! For his part, Lucky belligerently eyed the spy with vigilance. All right. I've come to pass on 2 messages from the agency. First, we've deployed agents in and around the Grand Skyward and intercepted several potential troublemakers. By troublemakers, we don't mean the likes of Professor Pendleton. Instead, I'm talking about the armed and murderous kind of troublemakers. I know I have a 50 million credit bounty on my head. I'm not too concerned. Ves nonchalantly shrugged while stroking Lucky's back in order to calm down his pet. I'm sure the Grand Skyward's existing security arrangements are sufficient to stop the assassins. That may be true, but that may happen too late. A deadly firefight and bodies dropping to the ground is a sure way of ruining your big moment. Our agents took the liberty of intercepting these troublemakers the instant they strayed close to the Grand Skyward. A thank you would be nice, Ves. Thank you, Flashlight, for halting the entry of intruders, Ves sarcastically said with a snort. The other message that I want to pass on is that while we do not approve of your methods, we will cover your back when it comes to your vendetta against Ansel. The AUMD is way too powerful for their own good and they could use some humbling. We'll make sure that Ansel won't be able to exert an undue influence on the government in order to retaliate against you. The LMC should still be able to do business without any significant hindrance from the government. Well, thank you for that as well. This time, Ves sounded a bit more sincere, because he knew the LMC could have definitely landed itself in more trouble without the cover of a government organization. We expect you to repay our generosity in time, Leland said. When the LMC gets over this bump and manages to grow to another extent, expect us to return in case we have need of you or your company's services. Even if the war against the Vesians is over, the Bright Republic is constantly facing threats. With those words, Leland waved goodbye and faded out of view after he re-engaged his infiltrator suit. Ves had to press Lucky into his lap in order to prevent his cat from jumping out and clawing the agent from Flashlight. The unexpected appearance of Leland at this time was anything but normal. Evidently, Flashlight held him in a higher regard than before, which may not entirely be a bad thing. The more value that Ves brought to the Military Intelligence Agency, the more effort they put into protecting him and the LMC. However, thinking about his past collaborations with the Flashlight put Ves ill at ease. Leland himself ordered Ves to be shot through the heart just because it strengthened the case against the KNG. With this kind of track record, Ves felt extremely leery about any future collaborations with Flashlight, and Leland specifically. Why did Flashlight send Leland of all people? Has he been assigned to supervise me and my company? He did not have the time to think on the implications of the short meeting with Leland. The Grand Skyward would be lifting off very soon. I've spent enough time recuperating. Let's go, Lucky! Sometime later, Ves entered the central control room and walked up to Gavin. The Grand Skyward has already finished its final checks. It's about to lift off in the air, his executive assistant said with excitement. This is my first time riding such an enormous flying structure. Let's enjoy the show. Everyone who wanted to leave had already left. It did not matter much as someone else filled their seats. In fact, due to the explosive news of what took place here, a lot of Bentheimer's grew curious and traveled to the Grand Skyward as quickly as they could. The seats in the main hall were filled to capacity at the moment. Their thick seats, which had been partially configured into crash seats, started to lock down their occupants by strapping them in. This ensured that they wouldn't be flung in every direction in the event that the inertial dampeners shut off.
3, 2, 1, go! Initiate the ascent!
The massive Grand Skyward exhibition hall rumbled to life as enormous thrusters began to burn. Massive structure-grade anti-grav modules worked over the entire hall, causing it to weigh much lighter than usual at the cost of expending a lot of energy. With practiced ease, the workers of the Grand Skyward neatly manipulated its controls and assured that the massive reinforced structure rose into the air in an even and stable fashion. More thrusters came online as the Grand Skyward had reached beyond the skyline of Durham. The moving structure accelerated its approach to space. Ves could not imagine the amount of energy and fuel it took to lift this gigantic structure up. Even though it wasn't safe for anyone to be walking about at this time, Ves ignored the safety rules and walked off from the control room. He followed the directions down into a hall built to accommodate the mechs. He came here because he wanted to take some steps to ensure the success of the upcoming trials. While he couldn't do anything to improve all 5 show models on short notice, he could still find some ways to improve the shield of Samar.
The success of the Aurora Titan and the LMC hinges on what will happen next.
Leland's visit had been a wake-up call to Ves. Although the spy did not mention too much about Ansel, the fact that Flashlight constantly concerned themselves about the AUMD's pervasive influence in the mech industry signified that Ves should take them more seriously as well. Despite Professor Pendleton's pathetic performance as a heckler, the senior would definitely find a way to his back at Ves somehow.